Ding-ling-ling. At Xiangyu Middle School, the school bell rang, and high school students in school uniforms swarmed out of the school gate. "Yeyu, stop right there!" A loud shout rang out, and Yeyu stopped and turned around to look back. The person who came was a handsome boy, Yu, the school hunk of Xiangyu Middle School. He was tall and handsome, but his narrow eyes made him look a little cold. 7 or 8 boys in school uniforms surrounded Yu and surrounded Yeyu in the middle. Yeyu glanced at them, pulled his backpack, and looked at Yu with clear eyes. "What's the matter?" "What's the matter? Yeyu, are you still pretending with me? Didn't I tell you not to talk to Han Shui?" Yu reached out and pushed Yeyu hard, sneering with disdain. "Yeyu, you are so poor, and you dare to snatch Han Shui from me? A toad wants to eat swan meat." Yeyu staggered back a few steps, looking at Yu. A hint of stubbornness flashed in his dark eyes. "Han Shui is free to talk to whomever she wants. It has nothing to do with you or me. And what you like, I may not like. Nima Yeyu, you are awesome." Yu was angry. His eyebrows raised, rolled up his sleeves, raised his fist, and was about to hit Yeyu. "Wait, brother Yu. Han Shui is here." A boy next to him reminded Yu in a low voice. Yu turned his head and saw a very pure and beautiful girl approaching from a distance. Seeing her, Yu put away his fist and glared at Yeyu fiercely. "You're lucky, boy. Stay away from Han Shui. Do you understand? If you dare to talk to Han Shui again, I'll break your legs. People like you deserve to be stepped on for the rest of your life. Bah!" Yu spit on the ground, turned around, and walked towards Han Shui with a smile on his face, and the boys surrounding Yeyu also dispersed. Yeyu stared at Yu's back, his eyes cold, his lips tightly pursed, and his hands in his pockets clenched fiercely. "Yu, one day, I will make you not even qualified to look up at me. Beep, beep." Walking alone on the path home, the sound of horns on the road caught Yeyu's attention. What is this? A brilliant light spanned the entire sky, and the gorgeous streamer reflected half of the sky red. Pedestrians and vehicles all stopped and took out their phones to record the strange scene in the sky. The brilliant light lasted for a moment in the sky, and then turned into a stream of light, swooping down to the ground. Seeing the fast-falling stream of light about to reach the ground, it disappeared amid the exclamations of the crowd. What happened? It suddenly disappeared. What on earth was it? The onlookers were talking about it, wondering why the stream of light just now suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yeyu knew where the stream of light had gone, but he couldn't tell it now because he was in extreme pain. The burning pain on his right hand made Yeyu bend over unconsciously, his whole body trembling, his face pale, and a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Shocked by the strange scene just now, Yeyu gritted his teeth and didn't shout out, because he could feel that his life might be different. After a long while, Yeyu felt the pain subside. He stretched out his right hand and placed it in front of his eyes, and Yeyu carefully examined it. The 5 fingers are long and strong, the nails are neatly trimmed, the joints are sharp, and the pale blue blood vessels are under the white skin. It must be said that this is a beautiful hand. No change? Yeyu was a little disappointed. Looking at his right hand, was the burning pain just now an illusion? Yeyu was unwilling to accept it. Ding! The great Tao of the Heavens system has found the host. The system is binding. Binding process is 5%. Suddenly, Yeyu clenched his hands. It turned out to be the system, something that only exists in novels. Yeyu wanted to jump up excitedly. From now on, everything will be different. Grandpa, I'm back! Xiaoyu is back! Come and eat. Grandpa has prepared it for you. Seeing Yeyu coming back, an old man with a slightly hunched figure laughed and looked at Yeyu kindly. Xiaoyu, are you hiding something from Grandpa? Are you short of money? Grandpa still has some. The old man looked at Yeyu, who was a little absent-minded, and asked softly. Grandpa, I'm fine. I was just thinking about a question. Yeyu hurriedly replied. Yeyu was an orphan who was abandoned by others. He was picked up and adopted by the old man Yewego. The grandfather and grandson depended on each other for life. The old man gave all his love to Yeyu. He saved money and raised Yeyu, and sent Yeyu to the best middle school in the city. Looking at the aging grandfather, Yeyu vowed to let his grandfather enjoy a good life. Now with the system, all this is not a problem. Grandpa, I'm full. Go back to the room too. review my homework. After a quick dinner with his grandfather, Yeyu hid in his room. System? Yeyu lay on the bed, breathing rapidly, his chest rising and falling rapidly, and he called out with some trepidation in his heart. Ding! The system of the great Tao of the heavens has been successfully bound. As a voice sounded, a light curtain appeared in front of Yeyu. Looking at the system interface that appeared in front of him, Yeyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and his body rolled on the bed. It was so exciting, and he felt that his life had reached its peak. Human race, Yeyu, level 1 Taoist. Constitution, ordinary. Number of stealing 1. Tao value 0-1000. Talent, number of drun. A stream of information flowed into Yeyu's mind, and he understood the ability of the system. The Tao system of the heavens is the 49th heavenly evolution. After escaping from one of them, its ability is to steal everything in the heavens. Taoist, you sure you are not a thief? But this is stealing from the heavens and the myriad worlds. There is nothing in the myriad worlds that cannot be stolen, which is very awesome. Yeyu looked at the system panel in front of him, which showed that he was a level 1 Taoist, and to upgrade to a level 2 Taoist, he needed 1,000 Tao values. His eyes were fixed on the number of stealing. According to the system's prompt, the host level is level 1 and can steal once a day. And he can steal items from the heavens and the myriad worlds. Then let's start the first stealing, Yeyu said silently in his heart. As Yeyu's mind moved, the system panel in front of him changed dramatically, and a circular channel shining with brilliant colors appeared in front of Yeyu. Ding! The host puts his right hand into the channel and grabs whatever he wants. The considerate system quickly gave instructions for use. Yeyu looked at the channel floating in front of him, raised his right hand, stuffed his entire arm in, and then grabbed with his right hand. Under the blue sky, a steep mountain rose from the ground, and countless long swords were inserted upside down on the towering peak. There were thousands of long swords of different shapes, and there was no repetition. For the disciples of the Yujian sect, every long sword on this sword mountain was a rare spiritual weapon. The closer to the peak, the rarer the long swords, but the sharp aura emanating from them was even heavier. On the peak of the sword's edge, there grew a patch of grass. The grass on the grass had a strange shape, and each root stood upright, shaped like a sharp sword, and the sword energy on it was even sharper and more compelling. In the middle of the grass, there is a grass that is particularly eye-catching, like the king of grasses, with all the grasses submitting to it, and the sword energy on it is even more explosive and wild. A floating cloud passed by this place and was crushed to pieces by the sword energy of this sword grass. This sword grass growing on Jianshan is the treasure of the entire Yujian sect. It absorbs the essence of countless long swords and grows up. The sword grass and sword bones are natural. Taking it can change one's body. In a corner of the peak, 2 old men in long robes sat cross-legged. Both of them were straight with restrained sword energy, like a sword with a hidden edge. "Jianyi, how long have you and I been guarding here?" an old man asked. "The white clouds are leisurely, and 10 years have passed in a flash." The old man named Jianyi sighed and said, "Yes, 10 years. We have been guarding the sword grass here for 10 years. The sword grass is about to mature, and then we won't have to stay in this bitter cold place." Another old man said, "Jianju, don't be distracted. This sword grass is the foundation of our sect, and it must not be lost," Jianyi said in a deep voice. The old man named Jianju laughed inadvertently. "Is there anyone in the world who can break through the defense of our sect and steal the sword grass that is emitting sharp sword energy all the time?" Jianyi heard this and laughed. "Of course not. No way." In Jianyi's horrified eyes, not far above the sword grass, an arm suddenly appeared out of thin air. The white and slender hand stretched out from the void, swaying back and forth in the air, and the fingertips touched the sword grass, and the sword energy on the sword grass seemed to be suppressed and converged. The palm that appeared out of thin air seemed to be very surprised, and the slender white fingers gathered instantly and surrounded the sword grass, grabbed the sword grass, pulled it hard, and then disappeared. Hearing the wrong voice, Jianju was a little confused. "What's wrong, Jianyi? Did someone steal the sword grass?" Jianyi stood up suddenly, like a sharp sword unsheathed with a sword energy, rising into the sky, tearing and shattering the wind and clouds within a radius of 100 miles. Someone stole the grass. Jianju's face changed when he heard it, and his sword energy also rushed into the sky, sweeping across, overwhelming the entire Yujian sect. The two quickly came to the place where the sword grass disappeared, looking at the place where the sword grass originally grew, but now there was nothing. The sword grass was really stolen. Who is it? Thinking of the hand that suddenly appeared just now, Jian Yi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Who can break through the void and steal the sword grass under the boundless sword energy? Jian Yi, what did you see? I saw a right hand. Order! Everyone in Yujian Palace is on alert. Jianju's loud shout resounded throughout the Yujian Palace, and then he and Jian Yi combined their bodies and swords and flew down the mountain with rolling sword energy and thunder. Yeyu stretched his right hand into the passage, first moving around, and suddenly felt his fingertips touch a tough object. He was startled and instantly grabbed it, pulled it hard, and brought it out of the passage. When Yeyu's right hand was out of the passage, the gorgeous light circle closed instantly, without a trace. My? Grass? Yeyu looked at the thing in his hand in disbelief. His face was a little dark, and he threw it on the table with disdain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first successful theft, and increase the avenue value by 50 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first successful theft, and reward a lottery. The prompt sound of the system in his mind made Yeyu a lot more energetic. He was actually rewarded with a lottery, so happy. So, draw now? Yeyu pondered in his heart, and suddenly stopped again. Turning to the bathroom, Yeyu put his hand under the faucet, applied soap, and scrubbed it hard. Heaven and earth, please help me. The three pure ones Guanyin will show up. Bless me with a lucky hand. Yeyu put his hands together, placed them in front of his chest, and muttered to himself for a while. Let's get started. Let's start the lucky draw. A turntable appeared in front of Yeyu's eyes, and a slender pointer pointed to the direction of 12 o'clock. The huge turntable was divided into dozens of small grids, and the things on it seemed to be covered with thick mosaics, making it difficult to see clearly. Hateful cavalry, Yeyu muttered, and with a thought, the pointer began to spin wildly. Stop! After a while, Yeyu shouted, and the speed of the pointer on the turntable gradually slowed down. Yeyu widened his eyes, clenched his fists, and excitedly stared at the pointer that slowly stopped. The slowly moving pointer stopped while Yeyu was anxiously waiting. The area pointed by the pointer gradually became clear. In Yeyu's hopeful eyes, the area screen lit up. It was a pattern. A stack of poker cards opened in a fan shape, with the 7, 8, 9, 10, and J on it standing out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the talent, the card flying technique? Card flying technique? What the hell? Yeyu was puzzled and clicked on the pattern. The stack of poker cards suddenly disintegrated into countless light spots and merged into Yeyu's body. Talent? Card flying technique. This is the talent that requires showing your ID card when buying poker cards. The system explained it to Yeyu thoughtfully. Yeyu felt a stream of information pouring into his mind. Card flying technique has become Yeyu's talent, just like eating and drinking. It has become an instinct. The first step of card flying technique is to find a card. The second step of card flying technique is to combine the whole body's chi and strength and pour the force into the fingertips. The third step of card flying technique is swish. A card as clean as a new one was clamped between Yeyu's fingertips. As Yeyu's body shook, the card flew out from Yeyu's fingertips and passed through the open window. With a thud, it pierced deeply into the trunk. The half of the poker card left outside was still shaking under the action of inertia. Swish! A branch as thick as a thumb suddenly fell down. The cross-section was very smooth, as if it had been swept by a sharp blade. This branch was actually cut off by the poker card that Yeyu shot out. My God! This is so cool. Yeyu widened his eyes, unable to believe that this was the poker card he had sent out. Looking at the remaining box of poker cards in his hand, Yeyu seemed to see a Gatling gun. With this lethality, you really have to show your ID card when buying poker cards. Hey, it's just that this grass is too worrying. Yeyu picked up the grass on the table and took a closer look. I don't have a wild horse, so what use do I have with it? Huh? Yeyu suddenly found that this grass was very different from ordinary weeds. This grass looked like a sword. This grass is not only crystal green, like a top-grade gem, but also straight like a sword. Looking closely, it actually hurts your eyes. Could it be a good thing? Yeyu waved the sword grass in his hand while pondering. Swish! Ding-dong! After a very faint sound of airflow, Yeyu watched an iron pipe at the head of his bed fall diagonally to the ground, making a ding-dong sound. The broken end was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a dazzling light. This iron pipe was originally the support of Yeyu's bed. The steel was very good. Even if it was chopped with a sharp blade, it would only leave a white mark. But now it was cut off by something. Yeyu stared blankly at the sword grass in his hand, then looked at the cut steel pipe, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if he had just waved it gently. Hiss! Could this be the legendary sword energy? System! What is this grass in my hand? Yeyu hurriedly asked the system. This grass might be much better than flying cards. Sword grass. It grows by absorbing the essence of countless spirit swords. It is the supreme sword bone, and the sword energy is natural. Taking it can make people cleanse their bones and marrow and reborn. Hearing the system's explanation, Yeyu jumped up in surprise. It can actually make people cleanse their bones and marrow and reborn. The protagonist must understand the basic operations. Hurry up, system. Take that grass for me. Wanting to swallow the sword grass, but afraid of cutting his mouth, Yeyu urged while holding the sword grass. As soon as Yeyu finished speaking, he felt a hot current gushing out from his right hand holding the sword grass, and then bursts of light blue light emerged from the sword grass. The hazy light came out from the sword grass, merged into a ball of light, and sank into Yeyu's body in a trance. Huh? Is this all? Why is this sword grass still here? Yeyu asked, in confusion. Host, rest assured, this system has extracted the spirituality of the sword grass and injected it into the host's body. The transformation is expected to be completed in 10 hours. 10 hours? Wouldn't it be possible to see the transformed self when I wake up tomorrow? Yeyu began to look forward to it. He couldn't sleep just thinking about it. Remind the host that staying up late will hurt your body and affect the effect of marrow washing. System, you are really considerate. Yeyu raised his right hand and looked at the sword grass in his hand that had lost its spirituality. It was still as straight as a sword, exuding a sharp aura. However, compared to the previous crystal green, the current sword grass is dark in color, like black jade, and in Yeyu's opinion, it no longer has the previous agile feeling. It is more like a swordsman who sees through the prosperity of the world and hides his sword in his sheath. Yeyu waved the kite, sword grass, a few times, but no sword energy was stimulated. Although he was a little disappointed, Yeyu also knew that without spirituality, the sword grass would never be able to release sword energy again. As the sword grass danced, the tip of the grass accidentally swept the other side of the bed. Ding-dong. On the other side of the bed, a piece of iron pipe fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. What's going on? Hasn't the spirituality of the sword grass been absorbed? Yeyu was surprised by the sharpness of the sword grass and asked the system in his heart. Although it has lost the effect of rebirth, the sword grass has absorbed the essence of the spirit sword for many years and is no longer an ordinary item. It's just a piece of gold and iron. The voice of the system came to Yeyu's mind. Hey, let's put it away first. This sword grass is good, but it's always a bit embarrassing. Otherwise, when fighting with others have long swords hanging from their waists. But what's the matter with me carrying a piece of grass around my waist? The first ray of sunlight in the morning came through the window, and Yeyu's long eyelashes trembled, and then he opened his eyes. Well, this sleep is so comfortable. Turning over and sitting up, Yeyu stretched his waist and felt that his body had never been so relaxed. Ah! It stinks! Yeyu pinched his nose and looked at the thick layer of black and gray sticky stuff condensed on his body. The pungent smell made Yeyu almost vomit. He quickly lifted the quilt, jumped out of bed, and rushed into the bathroom to wash. After a long while, Yeyu finally washed off the black and gray impurities on his body. Ha! I feel much better now. Yeyu wiped the water off his body, stood in front of the mirror, and looked at himself in the mirror. Damn! Who is this? Is it me? Am I really that handsome? Looking at himself in the mirror, Yeyu exclaimed. The person in the mirror was someone Yeyu was very familiar with. His skin was white and delicate like jade, his short hair was neat and tidy, his sword-like eyebrows flew into his temples, his eyes were black and bright, very deep, his nose was straight, his lips were neither thin nor thick, just right, matched with Yeyu's sharp temperament. What a handsome young man. Yeyu used to be quite handsome, but he didn't have any outstanding temperament. He was very low-key and inconspicuous. After this transformation, Yeyu's whole person was slightly adjusted, reaching the most perfect state, and he looked dazzling. Retracting his gaze, Yeyu looked down at himself, and his height seemed to have increased a little. His limbs were slender, and his streamlined body looked full of power. Yeyu was shocked when he jumped lightly from his original position. This vertical jump must be 1 meter high, and Yeyu hadn't used all his strength yet. After turning over several times on the spot, Yeyu found that his body's flexibility and agility had also greatly improved. Hey, if being handsome is also a sin, then wouldn't I be guilty of a heinous crime? Yeyu, who was a little proud, admired his own magnificent appearance and lamented that his temperament no longer allowed him to be low-key. The transformation of this swordgrass was indeed extraordinary. Yeyu secretly admired it. This was a comprehensive strengthening of the body. System? Yeyu called the system in his heart, wanting to see what changes he had made. Human race, Yeyu. Constitution, spiritual sword body. Number of stealing 1. Dao value, 51,000. Talent, flying card technique. Number of draws. The physique has changed from the original mortal body to the spirit sword body. It seems that this is the physique after rebirth. Moreover, on a new day, the number of stealing has become 1 again. Do you want to try again? Yeyu was eager to try and could not control himself. Steal. No matter what, I will try again while I am blushing. I hope to steal something good. In the vast land, there are high and raised mountains like giant dragons, birds soaring in the sky, and towering ancient trees rising from the ground like giants supporting the sky. This is a continent full of ancient and wild atmosphere, with endless rare and exotic animals. A river with an unknown source winds down from the sky, running through the entire earth and nurturing countless creatures on this land. The river is so wide that it is unknown how wide it is. The waves beat on the rocks on the beach on the shore, rumbling. A small turtle the size of a palm, with a green body, floats and sinks in the river, swimming freely, occasionally poking its head out of the river, its big eyes rolling around, extremely smart. The little turtle seemed to be unaffected by the fast-flowing river water. It shook its little tail, waved its 4 little paws, and swam to the shore from the river. Walking along the beach on the shore for a distance, the little turtle's 4 little paws left a series of shallow footprints on the soft beach. After walking for a distance, the little turtle seemed tired, lying on the beach, retracting its head, tail, and 4 little paws, motionless, and then gently shaking for a while. Kaka? The shell on the back of the turtle made a crisp sound, and then the little turtle stretched out its head, tail, and paws again. Shaking its head, the little turtle turned over again, turned around and walked towards the river. Plop! The little turtle fell into the river, shaking its 4 claws and tail, and swam away again. The little turtle left, but on the beach, where it had just stayed, there was something left. This was a small turtle shell, upside down on the beach, under the sunlight, like a piece of emerald green jade. This was the shell that had fallen off the back of the little turtle, like a small emerald green bowl left on the beach by the little turtle. Buzz! On the beach, a gorgeous light circle suddenly appeared. An arm stretched out from the light circle, turned over, and grabbed a handful of fine sand. Is this sand? Yeyu felt the touch on his hand, fine particles, squeezed hard, and all flowed through his fingers. Yeyu couldn't see the situation inside the light circle, so he could only judge what he had caught by feeling. Is this a desert? What bad luck! Yeyu sighed. If this is really a desert, it would be tragic, because the vast desert is basically sand. Good things? Don't even think about it. He wanted to retract his arm, but Yeyu was unwilling to give up this theft. After all, it only happens once a day, and it's a rare opportunity. Yeyu stretched his arm forward again, hoping to touch something else, but it must not be a handful of sand, even if it's a stone. Huh? Yeyu's heart moved, and the tip of his right finger touched a hard object. Based on the touch, Yeyu dared to guarantee that it was definitely not sand. This is it. It can't really be a stone. Retracting his arm, Yeyu hurriedly looked at his right hand, and seeing a touch of green light in his hand, Yeyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a stone, great. Is this an emerald bowl? That's quite valuable. Grandpa Yewego has always been in poor health. With money, I can buy good things for Grandpa to recuperate. No, this looks like a tortoise shell? Yeyu looked over and over. This palm-sized thing had diamond-shaped patterns on its back, which looked like a tortoise shell, but it looked more primitive. The most peculiar thing was that there was a strange pattern on the tortoise shell. Many soybean-sized black and white dots covered the surface of the tortoise shell, arranged neatly in rows and columns. What is this? It looked very mysterious. Yeyu felt like he had found something interesting. Yeyu counted them. These dots were arranged in a regular pattern, with 3 groups in each direction. The first row had 2, 9, and 4 dots, the second row had 3, 5, and 7 dots, and the third row had 6, 1, and 8 dots. Who the hell was so idle that he carved the 9-square grid on the tortoise shell? Yeyu threw the tortoise shell directly on the bed. He thought it was a good thing, but it turned out to be someone else's random work. Ask the system. This tortoise shell feels very comfortable to the touch. It must be worth some money. Yeyu sighed in disappointment. Congratulations to the host for stealing the luoshu. Increase the avenue value by 30 points. The voice of the system sounded, and Yeyu was startled. Luoshu? System, you just said luoshu. I am not well educated. Don't lie to me. Yeyu's depressed mood was suspended. This is luoshu, a legendary thing. Luoshu, there is a tortoise named Xuan with a picture on its shell, which is from heaven. It wears 9 and shoes 1, 3 on the left and 7 on the right, 2 and 4 are shoulders, 6 and 8 are feet, and 5 is in the middle. The 5 white circles are all yang numbers, and the black dots in the 4 corners are yin numbers. It is the source of yin-yang and 5 elements numerology. It calculates the sky and the earth, and calculates all things in the world. The voice of the system sounded in Yeyu's mind, and it rarely explained to Yeyu. It seems that this tortoise shell is not ordinary. Yeyu was surprised to hear this. It was really a village with light after darkness. His mood was like a roller coaster, and before he could calm down, the system's voice sounded in Yeyu's mind. Host, do you want to extract the spirituality of the rare object Luoshu? Extract. Extraction is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent. Super mental arithmetic. A ball of white light emerged from the tortoise shell and merged into Yeyu's body. A sense of enlightenment surged in his heart, and Yeyu opened his eyes and found that the world at this moment had become very different. The whole world seemed to have become digitized in Yeyu's eyes. Wooden desk, 187 centimeters long, 70 centimeters wide, 110 centimeters high. The tabletop is tilted, too? Yeyu moved his eyes to the desk, and all the information about the desk was captured by Yeyu in an instant. This damn profiteer, it was said to be 2 meters long, but it was missing 13 centimeters. One of the legs is short. Yeyu cursed inwardly. Yeyu moved his eyes to the test paper on the table, on which the last math question was still blank. In the rectangular coordinate system, the vertex of parabola C is at -1, 1, passing through point A22, and its focus is on the f-axis. Find 1, 2, 3. Yeyu had been thinking about this question for a long time and couldn't figure it out, but now, with just one glance, the answer has already appeared in his mind. Amazing. Super mental arithmetic, it's simply cheating. Hoo-la-la. The sound of wind blowing leaves outside the window was heard, and a piece of information emerged in Yeyu's ears. The wind speed is 3.1 meters per second. After 0.5 seconds, it will pass through the window gap and blow up the 138 hairs on the left side of the forehead by 3 centimeters. Reaching out to press down the hair blown by the wind, Yeyu was stunned. This is even possible. Smelly boy, come to eat quickly. You're going to be late. Yewego's voice was heard outside the door, waking up Yeyu, who was still intoxicated. Old voice, 62 decibels. The host has 3 minutes to clean up. Otherwise, there is an 80% chance that the ears will be pulled. M. Here it comes. Walking out of the house, Yeyu felt that the whole world was very different at this moment. His ears were more sensitive, and his eyes were clearer. Yeyu looked up into the distance, frowned, and his supermental arithmetic started automatically. Middle-aged female, 1.6 meters tall, weighing 206 kilograms, with spring in her eyebrows, 80% chance of revival, black forehead, suspected of blood disaster. This is Aunt Liu, Yeyu's neighbor, but she has always looked down on Yeyu and often talks about Yeyu's admission to a prestigious school. When Aunt Liu saw Yeyu, she thought of her own child who was attending an ordinary high school, and she immediately became jealous. Hey, isn't this Xiaoyu? He has no money but still wants to go to a prestigious school. His ambition is high as the sky, but his life is thin as paper. So what if he went to a prestigious school? He still ranks last in the grades. If it was before, Yeyu would probably keep silent and walk over with his head down. But now, Yeyu looked up at Aunt Liu and said, "It's my freedom to go to any school. You are worried about money and don't want to let your child go to a prestigious school. It's your own business. Please don't say anything to others." Aunt Liu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Yeyu would directly say something to her. You uneducated person, how can you talk like that?" Aunt Liu blushed and trembled with anger. "Who is uneducated? Who is talking about right and wrong behind my back? Aunt Liu, don't you know?" Yeyu said, ignoring Aunt Liu, and turned away. Aunt Liu was directly stunned by Yeyu's 3 consecutive questions. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. This dead child that old man Ye picked up? Humph! Who knows, someone might take him back someday. I think he shouldn't have been picked up in the first place. He's so uneducated. And he's studying in such a prestigious school. Aren't you afraid of raising an ungrateful person? Aunt Liu was very angry, but Yeyu had already walked away, so she could only mutter in a low voice. But she didn't know that Yeyu could still hear her words clearly from such a distance. "Aunt Liu!" Yeyu turned around and shouted at Aunt Liu. "Ah, what's the matter? I didn't say anything." Aunt Liu's eyes were a little erratic, but she was sure that Yeyu didn't hear what she said clearly, so her face was still calm. Looking at Aunt Liu, Yeyu's mouth had a slight cold smile. "I saw my Uncle Wang and a woman go to the hotel last night." "Impossible." Aunt Liu's face changed, and she seemed to answer calmly, but she was thinking in her heart, wasn't her husband on a business trip this week? How did Yeyu see him? Seeing Aunt Liu's face turn gloomy, Yeyu's smile deepened. "Aunt Liu, don't worry, maybe Uncle Wang went to get his hair done." Aunt Liu's face darkened. "What the hell is going on to get his hair done? Go get a green hat. Oh, by the way," Yeyu looked at Aunt Liu and continued, "Aunt Liu, you'd better not go out today. I've calculated your fate. Be careful of bloody disasters." "Dead child, how can you talk like that? Why? Don't you learn something else? But learn to be a charlatan. You will have bloody disasters." Aunt Liu heard this and jumped up and yelled. Yeyu sneered, "Ha! Walk carefully, you might fall and get a bloody head." Aunt Liu was furious and turned to leave, but she accidentally stepped on a banana peel. Bang! Ah! Help, it's bleeding. Yeyu whistled on the way to school, feeling particularly happy. Aunt Liu is narrow-minded, doesn't do good things with her mouth, can't stand seeing others doing well, and is very unpopular. She used to mock Yeyu openly or secretly. Originally, Yeyu only mocked it in his heart, but since he got the system, Yeyu felt that he had let himself go. He just scolded Aunt Liu and felt very happy. Moreover, this super mental arithmetic can also be used to deduce budgets. It simply has the aura of a charlatan. Woo-woo. Walking on the road, a little girl's cry caught Yeyu's attention. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old, wearing a white dress, was sitting on the side of the road, with her head buried in her arms, crying softly. Yeyu did not see any adults around the little girl. Maybe the little girl was lost? Yeyu squatted beside the little girl and asked softly, "Little sister, what's wrong with you? Can't you find your family?" Hearing Yeyu's question, the little girl stopped crying, sobbed, and raised her head. Her white and rosy face, a pair of big watery eyes were dripping tears, and under her upturned nose was a small red mouth. What a cute little loli. Woo, it's the dog. The dog is floating. The dog is floating? Yeyu really wanted to ask the little girl, "Is it because you can't lift the knife?" Yes! The dog is floating. The little girl stretched out her hand and pointed to a big tree on the side of the road. Yeyu looked in the direction of the little girl's finger and laughed immediately. Next to the big tree, there were 3 or 4 small animal-shaped hydrogen balloons floating, and a palm-sized little white dog was tied under the balloon. This little white dog, which had just been born not long ago, seemed to be a little afraid of heights. Its dark eyes looked at Yeyu and the others innocently, calling out, "Woo, woo, woo." Tang was afraid that the dog would be lost, so she tied it to a balloon, and then the dog floated. As she said this, the little girl almost cried again. Looking at the tearful little girl Tang, Yeyu's head was big, but the dog was floating 4 or 5 meters high and he couldn't reach it. By the way, Yeyu's eyes lit up. Isn't there a flying card trick? Little sister, watch brother use this playing card to perform a magic trick for you, okay? Yeyu reached into his pocket and took out a playing card, shaking it in front of Tang. As long as Tang closes her eyes and counts to 5, brother can turn this playing card into a dog. Yes, 1, 2. The little girl nodded, closed her eyes obediently, and counted. Yeyu stood up, holding the playing card between his fingers, looking at the floating hydrogen balloon. A stream of information poured into his mind. Height 4.21 meters, wind speed 2.3 meters per second, air humidity 70%, angle 30 degrees. In just a moment, with the help of supermental arithmetic, Yeyu has mastered all possible situations. With a slight flick of his wrist and force between his fingers, the playing card turned into a residual shadow and flew out. Swish! The playing card flew out quickly, cutting the rope tied to the little white dog, and then lost power and fell down with the little white dog. Yeyu flashed to take the fallen little white dog and playing cards, and shouted in his heart, "Yes! The accuracy and strength are just right. 4, 5. Tang opened her eyes and a little white dog was right in front of her. Tang, look, the puppy is here. Yeyu handed the little white dog to the little girl, Tang. Tang first looked at the little white dog blankly, then looked at the hydrogen balloon, clapped her hands, and jumped up happily. Wow, big brother is so great. The playing card really turned into a dog. Yeyu looked at the happy little girl and rubbed her black hair. This playing card is for you, Tang. The dog is back. Go find your family. Oh, oops. Tang stuck out her tongue. Tang lost her aunt. Tang, where are you? An anxious cry came from the intersection. Aunt, I'm here! Tang called out to a young woman in a plain long dress and with a gentle appearance not far away. Tang, you scared your aunt to death. The woman ran over and hugged Tang. Aunt, big brother helped Tang find Xiaobai. Tang climbed into the woman's arms and said to the woman. Although the young woman didn't know what happened, she could tell that Tang liked Yeyu very much and knew that Yeyu was not a bad person. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to bother you. The woman bowed slightly, and with her soft and elegant face, she really looked like a person in a painting. It's okay, I like Tang too. Yeyu raised his hand to check the time and thought to himself that it was bad. It's getting late and class is about to start. Tang, brother is leaving. After Yeyu finished speaking, he turned and ran towards the school. Big brother, what's your name? Tang shouted behind Yeyu. Call me Spade K. Yeyu pointed to the poker cards in Tang's hand. Tang picked up the poker cards, which were Spade K, and waved at Yeyu's back, then carefully put the poker cards away. Tang, don't leave alone in the future. There are big monsters catching children recently. Do you understand? The soft and elegant woman saw Yeyu walking away, squatted in front of Tang and said, Yes, I understand, Aunt. It was almost time for class, and many students poured into the gate. Many luxury cars stopped, and students wearing Xiangyu Middle School uniforms came out of them. Thank you, Hanshe. Please take me to school. The one who spoke was a beautiful young girl, whose school uniform seemed to have been modified, which further highlighted her immature figure. No, we are good friends. The one who answered was a tall girl with long black hair draped over her shoulders. When she turned her head, her hair fluttered, revealing a pretty face, like a lotus emerging from the water, holy and charming. The girl's name was Han Shui. At the age of only 16 or 17, you could see that she was a stunning beauty. Standing next to Han Shui, the person who just thanked her was named Qin Qing. Han Shui's best friend. Qin Qing looked at Han Shui's profile, and a hint of jealousy appeared in her eyes, and then she hid it. Han Shui had a good family background. Her father was a wealthy businessman in Mingzhou City. He was one of the most important figures in the entire southeast province, not to mention Mingzhou City. Her mother was a master of Chinese painting. She was only 40 years old and was famous throughout China. Moreover, Han Shui not only had a good family background and was good at studying, but also looked outstanding. This made Qin Qing, who was standing aside as a foil, very envious or jealous. But in order to make friends with this friend, Qin Qing had always hidden her jealousy deep in her heart. Han Shui, I heard that Ouyang Yu from your class has been pursuing you. He is the most handsome boy in our school. His family is rich. Why don't you agree? We are not suitable. Han Shui lifted her hair and said softly, and I don't want to fall in love in high school. Ha! Still pretending to be noble. Qin Qing cursed in her heart, then smiled. Oh, my sister Shui, what era is it now? There are still high school students as old-fashioned as you. If Ouyang Yu was willing to pursue me, I would have agreed to him long ago. Han Shui laughed when she heard it. Ha ha, then let him pursue you. I? Qin Qing was about to say something when the exclamations of several girls in the distance attracted their attention. Wow! Handsome guy. Which class is he from? Where? He's really a handsome guy. He actually looks more handsome than Ouyang Yu. Oh my god, did he just transfer here? Why didn't I notice it before? Wow, he smiled at me. I want to give birth to a baby for him. Ye Yu looked at the fat girl who was seriously overweight, and his mouth twitched. Give birth to a baby? I'm afraid I can't lift you. Speechlessly looking at the circle of girls who gradually surrounded him with red eyes, Ye Yu shuddered and ran into the teaching building quickly. Qin Qing heard the screams of the girls and curled her lips in disdain. Is there any boy in Xiangyu Middle School who is more handsome than Ouyang Yu? Are these people's aesthetics so low? Any cat or dog dares to compare with Ouyang Yu. In Qin Qing's heart, Ouyang Yu is not only handsome, but also rich, very rich. He is really more handsome than Ouyang Yu. Han Shui said softly, and suddenly felt her heart beat a little faster. From a distance, they only saw Ye Yu's profile. Under his slightly messy black hair, he had a pair of eyes as bright as black gemstones, a straight nose, and angular cheeks that looked perfect. What was even more impressive was his temperament, like a sharp blade out of its sheath, showing his edge and being outstanding. Wow, Han Shui, look, he is really handsome. He is more handsome than Ouyang Yu from your class. Qin Qing instantly forgot her previous thoughts and exclaimed while pulling Han Shui's arm. Him? He seems to be from our class. Han Shui looked at Ye Yu's profile and felt very familiar, but she couldn't believe it was him. From your class? Han Shui, don't lie to me! Is there any boy in your class who is more handsome than Ouyang Yu? Qing didn't believe it, because she was very familiar with Han Shui's class 1 of Senior 3. This? Maybe I saw it wrong. Watching Ye Yu walk into the teaching building, Han Shui also began to be uncertain. Is this person Ye Yu, her desk mate? After 3 years of sitting at the same table, Han Shui suddenly found that she seemed to have very little communication with Ye Yu, and even his appearance in her mind seemed to be blurred. Senior Class 1, Ye Yu stepped into this familiar yet unfamiliar classroom again. What is familiar is that Ye Yu has studied here for nearly 3 years. What is unfamiliar is that in these 3 years, one more and one less of him is not much. In the classroom, most of the students have already sat down whispering to each other, waiting for class. When Ye Yu stepped into the classroom, they all quieted down and stared at Ye Yu blankly. Ah! Handsome guy? A girl's scream interrupted the silence of everyone. Who is this person? Is he from our class? Handsome guy, what's your name? Do you have a girlfriend? Compared with the smiling and enthusiastic female classmates, the male classmates are much more silent, and the face of one boy is even gloomier. This person is Ouyang Yu, the one who humiliated Ye Yu after school yesterday. Before Ye Yu came in, Ouyang Yu was the focus of everyone. He enjoyed the admiring gazes of the girls and the envious gazes of the boys, but since Ye Yu came in, he seemed to have become a clown who was leaving the stage. Ouyang Yu is also quite handsome, but at this moment, his gloomy face, coupled with his narrow and long eyes with cold light, looks much colder. This is Class 1, Grade 3. Who are you? What are you doing here? Ouyang-Yu's cold voice made the classmates quiet down. Ye-Yu looked up at Ouyang-Yu, who was standing in front of him, the legendary male god Schoolgrass, the classmate who once regarded him as an ant, and chuckled. Don't you recognize me? My name is Ye-Yu, and I am a student in Class 1, Grade 3. And you are blocking my way. Ye-Yu? From Class 1, Grade 3? Ouyang-Yu almost laughed. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Ye-Yu provocatively. If you want to replace me, you have to find someone with a name and surname, Ye-Yu. Don't I know what he is like? Oh? Then tell me what Ye-Yu is like? Ye-Yu took a step forward, staring at Ouyang-Yu with his eyes, like a deep pool of water. The unique aura of a spiritual sword body rose from Ye-Yu, sharp as a sword, and stabbed at Ouyang-Yu. Ouyang-Yu stared, speechless, his legs trembling, and a trace of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. At this moment, Ouyang-Yu seemed to be pressed against his chest by a sharp sword, and the sharp aura made him dare not move at all. Can't say it? Then please leave. Don't lie in the middle of the road like a toad, annoying people. Ye-Yu took another step forward, with a stronger aura, oppressing Ouyang-Yu's face pale, like a little white rabbit in the tiger's mouth. Okay? Ouyang-Yu's face turned pale, his whole body trembled, and he moved his feet mechanically to make way. After Ye-Yu left, Ouyang-Yu realized that he had unconsciously dodged, and then his pale face became gloomy. Ouyang-Yu did not dare to look at Ye-Yu's back, but shouted angrily to the silent classmates in the class. He is not Ye-Yu at all. What are you doing? Get him out quickly. He can't be Ye-Yu. The classmates looked at Ouyang-Yu, who was angry, and then turned to look at Ye-Yu, who was sitting in his seat, and they were a little at a loss. He is Ye-Yu. A clear and beautiful voice sounded, and I don't know when, Han Shui's figure appeared at the door of the classroom. Looking at Ye-Yu's figure, her eyes were a little complicated. Han Shui, how could he be Ye-Yu? Don't be fooled by him. Ouyang-Yu saw that Han Shui looked at Ye-Yu with a strange look, so he quickly stopped Han Shui and stepped forward to say, Ye-Yu is my deskmate. I know him better than you. Please move aside. Han Shui frowned, walked around Ouyang-Yu and went to her seat. Ouyang-Yu stood behind Han Shui, facing Ye-Yu's half-smile, and the anger in his heart made him almost crazy. But he was just scared by Ye-Yu and was still a little scared of Ye-Yu, so he had to return to his seat angrily. Ye-Yu, I didn't expect that you would change so much overnight. Han Shui sat next to Ye-Yu, tilted her head, looked at Ye-Yu with sparkling eyes, and was very curious about why Ye-Yu had such an obvious change. Maybe I changed my hairstyle? Ye-Yu stretched out his hand to fiddle with his hair and said to Han Shui with a smile. Han Shui was stunned at first, then she started to laugh. Haha, Ye-Yu, I find you are much more interesting now than before. Han Shui held her pretty face with both hands, propped up on the table, and wrinkled her nose at Ye-Yu. You used to be dull and a dull person, not like now. Hum, chatterbox, click. Ouyang-Yu's seat was not far from Ye-Yu's side. He listened to Han Shui and Ye-Yu's conversation with his ears erect. His eyes swept over Han Shui's face, which was full of anger and laughter. He was so angry that his face turned blue and he broke the writing pen in his hand fiercely. Hearing the voice coming from Ouyang-Yu, Ye-Yu's mouth curled up. It's what he deserved. This is just the beginning. This Ouyang-Yu has been pursuing Han Shui painstakingly, but Han Shui has never paid attention to him. Han Shui, who ignored him, talked and laughed with Ye-Yu. Ouyang-Yu's anger can be imagined. Wow, amazing. Ye-Yu, you really have the aura of picking up girls now. Han Shui's cheeks were a little red and she exclaimed at Ye-Yu. Han Shui's heartbeat quickened a little and she was attracted by the smile that Ye-Yu had just raised. Did I attract you? Ye-Yu blinked at Han Shui. Go to hell, I don't know how to fall in love in high school. Han Shui's eyes were obviously flustered. But to be honest, your facial features haven't changed much from before. But for some reason, it seems that you have changed drastically, just like a beautiful jade hidden in a stubborn stone seeing the light of day again? Yes, that's what you said. Han Shui clapped her hands and agreed with Ye-Yu's analogy. After saying that, Han Shui looked at Ye-Yu in confusion. Then why did you change like this? Ye-Yu sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the system, he would probably still be as mediocre as before, with no sense of existence. I used to live in a muddle, but now I've realized that life is like the passing of time. Instead of doing nothing, why not live a carefree life? Hanshe first carefully savored what Yeyu said and was about to nod, but then she realized that Yeyu hadn't said anything at all. Humph, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You're talking about the passing of time. People who don't know you would think you're an old man. Hanshe rolled her eyes at Yeyu and almost fell for it. Bang! Ouyang slammed the table hard. This couple, they don't take me seriously. Everyone in the school knows that he is pursuing Han Shui, and you, Yeyu, dare to openly swing a hoe? Ouyang stood up and was about to scold Yeyu when he found that Yeyu was looking at the door of the classroom with a smile on his face. Ouyang was startled, knowing that something was wrong. He turned around and saw that an old man in elegant clothes had walked into the classroom. Ouyang face flushed red. He opened his mouth but could only utter, "Hello, teacher!" If it was an ordinary person, Ouyang would not take him seriously, because Ouyang mother was a school director, and such an identity was enough for him to do whatever he wanted. But the old man who walked in was different. Wu Suowei, he was a math teacher, but not an ordinary math teacher. He was over 70 years old, not to mention his upright temper. He was also a member of the Mathematics Society and a teacher who had served as the principal of Xiangyu Middle School. This person came to Xiangyu Middle School to teach at the request of the principal. When the principal saw him, he had to call him teacher. Just like his name, it didn't matter who he was facing, no matter who you were. Facing this teacher, Ouyang didn't dare to act rashly. He could only glare at Yeyu fiercely, suppress his anger, and turn around to listen to the class. Yeyu looked up at the math teacher who was giving a lecture on the podium. This old man was quite accomplished in the field of mathematics. In the past, listening to his lectures was like listening to a book from heaven. Now it seems that the book from heaven has come down to earth. Looking down, the exercises and formulas in the textbook came into his mind. With the talent of supermental arithmetic, Yeyu suddenly found that the math problems and formulas that had given him a headache had become so simple at this moment. Ah! Yeyu looked at the math teacher who was talking nonstop on the podium and sighed softly. In the past, not understanding was a trouble, but now it is also a trouble to understand too well. What's wrong? Don't you understand? Hanshe heard Yeyu's sigh and turned to ask Yeyu quietly. Yeyu shook his head and said nothing. With the talent of supermental arithmetic, what else could Yeyu say? Here! Hanshe handed Yeyu a notebook. This is my notebook. Take it and have a look. It will be helpful to you. Yeyu was a little stunned. What was he doing? I shook my head because these are too simple and sound boring, not because I don't know how to do it. I mean, the teacher explained it too simply. Bang! Ouyang slapped the table and stood up with a smug look on his face. He has always been keeping an eye on Yeyu. Old man, Wu hates students who don't follow the rules in class the most, so as long as there is a chance, Ouyang will report Yeyu to Old Man Wu. Although there will be no big punishment, the small punishment is also a relief. Now Ouyang finally got the chance he had been waiting for. Ouyang, what are you doing? Wu Suowei's face sank, and he looked at Ouyang and said in a deep voice, The teacher is not me, but Yeyu. He talked to other people and disturbed my study. Ouyang looked at Yeyu, and his eyes showed a happy look. Who is he talking to? Wu Suowei asked immediately. Ouyang smile froze. He couldn't say he was talking to Han Shui. This? Yeyu, he also said that you explained it too simply. This is the final question of the college entrance examination. You said it was too simple? Then I don't know what you mean by a difficult question. Ouyang looked at Yeyu provocatively. You are really bragging without paying taxes. You dare to say anything. Wu Suowei shifted his sights to Yeyu, looked at Yeyu, and said in a cold tone, Yeyu, did you really say it? Yeyu stood up, ignoring Han Shui, who kept pulling at the corner of his clothes, and said loudly, I said it. Ouyang breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on his mouth widened a little. If you don't take the road to heaven, you are really looking for death. Originally, I was worried that Yeyu would deny it, but now Yeyu answered so confidently. If you don't die this time, who will die? Wu Suowei laughed when he heard that. Oh, then you solve this problem. If you solve it, I won't pursue it and will reward you. But if you can't solve it, Wu Suowei's face darkened. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Yangyu almost jumped up in surprise. Ha ha, Yeyu, let's see what you can do this time. Wait for a serious demerit. Han She, who was next to Yeyu, was so angry that her cheeks swelled up. Really? Let's see what you can do this time. Oh, it seems that I have to ask the principal for help. Yeyu glanced at Ouyang-yu and then moved his eyes to the question on the blackboard. Hey, do I need to give you an hour to think about it? Ouyang-yu gloated at Yeyu's embarrassment. Han She below picked up a pen and started to calculate, hoping to solve the problem and help Yeyu, but soon frowned. It was worthy of being the final score-raising question of the college entrance examination. This question was too difficult. I have to say, teacher, the question you asked is really of high level. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to answer it. Yeyu looked at the blackboard. There was a string of numbers on it. If it were yesterday, Yeyu would think that these were just alien characters. But now, heh! Ha, old man Wu teacher. I said Yeyu was bragging. How could he? Seeing Yeyu say this, Ouyang-yu laughed wildly. The answer is square root of 2. Yeyu's voice rang out in the classroom. Can you solve this problem? Ouyang-yu was stunned. The answer was given so quickly, it must be nonsense. Yeyu, you've gone too far. If you can't solve it, just say you can't solve it. Do you still take Teacher Wu seriously when you make up stories like this? Ouyang-yu pointed at Yeyu's nose and shouted. His tone was harsh, but the joy in his eyes was even more obvious. Old man Wu hated making up stories the most. This time, Yeyu would definitely be guilty of aggravating his crime. Not only Ouyang-yu, but other students also stared at Yeyu blankly. Is it really okay for you to make up an answer so confidently? Han She covered her face with her hands. She was really a pig teammate. I couldn't help her at all. Seeing that Yeyu was still standing there with an unchanged expression, Ouyang-yu was not going to do it anymore. It had come to this point, and he was still pretending. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Yeyu, why? Don't you apologize to Teacher Wu? It seems that you really don't take Teacher Wu seriously. Ouyang-yu shouted at Yeyu again. Shut up! Wu Suowei shouted. Did you hear that? I told you to shut up. Ouyang-yu raised his head and began to be proud. Wu Suowei pointed at Ouyang-yu's nose and spit directly on his face. I told you to shut up. Huh? Ouyang-yu was stunned. His mind went blank. What was going on? Teacher Wu, it's not me. It's Yeyu. It's him. Ouyang-yu quickly explained, hoping that Wu Suowei would scold Yeyu. What do you mean by him? He's right. Wu Suowei looked at Yeyu with a smile. He didn't expect that there was such a person hidden in the class. What? All the classmates looked at Yeyu in disbelief. He actually got the answer right. Han Shui's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yeyu. Her face flushed with excitement. She was now increasingly confused about her deskmate. Ouyang-yu's face changed and he began to panic. He shouted he made it. That's right. It was Yeyu who guessed it right, not him. Enough! Try to guess it for me. Wu Suowei looked at Ouyang-yu in a bad tone. Ouyang-yu shrank his neck and lowered his voice. Then, it is also possible that Yeyu knew the question in advance and knew the answer. Stop talking. This question is new to me and no one else knows it. Ouyang-yu, you have disrupted class discipline many times. I will give you a punishment. After Wu Suowei finished speaking, he ignored Ouyang-yu, whose face was pale, and turned to look at Yeyu with a smile on his face. I didn't expect it, Yeyu. You hid it so well. In the past 3 years, I didn't even realize that you have such deep attainments in mathematics. Yeyu smiled and waved his hand. Teacher, you are embarrassing me. I just seem to have become enlightened recently and suddenly understand a lot of things. Wu Suowei nodded, believed what Yeyu said, and then sighed. So there is a saying of sudden enlightenment. I still don't believe it, but seeing your performance, I have to believe it. By the way, come to my office after class. I will give you a reward. Wu Suowei raised his hand to signal Yeyu and Ouyang-yu. Okay, you all sit down and continue the class. Ouyang-yu, who was almost injured, had to sit down. He originally planned to laugh at Yeyu, but who would have thought that Yeyu's operation was simply amazing? The anger and jealousy that kept gnawing at his heart made Ouyang-yu crazy several times, but since he had just offended Wu Suowei, Ouyang-yu had to hold it in, turned around and glared at Yeyu fiercely. Yeyu looked at Oyangyu's eyes and smiled slightly. He understood the meaning in Oyangyu's eyes. Boy, if you have the guts, don't leave after school. After Yeyu sat down, Hanshe leaned towards him quietly, stretched out her elbow and poked Yeyu. Yeyu, you were so handsome just now. Yeyu blinked at Hanshe. I used to be handsome, too. After class, before Wu Suowei left, he winked at Yeyu, signaling him to follow. Yeyu stood up and followed Wu Suowei to receive the reward. Wu Suowei's office is an independent room with a large area. The four walls are full of mathematics books. A wide desk is placed in the middle of the room, with the four treasures of the study neatly placed on it, which is a bit out of place with the books around it. Look around first, I'm looking for something. Walking into the office, Wu Suowei said to Yeyu, and then leaned over to look for something in a drawer beside him. Yeyu walked to the desk in the middle of the room and saw a piece of rice paper spread out on it, with the words, "There will be a time to ride the wind and waves, and set sail to cross the vast ocean," written on it. Teacher, your handwriting is very good. Yeyu looked at the words. The font was vigorous and powerful, but also free and unrestrained. Hey, Yeyu, you also understand words. Don't understand words, but I can feel the charm of your words. The rigorous framework is a free and unrestrained soul. It seems that the teacher is not as old-fashioned as he appears. Yeyu looked at Wu Suowei, who turned around and laughed. Wu Suowei put the paper in his hand on the table and scolded Yeyu with a smile. Ha ha, you little rascal. I am an old man who is meticulous in learning, but in life, as you said, why not live a carefree life? Did you hear everything? Yeyu's face was a little red. This was what Yeyu said to Han Shui in the classroom. Wu Suowei pointed at Yeyu and said, I've been listening for a while. The little girl from the Han family has been deceived by you. Han family? It seems that you are very familiar with Han Shui. Yeyu was thoughtful. It seems that Han Shui's family background is not simple. To be precise, I have met Han Shui's grandfather several times. He is a general of a country. If you want to pursue Han Shui, I'm afraid you have to work hard. Old Wu is joking. I don't have this plan yet. Wu Suowei straightened his face and looked at Yeyu and said, Do you know why I called you here? Yeyu shook his head. Let me show you this. Wu Suowei handed the paper on the table to Yeyu. Yeyu took the paper and looked at it. What is this? Princeton University Mathematics Competition. You kid can't be ignorant of this. As long as you get a good ranking, it will be of great help to you, whether you are recommended for admission to higher education or studying abroad. Yeyu put down the paper and looked at Wu Suowei. No, of course I know. It's the most prestigious mathematics competition in the world. I just didn't expect you to let me participate. Wu Suowei sat on the chair and sighed. Hey, on the one hand, we haven't gotten any good rankings for several consecutive sessions. On the other hand, I hope you can lead the team and win glory for us. Do you really believe that I will win the championship? Yeyu looked at Wu Suowei steadily. It was hard to believe that he would trust himself so much. I believe it. The confidence in your eyes makes me believe you. You are right. Hearing this, Yeyu straightened his chest. That kid will never disappoint your hopes. Good boy. Wu Suowei nodded with satisfaction. The competition will be held at the end of the year, and there is still half a year. I will train you well in the future. Don't complain. I am very happy to do it. Ding. I dare not refuse the elder's gift. This is the first time the host accepts a task and the reward is a lottery. This is all right? This reward is very spiritual. Back to the classroom, Yeyu sat down in his seat. Yeyu, what reward did Teacher Wu give you? Han Shui on the side was curious about what reward Wu Suowei gave Yeyu. Yeyu leaned back and curled his lips. Hey, I thought it was something good. Who knew that I would take an exam? Exams? It's a mathematics competition held by Princeton University. I wonder if this is a reward or a punishment? Bang! Yeyu's calf was kicked by Han Shui. What are you doing? Humph! This mathematics competition is currently the most valuable competition. If you really get a good ranking, it will be very helpful in the future. I have to go abroad. I wonder if I will have trouble acclimatizing to the local climate. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Wu Yangyu has been eavesdropping on Yeyu's words with his ears perked up. After Yeyu finished speaking, Wu Yangyu's heart moved. Princeton University? It looks very familiar. By the way, won't my cousin also participate in this competition? Thinking of this, Ouyang-Yu's eyes flashed. He will talk to his cousin about it and let Ye-Yu embarrass himself abroad. System. Ye-Yu sat in his seat, calmed his mind, and called the system. He had just received a lottery draw and Ye-Yu couldn't wait to try it. Human race, Yu, first level Taoist. Physique, spirit sword body. Number of thefts, 0. Dao value, 81,000. Talent, flying cards, super mental arithmetic. Number of draws, 1. Ye-Yu's eyes lit up, and the number of draws really became 1. Ye-Yu was about to click the lottery draw but stopped again looking at Han Shui on the side and asked, Han Shui, how's your luck? Me? Han Shui was stunned for a moment, then continued, I'm very lucky. I won the lottery. What's wrong? Ye-Yu's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand in front of Han Shui. That's perfect. Come, touch my hand. You, what are you doing? I said we don't fall in love in high school. Han Shui was a little shy, and the blush on her face spread to her ears. What are you thinking about? This is just a friendly etiquette between classmates, Ye-Yu said with a smile. After hearing this, Han Shui's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and stretched out her hand to Ye-Yu's hand, gently shook it, and whispered, Is this okay? It's okay, it's okay. Ye-Yu took back his hand, feeling very happy. Ha ha! This time he will definitely draw something good. Han Shui saw Ye-Yu happily took back his hand and wrinkled her nose a little sadly. Wood. Bang! Ouyang-Yu slammed the table. His face was so gloomy that ice was about to fall off. Friendly etiquette between classmates? I don't believe your ghost. Ouyang-Yu had a gloomy face and cursed Ye-Yu in his heart. Bah, you are so mean. I have coveted Han Shui's little hand for a long time, but I didn't expect to let him get it first. In Ye-Yu's mind, on a turntable full of squares, the red pointer gradually slowed down. Han Shui, are you really lucky? Ye-Yu blinked and turned to ask Han Shui. Yes, I won $5. At this point, Han Shui raised her head, a little proud. $5? Ye-Yu swallowed his saliva and asked with some trembling, How much did you buy it for? Han Shui tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, I don't know. When I was a kid, I was curious, so my father gave me a big box of lottery tickets to scratch. A big box? Well, Ye-Yu was completely convinced and no longer had any expectations for the results of this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the 36th set of radio gymnastics of the Galaxy Empire. I said, Radio gymnastics is good. It can move all the joints of the body, increase oxygen consumption, speed up blood circulation, promote metabolism, and prevent lumbar disc herniation from sitting for a long time. What the hell? The 36th set, isn't that also radio gymnastics? Wait, what the hell is this Galaxy Empire? System? The 36th set of radio gymnastics of the Galaxy Empire is an important measure for the Galaxy Empire to improve the physical fitness of the people. This set of radio gymnastics can effectively improve human strength, speed, and flexibility. Ye-Yu was a little anxious. Something was wrong. Continuous exercise can improve the human body's physical fitness by 2 to 5 times. I was shocked. That's fine. I wonder how many times I can achieve. The host's body is approaching perfection and can increase the limit by 5 times. Well, this is possible. How about it? My luck is good. I won $5 in the lottery. Han Shui's voice rang in Ye-Yu's ears. Ye-Yu raised his eyebrows and nodded happily. That's quite good. Ding-ling-ling. Student Ye-Yu, I'll go first. The school bell rang. Han Shui waved at Ye-Yu and left the classroom with a smile. Ouyang-Yu also walked out of the classroom, but before leaving, he hooked his finger at Ye-Yu. Ye-Yu knew that Ouyang-Yu would not let him leave the school easily, but this was exactly what Ye-Yu wanted, to teach him a lesson, to make him behave himself. Behind the school is a dense forest, which is called the Grove by the students of Xiangyu Middle School. The 2-story high trees are lush and green, and it looks very quiet. Whether it is a group fight or a secret date, most students often come here. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests came to the outside of the grove, led by Ouyang-Yu and a tall and strong man with a python tattoo on his chest. Behind the two of them, there were 3 young men with colorful hair and who were rampant in society. Ouyang, who on earth is this person, and why did he ask Brother Snake to do it himself? A green-haired gangster behind him said to Ouyang-Yu. The snake brother he mentioned was the tall and strong man with a python tattoo on his chest, with messy light yellow hair, thin cheeks, and a casual look in his eyes. He put his hands in his pockets, held a cigarette in his mouth, and walked beside Ouyang-yu. He is a loser in our class who wants to steal my girl. I hope Brother Snake will teach him a lesson this time. I will keep him out of bed for a month. Ouyang-yu said hatefully. Huh, brother? Snake blew a smoke ring and then said, It's a piece of cake. As long as the money is in place, let alone a month, even a lifetime is fine. Hey, Brother Snake, don't worry. Money is no problem. Ouyang-yu's eyes flashed with excitement and joy, as if he saw Ye-Yu wailing with his broken leg. When Ye-Yu arrived here, Ouyang-yu and Brother Snake had been waiting for a while. That's him. Ouyang-yu pointed at Ye-Yu's gradually approaching figure and said through gritted teeth. Seeing Ye-Yu approaching calmly, a gangster threw down his cigarette, spat, and yelled at Ye-Yu. Little bastard, you are awesome. You made Brother Snake wait for so long. Ye-Yu ignored him, looked at Ouyang-yu and laughed. I say, Ouyang-yu, your level is too low. You just called these few people? Ye-Yu, I have to admire your courage. Since you are brave enough to come to the grove, then don't walk out. Ouyang-yu said to Ye-Yu viciously. Haha, we are all classmates. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Ye-Yu said indifferently. Recalling the scene of being forced back by Ye-Yu before, and the subsequent talking and laughing with Han Shui, Ouyang-yu became more and more angry. Seeing Ye-Yu showing weakness at this moment, he grinned. Ye-Yu, as long as you kneel down and beg for mercy now, slap yourself 10 times. Shouted Grandpa, I was wrong. Don't get close to Han Shui in the future, and forget about what happened today, otherwise you'll be prepared to lie in bed for a month. Ye-Yu narrowed his eyes, a gleam of light flashed, looking at the complacent Ouyang-yu and said softly, Ouyang-yu, leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. It will not benefit anyone if you do it now. Ha-ha! Ouyang-yu raised his head and laughed wildly. Why, are you scared? Weren't you very arrogant in the morning? Why are you scared now? It's too late. I'm not scared, but we've been classmates for 3 years, and I can't bear to do it. Ouyang-yu relied on his large number of people and looked at Ye-Yu with contempt. What a joke! You, Ye-Yu, are just a piece of shit on the ground. You are worthy of being my classmate. Since you said so, I don't have to hold back. Ye-Yu looked at the complacent Ouyang-yu with a cold look in his eyes. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. Before Ouyang-yu could speak, the green-haired gangster brought by Snake Brother took action first. He stretched out his hand and took out a knife, looking at Ye-Yu provocatively. Did you see the knife? Don't hold back. Let me make you bleed first. Wait a minute. Snake Brother waved his hand at the green-haired gangster. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Ye-Yu. Boy, you are very arrogant, but I don't know if you have the capital to be arrogant. Ouyang-yu was very happy to see that Ye-Yu had angered Snake Brother, because Ouyang-yu knew where this Snake Brother came from. He was not an ordinary person, but a subordinate of Qianhu, and Qianhu could be said to be the underground leader of Mingzhou City. You can try. Ye-Yu still looked at Brother Snake calmly, without any fear. Brother Snake was surprised at Ye-Yu's calmness. There were only 2 reasons why an ordinary high school student could be so calm. 1, he was a greenhorn. 2, he really had something to rely on. As a seasoned veteran in society, Brother Snake would definitely try things out when he encountered something he was not sure about. You guys go ahead! At Brother Snake's signal, the 3 subordinates he brought with him ran towards Ye-Yu with punches. Bang! 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 In an instant, with 1 punch and 2 kicks, the 3 hooligans all flew backwards and fell to the ground holding their stomachs, almost vomiting the overnight meal. Compared to Ye-Yu's transformed body, both in strength and speed, it has exceeded the average human quality by 3 times. In Ye-Yu's eyes, the movements of these 3 little hooligans were no different from slow motion. Relying on his own physical fitness, Ye-Yu didn't even need to warm up to deal with the 3 of them. Ouyang-yu, is this the person you invited? I have to say, he's a sucker. Ye-Yu didn't even look at the gangster who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and walked straight towards Ouyang-yu. Ouyang-yu was originally very proud, but when he saw the 3 gangsters fall to the ground in an instant, he was stunned. Now seeing Ye-Yu approaching, Ouyang-yu's face changed and he quickly took a step back. Ye-Yu, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. Yeyu looked at Ouyang with a frightened look on his face and smiled. Misunderstanding? Didn't you say that I was stealing your girlfriend? Why, how could it be? You and Han Shui are a perfect match made in heaven. I wish you all the best. Seeing Yeyu pressing forward step by step, with a fierce momentum coming towards him, Ouyang was almost scared to kneel down. The three gangsters were still lying on the ground, holding their stomachs and howling. Ouyang didn't want to lie in bed for a month. I say, Master Ouyang, how come you are considered a figure in Mingzhou City? Why are you so timid? Brother Snake's frivolous voice sounded in Ouyang ears. Brother Snake? Ouyang regained a glimmer of hope. Can Brother Snake deal with Yeyu? Ha, I have to say that your classmate's physical fitness is unexpectedly good, far beyond ordinary people. But he has never practiced martial arts. Brother Snake narrowed his eyes, stared at Yeyu, and said to Ouyang, Can Brother Snake beat him? Ouyang stood behind Brother Snake and asked with a little joy. Ha! How can an ordinary person with better physical fitness be stronger than me? After all, I am also a first-class warrior. Brother Snake raised his head, his eyes full of disdain, and he looked quite proud. Ha! Brother Snake is mighty. I feel relieved with Brother Snake's words. Ouyang raised his head again and looked at Yeyu with contempt. Yeyu, for the sake of our class, as long as you kneel down and beg for mercy and leave Han Shui, I can intercede for you and let you lie in bed for a month. Otherwise, you will be prepared to lie in bed for the rest of your life. Yeyu looked at Ouyang bullying and was quite disdainful. Hey, Ouyang, you've risen again. Didn't you just bless me in Han Shui? Bah, you, a toad, want to eat swan meat? With Brother Snake here, you can't walk out of the grove today. Ouyang stood beside Brother Snake with a sneer on his face, as if he saw Yeyu's miserable wailing. Yeyu ignored Ouyang and asked Brother Snake, I have a question for you. What's the matter with this level of warrior? Ha! I'll tell you because you have good talent. Brother Snake looked at Yeyu with a little envy in his eyes. Talent is not good at all. It's simply a gifted talent. Judging from the speed of Yeyu's punches and kicks just now, his physical fitness is at least twice that of ordinary people. It's equivalent to a 100-meter race. Others are still at the starting line, but Yeyu is almost at the finish line. A typical victory at the starting line. Warrior. A martial artist who kills the enemy is called a warrior. Snake's slightly eerie voice sounded, causing Ouyang behind him to cross his arms, shudder, and take a step back. First grade training for skin, second grade nourishing for blood, third grade softening for tendons, fourth grade refining for bones, fifth grade washing for marrow, and sixth grade holding for elixir. This is the sixth grade of warrior. Seeing Yeyu's somewhat surprised look, Snake sneered disdainfully. Boy, I advise you to kneel down and beg for mercy, otherwise, your legs will really be broken. Warrior? That's great. It turns out that this world is very big and exciting. Hearing what Snake said, Yeyu clenched his fists and became excited. So this is what I want most? Warrior. Yeyu looked at Snake, who was secretly proud of himself, and chuckled. There are many low-level warriors like you. Hearing this, Snake narrowed his eyes as cold as a snake. Heh, low-level? Do you think it's so easy to become a warrior? I followed Brother Tiger and practiced for 8 years to reach today's level. Boy, I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Hiss. Snake waved his hands and made a hissing sound in the air, just like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. With a slip of his feet, he twisted his body like a giant python in the bushes and flashed in front of Yeyu. With a swing of his arms, like a venomous snake coming out of a hole, he came to Yeyu's chest with a pungent smell. Bang! Yeyu crossed his arms and blocked Snake's attack, but under the huge impact of Snake, he retreated 7 or 8 steps. What a great strength! Shaking his arms, Yeyu felt the tingling in his arms and had an intuitive impression of warriors. Boy, I have to say, Brother Snake, I envy you for having such a strong physique. Brother Snake stopped and looked at Yeyu's figure. He was not envious, but jealous. He envied Yeyu for having such an excellent physique and was born to be comparable to the realm he had practiced for 7 or 8 years. Thinking about his years of hard work and Yeyu was born to have it, Brother Snake felt extremely unbalanced. But if Brother Snake knew that Yeyu had gained such strength in just 1 day, he would probably collapse. Brother Snake's eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. I want to break his bones. Destroy him completely. The thought that he could destroy this genius made Brother Snake more and more excited. Die! Brother Snake shouted and pounced on Yeyu, like a tiger pounced on a lamb to be slaughtered. Bang, bang, bang. Although Yeyu had never practiced martial arts and had no rules in his moves, he was able to block Brother Snake's attack in a short period of time with his physical fitness and reaction ability far beyond that of ordinary people. Snake's fists were like snake heads, his legs were like whips, and his moves were grim, just like a python that had become a spirit. His attacks hit Yeyu like a violent storm. Under Snake's attack, Yeyu kept retreating. His arms were getting more and more sore, and he was almost unable to stop Snake's attack. Yu, who was watching the two fighting from a distance, was even more excited. Even though he couldn't see the two's fight clearly, he could tell from Yeyu's constantly retreating steps that Snake had completely gained the upper hand. Snake! Hit him! Break his legs! I want to make him a cripple! Yu shouted excitedly from behind. Snake smiled, revealing his shiny teeth, and stared at Yeyu with bloodshot eyes. Almost there. Almost there. Snake, who continued to explode, felt that he had reached his peak, and his attacks had never been so enjoyable. Snake became more and more excited, and his face became completely hideous and distorted. Not only will I break his legs, I will cripple him. Hiss! Brother Snake's hand turned into a claw, like a poisonous snake with its fangs bared, biting towards Yeyu's throat with a vicious momentum. Damn it! Is there really no way out? Yeyu was anxious. If I had kung fu moves, why would I be afraid of this Brother Snake? Moves! Yeyu inexplicably remembered the 36th set of radio gymnastics that he had won in the lottery. Seeing that Brother Snake's hand was about to grab his throat, Yeyu had no time to think. He stomped his feet and used this set of radio gymnastics. Just as Brother Snake grabbed Yeyu, a light shout rang out from Yeyu's mouth. Jumping exercise! Swish! Feeling that his grasp was empty, Brother Snake was completely stunned. What happened? Yeyu suddenly disappeared? 7 or 8 meters away from Brother Snake, Yeyu was also stunned. Is it so fierce? Jump 7 or 8 meters. This set of radio gymnastics is simply 666. Just a last-ditch struggle. Snake didn't believe that Yeyu could dodge his attack. It was just a coincidence. With his body contracting and stretching, Snake suddenly jumped up like an attacking cobra and grabbed again with his claws. Stretching exercise! Pah! Yeyu waved his left hand and slapped Snake in the face. Snake covered his face and turned around twice on the spot. His eyes were confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Yu behind him was stunned. He was fine just now. How come he suddenly changed? Jumping exercise? Stretching exercise? This is radio gymnastics. Are you kidding me? Snake, go! Hit him! Yu saw that Snake had stopped and shouted from behind. Feeling his face starting to swell and seeing Yeyu raising his hand, Snake was a little scared. This inexplicable attack was so weird. He's just trying to attack me. Snake covered his swollen face with his hands and spoke unclearly. This is radio gymnastics. He's bluffing you. Go and break his legs. Yu cheered behind Snake. Radio gymnastics? Which sect is it from? Snake asked Yu. He didn't know the name at all. Fuck, you've never been to school? You don't know radio gymnastics? Yu almost couldn't breathe. I don't know shit. I haven't been to school. What's the next move? Let me think. Yu scratched his head and thought about what he did during the break. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's kicking exercise. Kicking exercise? Snake understood. It seems that the next move is a leg attack. Snake's eyes were fixed on Yeyu's feet, alert to Yeyu's leg attack. Chest expansion exercise. Yeyu smiled. This is the consequence of not doing exercises properly during the break. A straight punch went through Snake's hands and hit him in the chest. Kaka? Snake seemed to hear the sound of his ribs breaking as he flew backwards. Puff? Snake fell to Uyungyu's side and spit out blood. Didn't you say the next move was a kicking exercise? Uyungyu looked at Yeyu, who was gradually approaching, trembled all over, and quickly stepped back. I don't know, I did all the exercises during class. Hearing this, Snake almost got internal injuries and wanted to kick Uyungyu. You bastard, don't study hard. Seeing Yeyu getting closer and closer, Snake glanced left and right, knowing that he was no match for Yeyu and prepared to run away. Is this a stone? Snake's eyes lit up and a plan came to his mind. Whoosh! A fist-sized stone pierced through the air, drew a straight line, and hit Yeyu's forehead. Yeyu stopped and tilted his head slightly, and the stone whizzed past with the sound of wind. Looking again, Brother Snake exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and his legs bounced, and he quickly rushed away. Brother Snake did not run away in a straight line, but moved left and right, like a grass snake in the bush, and started to move like a snake. Yeyu looked at Brother Snake's fleeing figure and sneered. Ha! Can you escape? Reaching out, Yeyu took out a playing card from his pocket. Looking at Brother Snake's fleeing back, Yeyu shook his wrist, and the playing card between his fingers disappeared instantly. Hiss! The playing card tore through the air, and in the blink of an eye it caught up with Brother Snake and passed by him. A line of blood spurted out from Brother Snake's leg, and Brother Snake fell directly to the ground. Ah! What is that? Brother Snake covered his leg with his hand to stop the blood from flowing, turned around and dragged his injured leg, leaning his back against a tree. Watching Yeyu gradually approaching, Brother Snake became more and more scared, but he dared not move anymore because the inexplicable attack just now almost crippled his leg. Run! Why don't you run? Yeyu took out another playing card, held it between his fingers, and asked with a smile while looking at the sweaty snake. Snake stared at the playing card between Yeyu's fingers, his face pale and his eyes terrified. Playing card? You. Are you from the Tang sect? Tang sect? Yeyu shook his head. I don't know what Tang sect is. Hearing Yeyu deny that he was from the Tang sect, Snake breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to be relieved. With a turn of his eyes, he wanted to run away again. Swish! A playing card brushed Snake's cheek and stuck deeply into the tree trunk he was leaning against. Run! Keep running, and see if I will shake my hand and cut your neck. Seeing that Snake still wanted to run, Yeyu took out a playing card and held it between his fingers, sneering at Snake. When Brother Snake saw Yeyu take out another playing card, he trembled with fear. No, don't! I won't run away. Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. It's him. Brother Snake pointed at Ouyang-yu and said sternly, Ouyang-yu paid me to come here. I didn't recognize the real man. I offended little brother. I deserve to die. Brother Snake slapped himself directly and then said, I apologize to little brother. Apologize? Yeyu looked at Brother Snake, who was showing weakness. His eyes were slightly cold, but just now you looked like you wanted to kill me. Yeyu recalled Brother Snake's last attack, which was obviously aimed at his neck. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Brother Snake's face changed obviously when he heard this. How is it possible? How dare I kill you? Killing is illegal, right? Brother Snake seemed to be asking Yeyu, but his real meaning was very clear. That is, asking you not to kill him. It's not to the point of killing, but I can't let you go so easily. Yeyu said coldly. Okay, I admit defeat today. If you have any ideas, just draw them out. Brother Snake leaned against the tree trunk behind him, his body limp and powerless. Yeyu thought for a moment, then spoke. Cut off one of your arms. Get out of here, and don't let me see you again. Brother Snake's eyes shrank and his face turned even paler, but he knew that if he didn't do what Yeyu said, he would definitely not be able to leave. After a moment of silence, Brother Snake gritted his teeth, stood up straight, and swung his left arm directly at the tree trunk behind him. Bang! Snap! With the violent impact, Brother Snake's left arm showed an abnormal bend, and his forearm was obviously fractured. Huh? Brother Snake groaned. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his head, holding his broken arm, and took a few deep breaths. Huh? Little brother, Can I leave now? It's really cruel. Yeyu frowned, looked at the embarrassed Snake brother, and whispered, Let's go. Snake brother did not hesitate, turned around, held his legs, and walked away with his broken arm. If I don't take revenge for this broken arm, my name is written upside. Snake brother twisted his face and cursed Yeyu fiercely in his heart. A sinister and vicious look appeared in his eyes, like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to bite Yeyu at any time. Seeing Snake brother walking away, Yeyu turned around and walked towards Ouyang-yu. The previous scene changed too quickly. From Yeyu being suppressed to successfully counter-killing, Ouyang-yu's mood was ups and downs. especially the situation of Snake Brother breaking his own arm at the end, which made Ouyang-yu frightened. Seeing Ye-Yu walking towards him at this moment, Ouyang-yu was directly paralyzed by fear, fell to the ground, and trembled as he stepped back. Don't come over here." Ouyang-yu was almost scared to tears, looking at Ye-Yu as if he saw a demon. Ye-Yu approached Ouyang-yu step by step. "Do you still want to break my legs? Let me lie down for the rest of my life?" "Ouyang-yu, you are so cruel." Ye-Yu's cold voice made Ouyang-yu more and more frightened. The scene of Brother Snake being forced to cut off his arm was still vivid in his mind. Now he could completely imagine his own fate. "I was wrong. Brother Yu, I was really wrong. For the sake of our classmate, please let me go." Ouyang-yu rolled and crawled, wanting to get back at Ye-Yu, crying and sobbing, completely without the arrogance of the past. "Ha-ha, classmate?" Ye-Yu sneered. Ye-Yu leaned down, staring at Ouyang-yu. "Am I worthy of being your classmate?" Then he picked up a wooden stick and pointed it at one of Ouyang-yu's legs. "Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you?" "Oh my God!" Ouyang-yu rolled his eyes and fainted. His crotch was wet. The air was filled with a foul smell. Ye-Yu threw down the wooden stick and fanned in front of him with his hands in disgust. Seeing that Ouyang-yu really fainted, he stopped. After all, they were classmates, so let's stop here. "Hello, is this 120? There's a person fainted in the grove behind Xiangyu Middle School. Send someone." Ye-Yu put away his phone, looked at the dim sky, and walked away. It was getting dark, and he missed the last bus. Ye-Yu had to walk home, thinking that after this lesson, Ouyang-yu should be quiet for a while. Walking on the road, the endless stream of vehicles pulled out streams of light, interweaving into a large net, weaving out the prosperity of the city at night. "Well, I know, there is a self-study class at school today, so I will be home a little later." At this moment, Ye-Yu was answering a call from his grandfather. Suddenly, his ears moved and his eyes looked towards a secluded alley. "Okay, Grandpa, I'll hang up now." Putting away the phone, Ye-Yu turned and walked towards the alley. After Ye-Yu's body was reborn, his hearing improved a lot. Just now, he vaguely heard a cry for help in the alley. In the dark alley, the dim streetlights brought a ray of light here. A well-proportioned woman was being threatened by two gangsters holding daggers. Under the short hair of the woman, she had a delicate face. Facing the bright dagger, she looked very weak. "Help! Don't come over!" The woman screamed, backing away while waving her small handbag. A short and fat thug heard the woman's cry and laughed. "Don't scream. Play with us brothers. I guarantee you will feel good." Another tall and thin thug also had bright eyes, playing with the dagger in his hand, pointing at the woman. "Beauty, if you scream again, the knife in my hand will not have eyes." "It's you who don't have eyes. Rape? You are so brave." A clear voice sounded at the entrance of the alley, interrupting the laughter of the two thugs. "Who is it?" The two thugs were startled and turned around to look at the entrance of the alley. Under the dim light, the face of the figure looked very blurry. Only the tall figure of the person leaning against the wall at the entrance of the alley could be seen. The short and fat thug squinted his eyes and looked for a long time, and finally saw the person clearly. "Student?" The other tall and thin thug also saw Ye-Yu in school uniform. "Ha ha ha! A high school student is also learning to be a hero and save the beauty?" The tall and thin gangster laughed, then his face sank, the corners of his mouth trembled, and he said viciously, "If you don't want to die, get out! Don't disturb my interest." Behind the two, the woman who was originally held hostage also stopped screaming. She was no longer panicked. She looked at Ye-Yu with clear eyes and was very curious about this student who was a hero and saved the beauty. "I advise you to surrender, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Ye-Yu looked at the two gangsters holding daggers and said lightly, "Second brother, destroy him." The tall and thin gangster's sinister eyes flashed and he greeted, then clenched the dagger and rushed out suddenly. The short and fat gangster heard the words, and the eyes of the eyes rose. The knife flashed and stabbed at Ye-Yu. Swish! Ding-dang! Ah! The two gangsters suddenly stopped. The daggers fell to the ground and both screamed. "My hand!" Two brand new playing cards were stuck in the backs of the hands of the two gangsters holding the knives, and they went straight through their palms. The bright red blood was dripping down the playing cards onto the ground. The woman behind the two gangsters had a flash of color in her eyes. She was shocked when she saw the playing cards stuck in the backs of the two gangsters' hands. What a fierce method! Damn it! I'll fight you! The two gangsters rushed towards Yeyu with red eyes because of the pain. Bang! Bang! Yeyu raised his long legs and kicked left and right, directly kicking the two gangsters to the ground. They didn't get up for a long time. The two hooligans lying on the ground began to get scared when they saw Yeyu approaching. Are all high school students so fierce nowadays? Don't come over here! You are intentionally hurting someone. I'm going to call the police! The tall and thin hooligans rolled his eyes and screamed. Yes, yes, I'm going to call the police. Afraid that Yeyu would hurt them again, the two hooligans shouted directly. Call the police? Yeyu almost laughed. Don't call the police, I'm the police! The clear and beautiful voice of the woman behind the two hooligans rang out, leaving the two hooligans stunned on the spot. Yeyu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and his eyes flashed. So that's why? No wonder the woman was a little unusually calm. You are a policeman? Then why didn't you subdue them directly before? Yeyu looked at the beautiful policewoman and asked, Are you curious about why I designed to catch them? The policewoman saw Yeyu's confusion and spoke. Yeyu nodded and glanced at the two thugs lying on the ground. That's right. If they were two ordinary thugs, they wouldn't let you act as bait. Hearing this, the policewoman's eyes flashed and a smile appeared on her delicate face. I didn't expect that you are so young, but you can see things so clearly. Yeyu curled his lips and said a little depressed, Do I look very young? Of course. The policewoman laughed. Compared to your sister, you are much worse. My name is Kui Ying, a police officer from Mingzhou City Police Department. Nice to meet you, little brother. Kui Ying stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Yeyu. Yeyu also reached out his hand, shook Kui Ying's fair hand and said, My name is Yeyu, a student of Xiangyu Middle School, and I'm glad to meet you, big sister. Kui Ying took out handcuffs and handcuffed the two gangsters on the ground, and then said to Yeyu, Recently, there has been some unrest. Several young girls have disappeared inexplicably, and our police team designed this arrest. Who knew that they just ran into the gun? Yeyu nodded, looking at the two gangsters who wanted to cry but had no tears. Could it be them? It's not us. Officer, we were bewildered today. We really didn't do anything else. The two gangsters shouted quickly, feeling a little wronged, and they must not take the blame for others. Why are you shouting? Are you wronged? Kui Ying shouted. Yeyu did not continue to ask, because it was a secret of the police team, and they would definitely not tell him. Although it was known that these two hooligans were most likely not the people Kui Ying was looking for, they deserved it. If they had met an ordinary woman, it would have been a tragedy. By the way, Yeyu, you are very skilled, especially your flying cards, which are so powerful. Kun remembered the poker cards that Yeyu had shot before. It only flashed and pierced into the back of her hand. The power was really amazing. Well, it may be because I practice frequently, Yeyu said vaguely. If he really told Kui Ying that he had not used his full strength, she would be scared. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a hero saving a beauty, a prize lottery. Yeyu suddenly froze, and the voice of the system rang in his mind. It was really a pleasant surprise. Yeyu, what's wrong with you? Kui Ying saw that Yeyu was stunned and did not speak, and asked curiously. Yeyu heard Kui Ying's voice and came to his senses. This was not the place for a lottery. Oh, it's okay, I see it's late and I'm afraid Grandpa will be worried. Okay, brother, you should go home soon. Kui Ying said to Yeyu, and then took out a piece of paper from her handbag, wrote a string of numbers on it, and handed it to Yeyu. Remember my phone number. You can contact me if you have any questions. Yeyu put the paper away and then waved to Kui Ying. Then goodbye, sister. Kui Ying saw Yeyu walking away, stretched out her finger and pressed it to her ear, and whispered, Xiaoliu, it's time to withdraw. A moment later, a group of 6 or 7 police officers in plain clothes came to the outside of the alley. The leading police officer Liu Wei said to Kui Ying, Captain, what's the situation? Kui Ying stretched out her hand and pointed at the two gangsters. We didn't catch the big fish, but we caught 2 small loaches. Liu Wei turned his head to look at the two gangsters. and happened to see the playing cards stuck on the back of their hands. He asked in surprise, "Captain, aren't you practicing Xingyi? Why are you playing poker now?" "It wasn't me who did it. A high school student came to my aid." Hearing what Kui Ying said, Li Wei was even more surprised. "A high school student? Can poker cards be so powerful? Then he is not an ordinary person." Kui Ying recalled the situation when Ye Yu made his move and said meaningfully, "Based on this card-flying technique, he is definitely not an ordinary person." "Are young people nowadays so powerful?" Liu Wei asked casually. "What does he look like?" "Quite handsome." "Grandpa, I'm back." Ye Yu closed the door and saw his grandfather Ye Weiguo bringing the hot meals to the table. Ye Weiguo heard the voice, raised his head, and a kind smile appeared on his old face. "Xiao Yu is back. I just reheated the food. Let's eat quickly." After dinner, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Ye Weiguo was old and went to bed early. Ye Yu was lying on the bed, his mind was churning, unable to fall asleep. Today was Ye Yu's first fight. The gangsters who looked fierce in the past were now so vulnerable in front of him. But Brother Snake was right. Although his physical fitness was very good, he did not understand martial arts and had no rules for his moves. Otherwise, the fight would have ended more neatly. The 36th set of radio gymnastics, Ye Yu thought of the prize for the lottery again. Although the name was very earthy, the effect was unexpectedly good. If it hadn't been for this set of gymnastics, Ye Yu would have been knocked down by Brother Snake. And the system said that this set of radio gymnastics can also enhance physical fitness by 5 times. Jumping off the bed, Ye Yu started doing this set of radio gymnastics directly in the open space in the house. Stretching exercise, chest expansion exercise, jumping exercise. After the warm-up exercise, the next step is the serious action. Recalling the actions in his mind, Ye Yu's mouth twitched. "This is too perverted. Who came up with this action? Can humans really do it?" Apart from the relatively normal movements in the front, the latter ones simply broke the limits of the human body. Even a yoga master could not do such a perverted movement. Damn it, which pervert designed this movement? It really drives people crazy. Ye Yu cursed inwardly while twisting his waist, legs, and hips. His whole body was almost twisted into a knot. The ground where Ye Yu stood was already wet. These were all the sweat that Ye Yu had shed. With Ye Yu's current physique, he would not sweat even if he ran 5,000 meters at a fast speed. But now, after just a few movements, Ye Yu was already wet all over. Bang! Ye Yu could not maintain the movement and fell directly to the ground, sticking out his tongue, panting, and looked like he was about to die. After a long while, Ye Yu recovered and lay on the ground, unwilling to move. "Huh? Finally finished. I feel like I'm about to die. I'm really curious about how the Galaxy Empire promotes this set of radio gymnastics." Ye Yu lay on the ground, looking at the ceiling above his head, muttering to himself. In fact, Ye Yu was wrong. In the Galaxy Empire, this set of radio gymnastics has always been practiced step by step, one movement at a time. Only those who practice daily and persist for 7 or 8 years can do the whole set of movements in a row. Unlike Ye Yu, he finished the whole set of movements in the first time. Fortunately, the bitterness is rewarded, and the extreme fatigue brings a greater strengthening effect. Waves of heat emanated from Ye Yu's bone marrow, and his whole body was warm. All the muscles in his body relaxed, as if he was soaking in a hot spring, but it was particularly comfortable. Supporting himself to stand up, Ye Yu twisted his waist and felt much more flexible than before. Feeling the soreness in his muscles, Ye Yu frowned. Don't rush it. Doing it once a day is the limit now. However, if the people of the Galaxy Empire knew about this idea, they would probably be shocked. Do it every day? Just maintaining a posture would consume all the energy of an ordinary person. Not to mention doing a whole set. Human race Ye Yu, 1 Taoist. Physique, spiritual sword body. Number of stealing, 0. Tao value, 80,000. Talent, flying cards, super mental arithmetic. Kung Fu, the 36th set of radio gymnastics, entry level. Number of draws, 1. Ye Yu looked at the system panel in his mind. Radio gymnastics is already entry level. It seems that he has to practice hard and strive to reach the highest level. By then, his physical fitness will double. And because this time he was not a successful hero, saving the beauty, there is still 1 draw left. Yeyu rubbed his hands. It was an exciting moment again. Let's draw. On the office building of Xiangyu Middle School, a short and fat middle-aged man was leaning against the window, looking out. The originally straight suit was bulged by his fat belly, which made him look particularly awkward. The sparse hair lay on his shiny head, and his big eyes were wide open, trying to show a bit of majesty. His fat hands, like pig's trotters, held a mobile phone close to his ears. Don't worry, nephew. He's just a poor student. Your uncle will get him out of school in a minute. No problem. How dare he hit me? I know his name is Yeyu, right? Although this greasy, short and fat middle-aged man looks a bit disgusting, he is indeed a well-known figure in Xiangyu Middle School. Zhu Liang, the director of the teaching department. Of course, he got this position not because he is so outstanding, but because he has a good sister, Yan Fengyi, one of the directors of Xiangyu Middle School. Zhu Liang is Ouyang Yu's uncle. He just finished talking on the phone with Ouyang Yu, and at Ouyang Yu's instruction, he wanted to make trouble for Yeyu. Zhu Liang put down his phone and looked at the students who entered the school gate one after another. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. A poor student wanted to make a big move. Yeyu walked into the campus, ignoring the female classmates who admired his beauty, and went straight to the teaching building. Hello, handsome boy. My name is Qin Qing, from class 3. How come I haven't seen you before? A very pure voice sounded in Yeyu's ears. Yeyu turned around and frowned slightly. It's not that the person is ugly. On the contrary, Qin Qing is very beautiful, with a small face as big as a palm, a thin figure, and especially a pair of long legs, which are very white. What made Yeyu frown was the result automatically deduced by supermental arithmetic. Female, 18 years old, height 173 centimeters, weight 90 caddies, bleak measurements, scattered eyebrows, upturned eyes, slightly protruding cheekbones, 2.5 centimeters leg gap. In general, Qin Qing is a narrow-minded, non-original, poor-breasted, and extremely evil person. What's the matter? Yeyu looked at Qin Qing with a pure smile and said lightly, Ahem, well, are you interested in making friends? Qin Qing finished speaking, lowered her head slightly, a blush appeared on her face, stretched out her hand and pulled down her skirt, trying to cover up her overly exposed long legs. Not interested. Yeyu finished speaking, ignored Qin Qing, and walked straight forward. Wait! Qin Qing shouted from behind Yeyu. Why? I'm sorry, you have small breasts, and I don't like breasts that have been used by others. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck Qin Qing, and she was stunned on the spot. When Qin Qing came to her senses, Yeyu had already walked away. Qin Qing clenched her fists tightly, with a look of resentment in her eyes. Bah! Why are you pretending? You poor bastard, you're just a little handsome. You were planning to use him as a spare tire. What a pity. Yeyu walked into the classroom of Class 1 of Senior 3. The noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, and then many students whispered, How is Yeyu okay? I heard that Ouyang Yu asked him to go to the Grove. Yeah, Ouyang Yu is not so easy to talk to. Yeyu doesn't seem to be injured. Hey, pretend to be a grandson. What else can you do? Maybe he lost a lot of money? Yeyu's eyes flashed, and he ignored them and sat down at his seat. Yeyu, I heard that Ouyang Yu called you to the Grove yesterday. Are you okay? Han Shui, who was reviewing, saw Yeyu approaching and asked carefully and worriedly. Yeyu smiled and said, It's okay. I had a friendly discussion with classmate Ouyang Yu. He shouldn't bother me in the future. Really? That's good. I was still worried about you? Are you worried that I would get hurt? Don't worry, I'm very strong. Yeyu raised his arms and bulged his muscles. Huh? Yeyu, what's that on your wrist? So beautiful. Han Shui found a silver chain on Yeyu's wrist with a small glass bottle hanging on it and asked curiously, This is a good thing. Yeyu untied the chain, pinched the small glass bottle, and put it in front of his eyes to look at it. In addition to the exquisite silver chain, this little finger-sized bottle is particularly attractive. The crystal-clear bottle is filled with most of the liquid, and it is glittering with stars in a trance, which has a kind of attractive magic. What on earth is this? It's really beautiful. Han Shui exclaimed as she looked at the small bottle lying quietly in Yeyu's palm. This is called the Truth Potion. Han Shui frowned slightly, a little unbelieving. The Truth Potion? Don't lie to me. Yeyu laughed. I'm really not lying to you. This truth potion can make a person tell the truth in every sentence within 1 minute. Humph, Han Shui snorted lightly. I don't believe you. Yeyu took back the silver chain, wrapped it around his wrist again, and laughed silently. Yeyu didn't lie to Han Shui. This is called the truth potion, which Yeyu won in the lottery last night. True potion. Anyone who comes into contact with the potion will definitely tell the truth within the next minute. After use, it needs to be collected again within 24 hours. This is the explanation given to Yeyu by the system. Although it looks simple, Yeyu knows that this is a good thing. Just being able to make people tell the truth is definitely a sharp weapon. You never know when it will be of great use, and it's not a one-time thing. System, Yeyu called softly in his heart, and the system panel appeared in his mind. Human race, Yeyu, first level Taoist, constitution, spirit sword body, number of steals, 1, Tao value, 81,000, talent flying cards, super mental arithmetic, skills, 36th set of radio gymnastics, item, mantra potion, number of draws, 0. An item option appeared on the system panel, and it was displayed on it, which was the mantra potion. Seeing that there was still 1 steal, Yeyu moved his fingers and wanted to click to draw, but it was about to start class and he was surrounded by classmates, so it was not convenient. Yeyu suppressed his expectation. A sound of footsteps sounded outside the classroom door, and it seemed to pause for a moment before it sounded again. Ouyang Yu, who was still a little pale, walked in. His eyes unconsciously looked in the direction of Yeyu, and Ouyang Yu trembled all over and almost sat on the ground again. It was really that Yeyu brought too much fear to Ouyang Yu yesterday. Swallowing his saliva and calming himself, Ouyang Yu lowered his head and walked towards his seat, no longer showing his arrogant attitude as before. Hey, Ouyang Yu, you were not feeling well yesterday, and I called an ambulance for you. You're feeling better so soon? Yeyu looked at the silent Ouyang Yu and said with a smile, You're already well. Thank you so much. Ouyang Yu shuddered and lowered his eyelids, blocking the resentment in his eyes. What a shame. I will get revenge sooner or later. The anger in Ouyang Yu's heart seemed to be burning, but he didn't dare to show it to Yeyu. He was afraid. Heh! Yeyu saw Ouyang Yu's unwillingness and resentment, and knew that he would not give in so easily, but he had better be prepared to pay the price. Ring? The class bell rang, and English teacher Wu Xianchun walked into the classroom holding a thick stack of test papers. Putting the test papers on the desk, the English teacher knocked on the desk with his fingers. Tap! Tap! Today is an English test. Everyone, put away your books. Crash! Clash! All the students cleared their desks, and no one dared to put relevant materials on the desks, because although Xiangyu Middle School is a private high school, it has always been very strict about learning, especially for students who cheat, and the punishment is severe. When Yeyu heard that it was an English test, he frowned, because his English level was really poor. In fact, Yeyu's English level is okay for ordinary people, but it depends on who you compare with. The students of Xiangyu Middle School are not short of money, and they have more tutors and tutoring classes than anyone else. But Yeyu does not have these foundations, so compared with his classmates, his English level is really not high. Because of this, Yeyu is particularly reluctant to face the English test, because English is really the bottom of the list, and his grades are always at the bottom. However, Yeyu's grades in other subjects are very good, which makes English the only one, which is really embarrassing. Ouyang Yu, who was on the side of Yeyu, glanced at him with his peripheral vision and found Yeyu's slightly worried brows, and became excited. It turns out that he is really not good at English. Ouyang Yu was sure in his heart, and then his eyes became hot, with a hint of sinister smile on his lips. This time, I want you to get out of Xiangyu Middle School. Bang! Bang! Among the teachers of Class 1 of Senior Grade 3, English teacher Wu Xianchun patted the table. Okay, students, the time is up. Hand in the test papers, and the results will be out this afternoon. Seeing Wu Xianchun walk out with the test papers, Yeyu breathed a sigh of relief. For Yeyu, every English test was like going to the execution ground. Haha, Yeyu, you seem to be afraid of English exams? Are you afraid of not doing well in the test? Han Shui saw that Yeyu was obviously relieved and asked with some amusement. Yeah, you also know that my English grades are not good. How about? Hanshui tilted her head, looked at Yeyu, and winked playfully. How about I help you with tutoring? Yeyu thought seriously. I'd better not do it. You are already so handsome. If you study so well, how can others live? Ha ha! Hanshui was instantly amused, clenched her pink fist and knocked Yeyu. How can you be so conceited? I am already very low-key, otherwise I will get a full score in English in a minute to show you. Humph? I don't believe it. Hanshui glanced at her mouth and said in a delicate voice, Don't believe it? You will believe it soon. Ouyang Yu, who was sitting not far from Yeyu, muttered in his heart, with a cold smile on his lips, and glanced at Yeyu with a playful look. But at this moment, Yeyu did not find Ouyang Yu's hidden conspiracy, and was getting up and going out to find a place where no one was, because the number of stealing times today had not been used yet. Yeyu walked to a corner of the teaching building, looked around, no one came, and started stealing today. System, start stealing! Buzz, a familiar and colorful light circle appeared in front of Yeyu, and he raised his right hand and reached in directly. This is a very wide room, with white walls on all four sides, and the floor is as clean as new without a trace of dust. Although clean, it looks a bit messy because of the various strange instruments placed on it. A short and fat old man in a white coat was shuttling in front of various instruments, observing them carefully. Dr. Agasa, where are you? A small figure pushed the door open and stood at the door. The man looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a dark blue suit on the upper body, sports shorts on the lower body, a pair of sports shoes on his feet, and a pair of large-framed glasses, and was shouting anxiously. Is it Conan? I'm here. Hearing the voice at the door, Dr. Agasa said while looking at the flashing text on the screen. Dr. Agasa, have you made the glasses I asked you to make? Conan walked to Dr. Agasa's side and asked the busy doctor. Glasses? Dr. Agasa reached out and touched his bald forehead, and suddenly realized, Oh, that's it, it's already been made, I'll find it for you. After saying that, Dr. Agasa stood up and rummaged around on the workbench behind him. Crash! Crash! Dr. Agasa searched the workbench several times but still couldn't find the glasses Conan wanted. Huh, that's so strange, I clearly put it here. How could it be gone? Dr. Agasa looked at the even more messy workbench and said in surprise. Conan stood on tiptoe looking at the workbench piled with debris, frowning. Dr. Agasa, you didn't lose it, did you? Hearing this, Dr. Agasa smiled awkwardly. Ah ha ha, maybe I really lost it. Seeing that Conan was a little unhappy, Dr. Agasa quickly said, Conan, don't worry, I just made a spare one, but it's not very delicate. Finally, Conan walked out of Dr. Agasa's laboratory helplessly wearing a pair of ugly glasses. Dr. Agasa sent Conan away, turned his head and looked at the workbench, thinking, It's really strange. It was there just now. How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? At the quiet corner of the stairs, Yeyu retracted his right hand, and the gorgeous aperture closed immediately. Is this a pair of glasses? Yeyu looked at the item in his hand. The smooth mirror surface and slender frame looked very delicate and handsome. Although the glasses are very handsome, Yeyu was a little disappointed. Could it be that he got an ordinary pair of glasses? Wouldn't it be a waste of stealing? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing, and increase the avenue value by 50 points. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Yeyu was looking forward to it again. With 50 avenue values, these glasses should not be ordinary. System, what kind of glasses are these? Yeyu asked curiously. From the world of Detective Conan, the glasses carefully made by Dr. Agasa, which integrate tracking navigation, red light telescope, micro-indentation, language translation, photography, and video recording, black technology glasses that are cool and handsome. Yeyu was stunned. My Dr. Agasa is amazing. Do you want to extract spirituality? The voice of the system sounded. Yeyu did not hesitate and clicked to extract. Ding! Successfully proposed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, the language master. A stream of light rose from the glasses and sank into Yeyu's mind. After a moment, Yeyu opened his eyes and a gleam of light flashed. Language master. Proficient in languages of various countries, it can be called a humanoid self-propelled translator. Yeyu was stunned. What a domineering introduction. Wearing the new glasses, Yeyu happily returned to the classroom. It must be said that this is indeed a pair of high-tech glasses that are very impressive. Huh? Yeyu, where did you buy the glasses? They are very stylish. Hanshe looked at the new glasses Yeyu was wearing and asked curiously. The same style as Konan, a gift from Dr. Agasa. Yeyu stretched out his hand to push the frame on his nose and said with a smile. The afternoon bell rang and the English teacher Wu Shanchun walked into the classroom again, put a stack of test papers on the desk, and said with a smile, "The students did well this time, especially Yeyu, who has made obvious progress. This time he got full marks." Wow? Full marks? Yeyu's grades are just passing, but this time he got full marks? No way, this is a big improvement. Did he cheat? Hearing that Yeyu got full marks, the students started to talk about it. Some were envious, some were jealous, but most of them didn't believe it. However, Hanshe knew that Yeyu did not cheat at all. Although she was surprised that Yeyu got full marks, she was really happy for Yeyu. Yeyu, you really didn't lie to me. You really got full marks every minute. How did you do it? Hearing Hanshe's surprised voice, Yeyu's mouth twitched. I also want to know how I did it. Recalling his answer at that time, thanks to his amazing memory and calculation ability now, plus his innate skill of language master, Yeyu knew that he definitely did not get full marks. With a flash of his eyes, Yeyu knew that someone was calculating at this time, but Yeyu was relieved afterwards. With a language master, English became a piece of cake. This conspiracy was doomed to fail. Yeyu is cheating. A loud shout rang out in the class, suppressing the students' discussions. The students around looked in the direction where the voice came from. It was Ouyang-yu. Ouyang-yu slowly stood up, facing the gazes from all around, and repeated with disdain, Yeyu cheated. He didn't get full marks at all. The air was silent for a while, and then it exploded. Cheating? Did Yeyu really dare to cheat? The punishment is very heavy. I was wondering how he got full marks. It turns out he cheated. Shameless. That's right, he should be severely punished for cheating. Ouyang-yu's words really shocked the world, and the students around him condemned Yeyu one after another. Yeyu's eyes were slightly cold and his face was expressionless, but Hanshe beside him was about to cry in anxiety. You are talking nonsense. Yeyu did not cheat. Hanshe anxiously argued with the accusing classmate and then looked at Ouyang-yu, who was full of pride, and shouted angrily, Ouyang-yu, what basis do you have to say that Yeyu cheated? Why? Ouyang-yu looked at Yeyu with a sidelong glance and said disdainfully, Because you got full marks. Bang! 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 Seeing that the classroom was completely in chaos, English teacher Wu Shanchun stood on the podium and slapped the table fiercely. Quiet! All of you are quiet. The students who were discussing stopped one after another, looking at Yeyu, who was still calm, revealing a gloating look. Ouyang-yu, you said that Yeyu cheated in the exam. Do you have any evidence? This is not a trivial matter. Wu Shanchun looked at Ouyang-yu deeply and said in a deep voice, Of course I have evidence. Ouyang-yu sneered. When the final exam was handed in, I saw Yeyu's answer sheet. Ouyang-yu turned to look at Yeyu. The pride and arrogance on his face could hardly be concealed. From what I saw, Yeyu had already made several mistakes. He should have chosen A for question 15, but he chose B in the first. After Ouyang-yu finished speaking, the students around him were silent for a moment, and then whispered, Ouyang-yu is right. Yeyu did make mistakes on these questions. Yes, Yeyu made mistakes. He must have chosen C for question 23. Look, this is the original question. Yeyu really made a mistake. Huh? Why did Yeyu and I choose the same? This classmate's English level is also limited. Listening to the discussions of the students around him, Ouyang-yu looked at Yeyu proudly, like a general who had returned from a triumphant victory. Yeyu, do you have anything else to say? Hey. Yeyu chuckled and shook his head. I have nothing to say. Wow. When the students heard Yeyu say this, there was an uproar in the classroom, and they all looked at Yeyu with contempt. Hanshui's face turned pale, and then her eyes lit up, and she said anxiously, Wait! Ouyang-yu, according to what you said, Yeyu made a mistake. How could he get full marks? It must be a mistake in the judgment. Yeyu didn't cheat. After Hanshui finished speaking, she took a few quick breaths and looked at the students and English teacher around her expectantly. That's right. If he cheated, he would definitely get the questions right. If he got them wrong. Well, didn't Yeyu cheat? Was it a mistake in the judgment? The students around him also reacted, and Wu Xianchun also frowned and looked down at Yeyu's test paper. Seeing the change in her classmates and teacher, Han Shui's face looked better, and then she said, I sit next to Yeyu. I can guarantee that Yeyu did not cheat. It must be a calculation error in the test. Yeyu glanced at Ouyang-yu. His eyes flashed. It seems that the last lesson was not enough. Ouyang-yu was not disappointed when he heard Han Shui's rebuttal. Instead, smile on his face became stronger. He raised his head, looking like he had a good idea. Ahem! Ouyang-yu cleared his throat. This is where Yeyu is so smart. You know, cheating doesn't necessarily happen during the exam. You can also cheat after the exam. Teacher Wu, you should have seen Yeyu's test paper, right? Did you find anything? Ouyang-yu looked at Wu Xianchun looking down at Yeyu's test paper and asked with a smile. After a while, Wu Xianchun raised his head and looked at Yeyu with complicated eyes. There is no mistake in Yeyu's test paper. He really deserves full marks. Wow! Hearing Wu Xianchun say this, the teachers were like a pot of hot oil dripping into a drop of water, and it completely exploded. What? What's going on? Yes, I don't understand it at all. Many students were confused and couldn't figure out whether Yeyu cheated or made a mistake in judging the questions. Could it be that Yeyu secretly changed the test paper after the exam? A classmate exclaimed and shouted out, Everyone listen to me! Ouyang-yu waved his hand to suppress the students' discussions and said loudly, Yeyu answered the questions incorrectly, but the test paper is indeed full marks now, so there is only one truth. Ouyang-yu stretched out a finger and continued. Yeyu took advantage of the break to steal the test paper and tampered with the answers. Yeyu? Ouyang-yu turned around suddenly, staring at Yeyu with burning eyes, his eyes flashing with joy. Tell us, where were you during the break? Tell me why we didn't see you during the break. Yeyu looked at Ouyang-yu with clear eyes, facing his eyes full of joy and viciousness, and said calmly, No comment. Ouyang-yu gritted his teeth, secretly hating Yeyu for still looking indifferent. He became more and more angry and vowed to tear Yeyu's disguised face to pieces. Of course you have nothing to say, because you were in the office at that time, stealing your test paper. The classmates around looked at Yeyu with unbelievable eyes, and all the eyes containing shock and contempt fell on Yeyu. How is this possible? There must be something wrong. Yeyu will not cheat. Han Shui heard this. Her face turned pale, and her body began to shake. Relax. Yeyu put his hand on Han Shui's thin shoulder and comforted her softly. Don't worry, the matter has not been concluded yet. Han Shui's complexion finally looked better, and she nodded. She firmly believed that Yeyu would not cheat. Ouyang-yu looked at Yeyu and Han Shui, angry at Yeyu's indifference, and even more angry that Han Shui was so worried and trusted Yeyu. Yeyu now has irrefutable evidence, and you still don't admit it. Ouyang-yu pointed his finger at Yeyu and shouted loudly. Yeyu ignored Ouyang-yu, who was like a mad dog, and looked up at Wu Xianchun. Teacher Wu, do you think so too? Wu Xianchun looked at Yeyu with complicated eyes and spoke for a long time. I don't believe you cheated, but now the fact is like this. Yeyu, do you have anything to say? Hey, it seems that you don't believe me either. Yeyu's eyes were slightly cold, and he said in a firm tone, I didn't cheat. Cheating? Who cheated? A sharp voice like a drake came from the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw a short, fat, greasy, middle-aged man squeezed in at the door. His sparse hair lay across his shiny forehead, which looked particularly funny. But no one dared to laugh because of his identity, the Dean of Teaching, Zhu Liang. Dean Zhu, why are you here? Wu Xianchun was the first to greet him. Dean Zhu? Many students stood up to greet this Dean of Teaching who pretended to be majestic. I heard someone cheated? What happened? Zhu Liang asked in a hoarse voice and official tone. Uncle Director Zhu, it's like this. Yeyu cheated in the English test, he? When Ouyang-yu saw Zhu Liang coming in, he hurried forward, pointed at Yeyu, and told him what happened just now. Zhu Liang's big eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Yeyu with mockery in his eyes. Student Yeyu, this is what you did wrong. Since you dare to cheat, you must have the courage to admit it. Hey, pig! Director, how can I admit something I didn't do? Yeyu showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and looked at Zhu Liang. The last actor had arrived, and this farce should end. Huh? Zhu Liang groaned and screamed. Ye Yu, how can you talk like that? The evidence is overwhelming and you still refuse to change. Don't you want to miss him? Our Xiangyu Middle School should get rid of bad apples like you. This? Wu Shanchun hesitated for a moment and whispered to Zhu Liang. Director Zhu, isn't it too severe to expel Ye Yu from the school? Heavy? What's heavy? Zhu Liang continued to scream. People like this should be severely punished. Expelled from school? Han Shui's head buzzed. If Ye Yu was expelled from the school, his future would be over. Frightened, Han Shui grabbed Ye Yu's sleeves, her anxious eyes darting around, wanting to speak up to defend Ye Yu. Ye Yu felt the fear in Han Shui's heart, and her heart warmed. She reached out and held her sweaty little hand and comforted her softly. Don't worry, I'm here. Ha! Expel me from Xiangyu Middle School? Ye Yu glanced at the complacent Ouyang Yu and Zhu Liang, whose face was red with anger. Is this your purpose? How childish and ridiculous. This kind of black sheep, this kind of trash should be expelled from the school early. Ouyang Yu looked like a villain who had succeeded. He looked at Ye Yu with a pleasure of revenge in his eyes. Ye Yu, so what if you can fight? You were still kicked out of Xiangyu Middle School. Ouyang Yu was very proud at the moment. He crossed his arms and looked at Ye Yu with contempt, expecting to see Ye Yu crying and begging. Facing Ouyang Yu's contempt, Zhu Liang's disdain, and the contemptuous eyes of his classmates, Ye Yu did not show the panic expression that Ouyang Yu expected. Ye Yu was not panicked at all at the moment. Instead, he raised his wrist with a calm expression and pushed the glasses on his nose. As Ye Yu raised his wrist, a large drop of crystal water fell on Zhu Liang's body. No one noticed except Ye Yu. Seeing the water drop falling on Zhu Liang's body and quickly blending into Zhu Liang's body, Ye Yu's mouth curled up a smile. If I really cheated, then you don't need to chase me away. I will just walk out of the school gate. But what if I didn't cheat? Ouyang Yu was now sitting on the Diaoyutai, watching Ye Yu still fighting stubbornly, and couldn't help but sneer. Ha! If you didn't cheat, then I will eat all these test papers. Ye Yu glanced at the tall pile of test papers on the desk and chuckled. I wish you a good appetite. You! Ouyang Yu pointed at Ye Yu. His face turned pale with anger and he couldn't speak. Ignoring Ouyang Yu, who was jumping with anger, Ye Yu directly asked Zhu Liang, Did I really cheat? Zhu Liang showed a cold smile, his eyes flashing with excitement, and said loudly, Of course not. Wow! The students who were watching the excitement were silent at first, and then they started to talk. Just now, Director Zhu said that Ye Yu did not cheat? Yeah, could it be wrong? What's going on? Ouyang Yu's body was shocked, and he quickly stepped forward, holding Zhu Liang's arm, and whispered, Uncle, do you know what you are talking about? At this moment, Zhu Liang realized what he had said. His face was flustered, and he quickly continued, You really didn't cheat? Zhu Liang's eyes were horrified. What's going on? I clearly didn't think so in my heart. How did I say the truth? Ye Yu didn't cheat. No cheating. Zhu Liang repeated it several times, and the words he said were all the same. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the classmates around him, and Ye Yu's clear eyes like a deep pool, Zhu Liang had a bad premonition in his heart. This. Zhu Liang's face flushed with anxiety, and he didn't dare to speak. When Ye Yu raised his wrist just now, he had already sprinkled the truth eye drops on Zhu Liang. Ye Yu was sure before that all this was a premeditated plan by Ouyang Yu and Zhu Liang. Now he used the truth potion on Zhu Liang just to make him tell everything. Glancing at the classmates who were full of doubts, Ye Yu's body rose with a sharp momentum, forcing them to lower their heads. Tell me, what's going on? Ye Yu pressed his momentum towards Zhu Liang and asked harshly. Zhu Liang wanted to keep his mouth shut, but the power of the truth potion made him tell everything. You didn't cheat. Someone switched your test paper. Who? Ye Yu asked immediately, not giving Zhu Liang and Ouyang Yu time to react. It was me. Hearing Zhu Liang's answer, the classmates around him were all boiling, and then they all felt guilty. They had despised Ye Yu before, but it turned out that they had misunderstood Ye Yu. Ye Yu's eyes flashed coldly and stared at Zhu Liang. Tell me why you did this. Don't? Ouyang Yu stretched out his hand, trying to stop Zhu Liang and stop him from continuing, but it was too late. It's because of my nephew. Yu wants to frame you and take revenge on you. He wants to expel you from Xiangyu Middle School so that he can monopolize Han Shui. That's why I did this. It's over? Yu slumped in his seat, his face pale. He was really defeated. Liang was sweating profusely at this moment, covering his mouth with both hands, his face flushed, his eyes full of fear. Haha, now the truth is out. Please tell me, Director Zhu, where is my real test paper? Yu looked at the terrified Liang and said, In the drawer of my office, Although Liang covered his mouth with both hands, he still couldn't help but answer Yu's question. A minute later, Liang's body shook and suddenly found that he could control himself. He let go of his mouth and took a few deep breaths. Devil, you are a devil, Liang muttered, then turned and ran out of the classroom. Liang ran away, leaving only the English teacher Wu Shanchun and the students of Class 1 of Senior 3 surrounding Yu. In addition, Yu, who was slumped in his seat, his face pale, seemed to be stupid. Yu, I'm sorry, as your teacher, I didn't believe you firmly. It's my fault. English teacher Wu Shanchun was the first to break the calm and bowed deeply to Yu. Teacher Wu, you don't have to do this. Yu stepped forward and helped Wu Shanchun up. This is all a conspiracy of Liang and Yu, and you also interceded for me before. I should thank you. Hearing Yu say this, Wu Shanchun also laughed, looked at Yu sincerely and said, I am proud to have a student like you. Yu, I knew you didn't cheat. Han Shui's face flushed with excitement, looking at Yu with shining eyes, and involuntarily pulled Yu's arm. Thank you, Han Shui, you have always firmly believed in me. Yu looked at Han Shui with soft eyes and said, Yeah! Han Shui blushed, lowered her head and whispered hum. Even the white and delicate neck was infected with pink. The classmates around him were also blushing with shame. They pushed each other and said to Yu hesitantly, I'm sorry, classmate Yu. We misunderstood you before. Now we apologize to you. Yu looked at the classmates who lowered their heads and looked apologetic and ashamed. He was silent for a moment and then laughed. Okay, we are all classmates. You are still young. I hope you will not follow the crowd in the future and make your own judgments. Huh? Hearing that Yu had forgiven them generously, the classmates were relieved and looked at Yu with admiration. By the way, Yu, I'll get your test paper, a classmate exclaimed and ran out of the classroom. Da-da-da! A series of footsteps sounded, and soon the classmate just now ran in excitedly with the test paper. Yu, I got your test paper back. Wu Shanchun reached out to take the test paper and said with a smile, Give it to me, I'll remark the questions and see how many points Yu got. 87 points. Yu glanced at his test paper and then said, This is the real score. Wu Shanchun and the classmates around him were surprised. The questions haven't been marked yet. How do you know the score? Yu looked at Han Shui and asked softly, Remember what I told you? Han Shui tilted her head and said uncertainly, You said you can get full marks in minutes? Yu nodded. Full marks are actually nothing. It mainly depends on whether I want to take the test. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Yu continued, Multiple choice question 3, it's Sonus 2? Choose a question 7? Close question, form any, finding? Reading comprehension question, a month before? A series of standard and fluent spoken language flowed out of Yu's mouth, which stunned Wu Shanchun and the classmates. After Yu finished speaking for a while, everyone came back to their senses. What did Yu just say about the mistakes in his test paper? Wu Shanchun and the students around him were all shocked and speechless. They flipped through the test paper, compared the answers, and then screamed. Everything Yu said was right. Exactly. He even repeated the entire test paper. No, it should be said that these questions are too easy for Yu. No wonder he knew how many points he would get in advance. This is the most terrifying thing. You can get as many points as you want. And didn't you notice? Yu's oral level is simply master level. Wu Shanchun finally screamed in shock, looking at Yu with envy in his eyes. So you didn't lie to me. Han Shui looked at Yu with shining eyes. You are really good at controlling your test scores. You hit it so well. Your English grades were so bad originally, it turned out to be intentional. It's really too much. Wu Shanchun said, pretending to blame. Yeyu coughed dryly and could only secretly admire in his heart that the language master's talent was really awesome. It's all Ouyang-Yu's fault. We almost misunderstood Yeyu. A classmate complained. That's right, and that Juliang. As the dean of teaching, he actually did something shameless. Who made him Ouyang-Yu's uncle? It's really a nest of snakes and rats. The classmates turned their eyes to Ouyang-Yu, and all looked at him with contempt. Ouyang-Yu had already come back to his senses at this moment, but he didn't dare to look at Yeyu, hoping that everyone would ignore him. Looking at the contemptuous eyes of his classmates, Ouyang-Yu found that everything had turned upside down. He replaced Yeyu and became the object of everyone's contempt. However, thinking of his support, Ouyang-Yu stood up and shouted in a timid way, "Look, what are you looking at? My mother is a school director." Ouyang-Yu, it seems that you have forgotten our friendly discussion yesterday. Do you want me to remind you? Yeyu's eyes were like swords, and a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth, staring at Ouyang-Yu, who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ouyang-Yu's head buzzed, and he remembered the fear of being dominated by Yeyu yesterday. He shuddered. Ouyang-Yu's tone was weak, his body shrank, and he whispered, "You, what do you want?" Yeyu pointed to a pile of test papers on the desk. "Forgot what you said before?" "Classmates, remind Ouyang-Yu." All the classmates looked at Yeyu with admiration, and then looked at the weak Ouyang-Yu, and instantly felt that in front of Yeyu, Ouyang-Yu was a scum. "Eat it!" A male classmate shouted excitedly. "Eat it! Eat it!" The classmates around shouted in unison. Ouyang-Yu's face was pale. He looked at the thick pile of test papers on the desk with fear and moved his feet tremblingly. "Hiss!" Ouyang-Yu grabbed the top full-mark test paper, tremblingly tore off a corner and put it in his mouth. "Bah, Yeyu, I won't let you go. I'll let my mother fire you." Ouyang-Yu spit out the test paper he was chewing in his mouth, glared at Yeyu fiercely, then pushed the crowd away and ran out. "Bah, no guts. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person, so shameless. Dare to do it but not to take responsibility, and go to your mother, how shameful." The classmates looked at Ouyang-Yu's embarrassed escape and despised him. "Yeyu is still the best, handsome and talented, and our goddess Han Shui, they are a perfect match." A beautiful girl looked at Han Shui with envy, envious of her standing next to Yeyu. "That's right." Han Shui stood firmly on Yeyu's side before. "Together." A classmate rolled his eyes and shouted. The rest of the classmates also laughed and shouted in unison, "Together, together?" "You-oh?" Han Shui heard the classmates' shouts, covered her blushing face with her hands, and stamped her feet. "Okay, classmates." Seeing that Han Shui was really shy, Yeyu stopped them from making trouble. "Okay, let's go to class. Don't waste our precious class time for Ouyang-Yu." Everyone surrounded Yeyu, like stars supporting the moon, and returned to their seats to start class. "Yeyu." Han Shui sat in her seat, stretched out her foot, and gently kicked Yeyu, and whispered, "Don't take what the classmates said just now to heart." Yeyu turned his head and looked at Han Shui with a chuckle. "What did the classmates say?" Han Shui's blushing face had not yet recovered. When she heard what Yeyu said, her delicate little ears turned red again. "Oh, that's right, we are together." Yeyu blinked his eyes and said to Han Shui, "What if I am serious?" Han Shui's delicate body trembled. Looking at Yeyu, the seductive blush on her delicate face gradually faded, leaving only paleness, and crystal tears were about to fall. "Okay, I said the wrong thing. Don't be angry, okay?" Yeyu looked at Han Shui, who was like a frightened deer, and said softly. Han Shui shook her head, and the tears in her eyes finally flowed down, biting her lips tightly. "It's none of your business. It's my fault. Don't ask anymore." Yeyu opened his mouth, but finally didn't ask anymore, but secretly decided in his heart, "Han Shui, I will not give up." The bell rang, and the PE teacher who had been elusive all day walked into the classroom. "Students, this PE class, all gather on the playground." Xing Meng, dressed in sportswear, leaned against the door of the classroom and said to the surprised students, "Don't be surprised, there will be a sports meet in a few days, and I'm not sick, so your main subject teacher rarely lets me come to class." Seeing that the students were all very surprised by his arrival, Xing Meng said with a smile, "Oh, long live!" The students were silent for a moment and then cheered. "Of course, if you don't want to go, you can also study in the classroom." After Xingmeng finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the classroom. Yeyu stood up and was about to leave, but found that Han Shui was sitting in her seat and had no intention of getting up. Han Shui, aren't you going to the physical education class? Han Shui shook her head and looked at Yeyu with complicated eyes. You go. I'm not feeling well today, so I'm studying in the classroom. Yeyu was startled, knowing that it must be Han Shui's good friend who came. Okay, then you should rest more. Han Shui nodded, watched Yeyu walk out of the classroom, and then took out her mobile phone. Mom? Why can't I have a relationship? It's not about studying. With my grades, I can get into any university. Okay, I'll ask Dad. Han Shui put down her phone. A look of reluctance flashed in her eyes, and then she looked at Yeyu's figure outside the window downstairs and sighed. On the playground, Xingmeng looked at the excited classmates and said with a smile, If you want to participate in the sports meeting, you can sign up with me. Now you can do free exercise training. It was rare for the classmates to have time to relax and rest, so after Xingmeng finished speaking, they all dispersed happily and went to play. Yeyu stood on the track, ready to test his 100-meter performance. Since his transformation, Yeyu had not yet felt the limit of his body, so this was a good opportunity to experience it. Yeyu bent over, staring at the distance of 100 meters, without using a stopwatch to calculate. His super-mental arithmetic was much more accurate than any stopwatch. Whoosh! Yeyu kicked the ground with his right leg and rushed out. The classmates around him looked at Yeyu's figure running fast and were secretly surprised. This was too fast. Swish! Yeyu stopped and had reached 100 meters away. Feeling his beating heart, Yeyu was also a little surprised. During the rapid 100-meter sprint, Yeyu's heartbeat only slightly accelerated, and even his breathing did not speed up. 8.13 seconds. Through mental arithmetic, Yeyu clearly knew his speed, which was far beyond the level of the world's top athletes. Wow, Yeyu, you sprinted 100 meters in 9 seconds. It looks faster than the top athletes. When the classmates saw Yeyu stop, they surrounded him and were amazed at the speed he burst out. Yeyu shook his head and said, It's still a long way off. Yeyu was right. Although his speed was faster than that of the top athletes, Yeyu knew that the strongest in the world was definitely not just that. Take Brother Snake as an example. His previous escape speed was much faster than Yeyu, and he was moving like a snake, which was much faster than those athletes. Moreover, when they fought, the after images that appeared between his shots showed that his ability to burst out instantly was even more amazing. Yeyu knew that his physical fitness was only better than that of ordinary people, and he had not yet reached the level of a warrior. Warriors are the most terrifying people. This world is big, and it is getting more and more exciting. Thinking of the 7th rank of warriors that Brother Snake had mentioned, Yeyu's eyes were like a dazzling obsidian, flashing with a dazzling luster. Look, it's Yan Fengwu from Class 3. Wow, it's the Valkyrie. Class 3 is also taking PE classes with us. We're in for a treat. She's really sexy. In the sports area of Class 1, all the boys turned their heads to the other side, looking at another area on the playground. Yeyu turned his head and was instantly attracted by a tall figure. Unlike Han Shui's saintly and gentle beauty, this girl named Yan Fengwu from Class 3 is sexy and wild. Different temperaments, but both are extremely beautiful. If Han Shui is a secluded orchid growing on a cliff, then Yan Fengwu is a wild horse running wildly on the grassland. Let's go and take a look. Yeyu followed the enthusiastic male classmates to the training area of Class 3 and carefully looked at this wild beauty codenamed Valkyrie. She was not wearing the uniform of Xiangyu Middle School, but a slim sportswear that set off her slender body to the fullest. Her long hair was combed into a ponytail, hanging down at her waist. Her angular and three-dimensional facial features made her look particularly heroic. Her slender limbs looked full of strength, and her tall body was a head taller than all her classmates, almost as tall as Yeyu, who was 1.8 meters tall. At this moment, Yan Fengwu was standing in the high jump venue, her dark eyes staring eagerly at the high horizontal bar. Like a cheetah staring at its prey and running fast, Yan Fengwu kicked the ground with her slender and powerful thighs, jumped high, drew a beautiful arc, flew over the horizontal bar and hit the cushion. Wow, This height is almost 2 meters? Jumped over in one go? It's almost breaking the record. One of Yeyu's classmates was shocked and felt a little dizzy looking at the high horizontal bar. A boy from class 3 glanced at him with disdain. What's that? Yan Fengwu tied the record in the 100-meter sprint just now. If Fengwu hadn't participated in the sports meet, she would have won the first place long ago. Yeyu's classmate was a little angry at his contemptuous look and said with his neck stiff, "That's not as good as Yeyu. His 100-meter speed just now was faster than the world record." Yeyu's classmate had only seen Yeyu's 100-meter sprint just now, but didn't know the specific results. However, he was angered by the boy from class 3 and said it directly. "Break the world record?" The boy from class 3 laughed. "Are you dreaming? Really? Anyway, it's faster than her." The boy in class 1 pointed at Yan Fengwu and said loudly. Before the boy in class 3 could speak, Yan Fengwu heard this. Her eyes flashed and she walked closer to the boy in class 1. "Yeyu, is he faster than me?" Yan Fengwu looked at the boy in class 1, looking down at him with eager eyes and a strong aura. Under Yan Fengwu's gaze, the boys in class 1 shrank their eyes, looked at Yeyu unconsciously and whispered, "Yes, I think so. Anyway, I look pretty fast." Yan Fengwu followed the boy's line of sight and saw Yeyu standing quietly beside him. Her eyes flashed. "Are you Yeyu?" Yeyu looked at the girl with a striking look, amazing momentum and beautiful appearance and whispered, "Yes, I am Yeyu." Yan Fengwu looked Yeyu up and down for a moment and then asked doubtfully, "What is your 100-meter score?" "If your score is a world record, then I am indeed a little faster than you." Upon hearing this, Yan Fengwu's eyes were hot and her eyes were even more eager. She took a step forward and stared at Yeyu. "How about a competition?" Yeyu looked at the woman named Yan Fengwu in front of him and felt a little headache. Is she so strong? The healthy wheat skin color did not lower her score, but added a bit of wild beauty. Under the slender eyebrows there are fiery eyes. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised, looking at Yeyu with an aggressive momentum. "What? Don't you dare?" Yan Fengwu asked provocatively when she saw that Yeyu did not answer. Yeyu looked at this girl with wild beauty and laughed. "Why not?" On the wide plastic track, Yeyu and Yan Fengwu stood side by side, looking at each other, as if there was a flash of lightning. "Ready?" Both of them bent down and got ready. "Run!" Yan Fengwu rushed forward like two arrows. Yeyu glanced at Yan Fengwu, running beside him, deliberately not looking at the surging waves, and was surprised in his heart. 10.5 meters in 1 second, although not as fast as me, but it is far beyond ordinary people. Little did she know that Yan Fengwu was even more shocked in her heart, because the handsome boy next to her was faster and more coordinated than her. Yan Fengwu has had physical fitness and athletic talent far beyond her peers since she was young. She loves sports, and as she grows older, this talent becomes stronger. It can be said that in terms of sports, Yan Fengwu is not afraid of anyone. Especially after following Xingmeng and learning Bajiquan, her speed and strength have greatly increased. Although she is not a first-class warrior, she is not far behind. "I can't catch up with him." Yan Fengwu's eyes were burning, looking at Yeyu's back, and her burning gaze seemed to melt him. Swish! Yeyu and Yan Fengwu stopped one after another, shocking the students watching around. "Oh my God, is Yeyu from class 1 so strong?" 8.03 seconds. A classmate from class 3 who was timing exclaimed. Yan Fengwu also has 9.35 seconds, not much worse than him. "See, I said Yan Fengwu can't compare to Yeyu." The students in class 1 were proud and seemed to be happier than they were running so fast. Yeyu ignored the shocked classmates around him and immersed himself in his thoughts. Ding! Beat the heroine and get a prize of a lottery. Human race, Yeyu level 1 Taoist. Physique, spiritual sword body. Number of steals 0. Tao value 130, 1000. Talent, flying cards, super mental arithmetic, language master. Skills, 36th set of radio gymnastics. Items, mantra potion, Conan's glasses. Number of lottery draws 1. You can even draw a lottery for this? Maybe you can compare something else? Yeyu looked at Yan Fengwu as if he was looking at a treasure. "It seems that you are still a little short." Yan Fengwu did not feel depressed at all. Instead, her eyes became excited. She calmed down her chest that was even higher due to panting. the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing her white teeth. "Let's compete in something else." Yeyu looked at Yan Fengwu, who refused to admit defeat and seemed to be happier than her. "Come again." Yeyu and Yan Fengwu came to the high jump venue and prepared to compete in high jump. "Sister Yan, do you still need 2 meters?" The students from Class 3 asked Yan Fengwu. "Adjust it to 2.5 meters. Yan Fengwu looked at Yeyu provocatively. Yeyu raised his eyebrows and chuckled. 2.6 meters. Hiss. The students around took a deep breath. "This is too crazy. There has never been a number like this before." Yan Fengwu looked at Yeyu in surprise at first and then nodded. "Just 2.6 meters. After the horizontal bar was placed, Yan Fengwu stepped back a few steps, stretched her hands and feet, and prepared to jump. Swish! Yan Fengwu's slender and powerful thighs bent, and then she bounced up, bent over, and drew a beautiful arc, and jumped over the horizontal bar. Under the gaze of everyone, the horizontal bar trembled a few times and then fell down. "What a pity! Just a little bit!" The students of Class 3 clenched their fists. Just a little bit! Yan Fengwu turned over from the cushion, without any frustration, but looked at Yeyu with a burning gaze. "It's your turn!" Yeyu stood in the middle of the empty field, the sun scattered on his body, covering him with a layer of dazzling glitter. Accelerate, stride, jump! Yeyu was like a golden carp flying over the dragon gate, drawing a brilliant arc and jumping over the high horizontal bar. Yeyu turned over and stood up from the cushion, looking at the stunned students around him, and said with a smile, "Why, this result is not worth your cheering?" The students around him who were gazing at their jaws finally came to their senses, and the discussion was like a tide that flooded the space. He really jumped over, 2.6 meters. Oh my God, he's almost twice as tall as me. How did he do that? Didn't you see how he jumped over? There was still a long distance between his back and the horizontal bar. Yan Fengwu looked at Yeyu, her eyes glowing even more, and then she gave Yeyu a thumbs up. "Come again!" Then Yeyu and Yan Fengwu continued to compete in long jump, hurdles, and a 1,000-meter race. As expected, Yan Fengwu lost. Don't you know how to give way to beautiful women? Be careful that beautiful women get angry. Yan Fengwu sat on the track, handed Yeyu a bottle of water, and said with a smile. Yeyu looked at this energetic beauty, and the sweat on her forehead added a bit of charm. "If I give in to you, maybe you will really get angry." "Ha ha ha!" Yan Fengwu laughed loudly, stretched out her arms, and held Yeyu's neck. "You really understand me. Cheers!" Yeyu raised the water bottle and bumped it with Yan Fengwu. "Why do your classmates call you Valkyrie?" Yan Fengwu did not answer, but was silent for a moment, then looked at Yeyu and asked, "Are you a warrior?" Yeyu was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "No, I have never practiced martial arts." Yan Fengwu's eyes flashed. "It's hard to imagine that with your outstanding physical fitness, you have never practiced martial arts. I have loved sports since I was a child, and my physical fitness and athletic talent are far superior to those of children of the same age. As I grow older, this talent is even more terrifying." Yan Fengwu hugged her knees and looked up into the distance. "Among my peers, no one has ever been able to beat me in the field of sports. You are the first." Yan Fengwu looked at Yeyu, smiled softly, and blinked. "After entering high school, I followed the physical education teacher Xing Meng to practice Bajiquan. Now my strength and speed have reached the limit of the human body." Yeyu heard this and looked up at Xing Meng, who was lying on a bench in the distance with his eyes closed. "Xing Meng knows Bajiquan?" Yan Fengwu nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, and he is also a second-grade blood-nourishing warrior." Yeyu looked at Xing Meng in surprise. He didn't expect that this elusive physical education teacher was actually a master. Then why did he come here to be a physical education teacher? Yeyu was a little curious about this martial arts master hidden in the school. The teacher was injured in his early years and had no hope of promotion, so he came here to do some idle work. Yan Fengwu said with some regret. If Xing Meng hadn't been injured in his early years, he would definitely be more than a second-grade warrior. "Is it because you practiced Bajiquan with Xing Meng that they call you a female warrior?" Yeyu asked curiously. Yan Fengwu nodded. "Because some classmates saw me sparring with the teacher. They called me Valkyrie." Yeyu laughed. Valkyrie was very suitable for Yan Fengwu. Then you are very powerful. You can fight against a second-grade warrior. No, I defeated the teacher. Yanfengwu's eyebrows flew up, looking particularly heroic. Yeyu raised his eyebrows, so fierce. A second-grade warrior should be very powerful, right? How can you beat him? On the one hand, the teacher was injured and his strength declined. On the other hand, it was because I was in an abnormal state during the battle. Then why did you tell me this? Yeyu looked at Yanfengwu and suddenly felt bad. Yanfengwu looked at Yeyu with a burning gaze, like a female leopard staring at its prey. Because I really want to fight with you. I want you to fight with me. Yanfengwu looked at Yeyu solemnly and said with a firm look. Yeyu's head was a little confused. This sudden challenge was a bit of a surprise. Why? Yanfengwu looked at Yeyu. A smile appeared on her lips. Because you have to surpass me in strength, speed, and body coordination, and I don't like anyone to be above me. So you have to defeat me in battle? Yeyu looked at Yanfengwu in disbelief. That's right. The smile on Yanfengwu's lips became even stronger. Yeyu covered his face and had a headache. This martial arts madman. Can I refuse? Yanfengwu shook her head. No, Yeyu's face was embarrassed. He only knew a set of radio gymnastics, and he was going to compete with others. He suddenly felt so panicked. Yanfengwu saw Yeyu's face, laughed, and patted Yeyu on the shoulder. Don't worry, not now. It's time for us to become warriors. Why are you so sure that I will become a warrior? Yanfengwu tilted her head to look at Yeyu, and her long ponytail fell on Yeyu's shoulders. You can't? Yeyu was stunned at first, and then laughed. Yes, how could he refuse to become a warrior? Yeyu stood up, looked at the serious Yanfengwu, and stretched out his hand to her. Okay, I promise you. And Yeyu clapped their hands. It's settled! In the classroom of Class 1 of Senior Grade 3, Yeyu sat down next to Han Shui. Han Shui was reading a book blankly at the moment, but seeing her confused eyes, it seemed that she was not reading it. Yeyu reached out and touched Han Shui's shoulder. Han Shui, are you feeling better? Han Shui was startled. Oh, much better. Looking at Yeyu, Han Shui pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Yeyu, what if? If I disappear one day, will you still remember me? Yeyu turned his head and looked at Han Shui, feeling that something was wrong with her. Disappeared? Did you graduate from high school? Then we can keep in touch? No, Han Shui bit her lip. It's possible that we won't see each other for a long time, and we can't contact each other. Will you still remember me? Yeyu looked at the hope in Han Shui's eyes, and his heart inexplicably hurt. Of course I will remember, for a life. Well, that's a deal. Han Shui nodded heavily and smiled again, like a snow lotus that met the rain and sunshine again. After school, Yeyu was about to leave the school, and a shout behind him stopped Yeyu. Teacher Xing? Yeyu turned around and saw Xing Meng leaning against the wall, calling him over. Teacher Xing, is there anything wrong? Yeyu looked at the hidden warrior and asked in confusion. Follow me. Xing Meng did not answer, turned around and walked towards the school playground. Yeyu hesitated for a moment and followed him, because Xing Meng should not do anything bad to him. Soon Yeyu followed Xing Meng and came to the school playground. It was her. Yeyu saw that there was another person standing on the playground. It was Yanfengwu. Teacher, how is it? Yanfengwu met Xing Meng and asked. Xing Meng nodded. Not bad. The specific situation needs to be tested. Yeyu was a little confused by the two. What's going on? I asked Teacher Xing to call you over. Yanfengwu looked at Yeyu and said, Don't you want to become a warrior? Yeyu nodded. Yes, do you want Teacher Xing to teach me? Teacher Xing Meng is a second-grade blood-nourishing warrior. Under the teacher's guidance, you will become a warrior. Yanfengwu said with a smile. Yeyu nodded. If you want to become a warrior, Xing Meng is indeed the most suitable one. Then what should I do? Yeyu looked at Xing Meng and asked. Xing Meng did not answer, but looked at Yeyu with his eyes like lightning and said in a deep voice, It's not that easy to become a warrior. Only by truly controlling your body can you stimulate your potential, break the shackles of the body, and become a warrior. And the only way to truly master your body is to practice martial arts. After Xing Meng finished speaking, a momentum suddenly surged from his body, and the air around him seemed to become heavy. Yeyu nodded excitedly, a little eager to try. Then shall we start, now? Xing Meng waved his hand, looked at the excited Yeyu and said with a smile, Don't worry, let me see your basics first. Yeyu was a little confused. Basics? Just show it first. When I was practicing martial arts with my teacher, I first performed a set of long fists. Yan Fengwu, who was standing aside, remembered the scene when she first followed Xingmeng to practice martial arts. Yeyu scratched his head. Anything is fine? Xingmeng nodded. Yes, this is mainly to see how your body coordination is. Okay then. Yeyu spread his legs apart, shoulder-width apart, and slowly raised his hands. Stretching exercise, jumping exercise, chest expansion exercise. A series of radio gymnastics made Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu confused. Although the movements were a little different, the rhythm was obviously radio gymnastics. All right, that's enough. Xingmeng quickly restrained Yeyu, afraid that he would not be able to stop, and followed the dance. Teacher Xing, is my body coordination okay? Yeyu actually felt a little regretful. The next step was the serious movement of abnormal difficulty, but it was a pity that he did not perform it. Xingmeng's mouth twitched. Although the movements are a little, your body coordination is very good. Xingmeng did not mean to praise him. He found that he had underestimated Yeyu. With the body coordination shown by Yeyu, even ordinary warriors were not as good as him. Next, test strength and speed, Xingmeng continued. How to test? Yeyu became interested. It seemed that this physical education teacher was quite professional. Xingmeng stretched out his hand and hooked it, smiling, and said, "Come over here. Attack me with all your strength." Seeing Yeyu hesitate, Xingmeng continued, "Don't have any doubts. You can't hurt me yet." Seeing this, Yeyu moved his wrists, clenched his fists, and rushed towards Xingmeng. Bang, bang! Yeyu surrounded Xingmeng and launched a fierce attack, while Xingmeng stood in place and blocked Yeyu's attack with his hands. Although Yeyu's attack was unsystematic, his good body flexibility and coordination made his shoulders, elbows, knees, and feet all weapons, smashing towards Xingmeng crazily. At first, Xingmeng still looked relaxed, but as time went on, Yeyu's attack not only did not decrease, but became more violent. Yan Fengwu on the side was also shocked. She didn't expect that Yeyu, who had not practiced martial arts before, could actually launch such a fierce attack. Little did he know that Xingmeng was even more shocked by Yeyu's attack. With the increase in the frequency of Yeyu's attacks and the bursts of tingling pain on his palms, Xingmeng seemed to have seen a monster. Especially his endurance and explosive power, which were no less than Yan Fengwu, who had special blood. It was simply terrifying. What shocked Xingmeng even more was that Yeyu's attack was accompanied by a sharp aura, like a sword unsheathed, about to burst out with dazzling brilliance. "Stop!" Xingmeng shouted loudly, and Yeyu, who was attacking like ink, stopped. Xingmeng put his hands behind his back and looked at Yeyu a little unnaturally. "That's enough. I already know your specific situation." Yeyu looked at Xingmeng with a little resentment. "I haven't fought enough. Why did you stop?" Xingmeng ignored Yeyu's eyes, quietly rubbed his sore hands, and coughed dryly. "It can be said that your physical fitness is very good." Xingmeng secretly complained in his heart. "This is not very good. This is very abnormal." Xingmeng had never seen an ordinary person with a strong body like Yeyu. Yeyu rubbed his hands and said with a little regret, "Is it over? I still have some moves that I haven't used yet." "Haha, there are more?" Xingmeng laughed, looking at Yeyu, who was still unwilling to give up, and said, "If you have any moves, just use them." Yeyu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xingmeng happily. "Really?" Xingmeng was a little amused. "You are an ordinary high school student, although you have a strong physical fitness, but what moves can you have? Rely on the radio gymnastics you just did? Come on, let me see your moves." Xingmeng looked at Yeyu inadvertently, and didn't take what Yeyu just said to heart. Yeyu put his right hand into his trouser pocket, took out a playing card, and clamped it between his fingers, looking at Xingmeng with a serious face. "Teacher Xing, you should be careful. I have never used my full strength before." Xingmeng laughed a little. "Haha, use your full strength. I want to see how powerful you can be. If you take a step back, I lose." Yan Fengwu on the side also chuckled. "Student Yeyu, you think you can beat the teacher with a playing card? You underestimate the warriors of the second-grade blood-nourishing realm too much." Yeyu did not answer, but put all his mind on the playing card between his fingers. After a moment, a weak, sharp aura emanated from Yeyu's body. In a trance, the playing card between Yeyu's fingers lighted up slightly. Whoosh! Yan Fengwu on the side was stunned. Before she could react, the playing card between Yeyu's fingers had disappeared. Crash! There was a sound of a river hitting the shore, and then it disappeared. Yan Fengwu looked at Xing Meng in surprise. Yeyu's attack was so powerful that it forced Xing Meng to move his blood and qi. Good! Xing Meng shouted loudly, his eyebrows raised, looking at Yeyu with a look of inquiry, as if he had seen him for the first time. What a powerful force! Xing Meng put his hands together and held them upright in front of him. Between his palms were the playing cards that Yeyu had shot. Xing Meng let go of his hands, put them behind his back, and let the playing cards fall on the playground. He looked at Yeyu and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to give me such a surprise. What a flying card technique. It's really powerful. Teacher Xing is even more powerful. He took this attack so easily. Yeyu smiled embarrassedly. His flying card technique was still not threatening to Xing Meng. Tick! Yeyu and Yan Fengwu didn't notice that on Xing Meng's palm behind his back, a drop of blood as red as a gem fell from his fingertips onto the ground. Yeyu and Yan Fengwu didn't know, but Xing Meng knew in his heart that he almost couldn't take Yeyu's attack just now. And even if he took Yeyu's attack, his hands were injured. Even if he didn't look, Xing Meng knew that his palms had 7 or 8 crisscross scars, as if what he had just clamped was not a playing card, but a sharp sword. Strictly speaking, Xing Meng had already lost. Feeling the wound on his palm, Xing Meng restrained his blood and qi to prevent the blood from continuing to flow out of the wound. Fortunately, they didn't know, otherwise where would he put his face? Xing Meng looked at Yeyu and Yan Fengwu with relief, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yeyu, I'm curious about how you know this flying card technique. Xing Meng asked Yeyu, such a powerful flying card is not simple. You mean this? Yeyu thought for a moment, then said, I've loved playing poker since I was a kid, so I've been practicing. Yeyu could only explain this to Xing Meng. He couldn't say that he got it by lottery. Yeah. Xing Meng nodded and didn't go into it any further. He looked at Yeyu and said jokingly, I see. I almost thought you were from the Tang sect. Tang sect? Yeyu asked curiously. This was the second time he heard the name Tang sect. Xing Meng raised his head, looked at the crescent moon rising in the sky, and said reminiscently, Tang clan is the name of a martial arts family, and it is very powerful. Tang clan is very famous in the martial arts world, and its people are especially good at swordsmanship and hidden weapon techniques. Their hidden weapons can shock the world and make ghosts cry. Yan Fengwu curled her lips when she heard what Xing Meng said. Are they really as powerful as you said? Xing Meng opened his eyes slightly, stared at Yan Fengwu, and said in a heavy tone, Fengwu, you must not underestimate the Tang clan. They are very difficult and tricky. Then Xing Meng turned his gaze to Yeyu and said admiringly, Yeyu, if you continue to practice your flying card technique, I think it will not be weaker than the Tang clan's hidden weapons. Yeyu didn't think about these, because the Tang clan was still too far away from Yeyu. Now Yeyu was thinking about how to become a warrior. Teacher Xing, if I want to become a warrior, will I also practice Bajiquan with you like Yan Fengwu? Hearing Yeyu's question, Xing Meng nodded and said, Yes, I have accepted Yan Fengwu as my apprentice for 3 years now. Now Fengwu is not far from becoming a warrior. Yan Fengwu stood aside, raised her head, very proud, and looked at Yeyu, as if to say, When I become a warrior, I will knock you down. Then should I also worship you as my master like Yan Fengwu? Yeyu looked at Xing Meng and said. Yan Fengwu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked at Yeyu excitedly. If Yeyu also worshipped Xing Meng as his master, then wouldn't she be his senior sister? Yan Fengwu looked at Yeyu and laughed. Ha ha, that's just right, little brother. Xing Meng pondered for a moment, looked at Yeyu and shook his head. No, you don't have to worship me as your master. Yan Fengwu's smile froze, and she looked at Xing Meng dissatisfied. Master? Why? Xing Meng looked at Yeyu and said, Although I also hope to accept you as my apprentice, I can't waste such a piece of unpolished jade. You are different from Fengwu. Bajiquan is just the beginning of laying the foundation for you. When you become a warrior, I will introduce you to my uncle. Uncle Master? Yan Fengwu asked curiously. She didn't even know that she had an uncle master. Xingmeng looked at Yan Fengwu. Well, your uncle master is a master of swordsmanship. Without waiting for Yeyu to ask, Xingmeng continued, what I am teaching you now is Bajiquan. It is also the boxing style I have been practicing. Taiji in literature brings peace to the world, and Baji in martial arts determines the destiny of the world. The 8 extremes here refer to Bajiquan, which has simple and concise movements and powerful and swift attacks. It is comparable to Taijiquan. Xingmeng built his foundation with Bajiquan, and he has been immersed in Bajiquan for a long time and has a deep understanding of it. It is natural for him to teach Yeyu. Later, on the playground, Xingmeng began to teach Yeyu the essential movements and breathing methods of Bajiquan and began formal practice. As time passed, it was getting dark and Xingmeng stopped Yeyu and Yan Fengwu who were in contact. Okay, it's getting late. Let's stop here today. Xingmeng stopped the two and said to Yeyu, the school playground is surrounded by teaching buildings, and it is difficult for outsiders to see it. After school, you must practice martial arts here with me and strive to reach the first-grade skin training realm as soon as possible. After finishing today's practice, Yeyu and Yan Fengwu walked out of the school gate together and walked to the intersection. Little junior brother, see you tomorrow. Yan Fengwu smiled and greeted Yeyu. Yeyu rolled his eyes at Yan Fengwu. Who is your junior brother? If Mr. Xing's uncle accepts me as his apprentice, then I will be your uncle. Yan Fengwu's smile froze. She really hadn't thought of this. Well, that's a matter for the future. Anyway, you have to call me senior sister now. Okay, see you tomorrow, senior sister. Yeyu had to give in. Otherwise, this fierce horse would definitely not yield. Humph! Yan Fengwu snorted, turned around, raised her head, and walked away like a proud peacock. Looking at Yan Fengwu's figure going away, Yeyu suddenly patted his head. It was not because Yan Fengwu's figure lingered in his mind, but because Yeyu suddenly found that he had not drawn the lottery he got from Yan Fengwu. When he thought of the lottery, Yeyu couldn't control himself at all. He looked around and saw that there was a quiet lake here. It was dark, and there would definitely be no one. Excited, Yeyu turned and walked to the edge of the lake, wanting to start the lottery. Yeyu frowned and looked towards the lake. There was someone. How come there was someone there now? 100 meters away from Yeyu, although it was late, with his excellent eyesight and the same glasses as Conan, the person sitting by the lake was still clearly visible. Middle-aged male, height 175, weight 200, slightly drunk, feeling desperate? Looking at the empty bottles next to the man, Yeyu knew that he must be a little drunk, but who knows how supermental arithmetic could tell that he was feeling desperate. But this was not the problem Yeyu had to consider. What Yeyu was hesitating about was whether to draw the lottery now. Forget it, never mind, Yeyu muttered softly, glanced at the person in the distance, and ignored him. Human race, Yeyu, first-level Taoist. Constitution, spirit, sword, body. Number of stealing 0. Tao value 131,000. Talent, flying card technique, supermental arithmetic, language master. Skills, 36 set of radio gymnastics. Items, mantra potion, Conan-style glasses. Number of draws, 1. Yeyu looked at the system panel in his mind. There was only one draw left. Yeyu clicked the draw button with a little excitement. The system panel disappeared in Yeyu's mind, and a huge turntable replaced it. Stop! Yeyu shouted in his heart, and the rapidly rotating pointer on the turntable began to slowly stop. At the location where the pointer pointed to, the heavy mosaic disappeared and the picture became clear. This is a golden carp with a jade card in its slightly open mouth. The strong and powerful fishtail is still slightly curled, as if it can take off at any time. What is this? Before Yeyu could react, the image in his mind disappeared, and Yeyu felt his hands sink. He looked down and saw a golden carp in his hands. The carp weighed more than 10 pounds and felt smooth and warm. Was it alive? In the mouth of the golden carp there was a jade plate the size of a palm. The jade plate was as white as jade and only 1 finger thick. There were intricate and beautiful patterns around it, but the middle of the jade plate was blocked by the mouth of the fish, so it could not be seen clearly. Yeyu held the golden carp in one hand and took the jade plate out of the mouth of the carp with the other hand. Before Yeyu could see clearly what pattern was engraved on the jade plate, the golden carp in his arms suddenly struggled violently. The completely incompatible strength made Yeyu unable to control himself. Plop! The golden carp broke free from Yeyu's arms, jumped into the lake. "Hey!" Yeyu shouted involuntarily. Startled, Yeyu turned to look at the middle-aged man in the distance. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he had not noticed this place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Gate Jade Carving. The system's voice sounded in Yeyu's mind. Dragon Gate Jade Carving? Yeyu shifted his sight to the jade card in his hand and looked at it carefully. Yeyu looked at the Dragon Gate Jade Carving in his hand. The jade card was the size of Yeyu's palm. The material was crystal clear like jade, and the outer circle was a complex and gorgeous pattern. In the center of the jade card, there stood a miniature dragon gate. Although it looked small, it exuded a majestic momentum. Under the dragon gate, there were a few lines. A few simple strokes outlined the feeling of surging waves. Both the dragon gate and the waves looked very three-dimensional. Looking at this jade card, Yeyu's mind emerged with a majestic dragon gate standing on the sea. Yeyu flipped the jade card in his hand and asked the system in his mind, "System, what is the use of this Longman Jade Carving?" Longman Jade Carving is a treasure of dragon creatures. Any creature with dragon blood, as long as it is recognized by Longman, can shed its mortal body and become a dragon. Hiss! This is amazing. Yeyu's palm trembled, and he almost lost his grip on the Longman Jade Carving in his hand. Although the system's introduction was simple, Yeyu knew that this was a treasure that any creature with dragon veins would find difficult to refuse. Yeyu's heart moved, and he thought of the escaped golden carp, which was the golden carp holding the Longman Jade Carving in its mouth. System, where did that golden carp come from? Dragon vein golden carp. A golden carp with dragon blood will turn into a dragon once it jumps over Longman. The introduction given by the system was simple, but Yeyu's heart began to beat violently. This is a carp that can turn into a dragon. Damn it! Yeyu clenched his fists, but he didn't expect it to run away. Looking at the deep lake, Yeyu knew that he would definitely not be able to catch it. System, does this Longman Jade Carving have other functions? Yeyu asked unwillingly. Longman Jade Carving has its own magic, a gift from the Dragon Clan. As long as the host holds the Longman Jade Carving, the river and the sea are nothing, and it is immune to any water magic attack. Yeyu carefully put away the Longman Jade Carving. The properties of this jade alone are top-level treasures. Plop! Before Yeyu was happy for long, he heard the sound of a heavy object falling into the water. Looking in the direction of the sound, Yeyu frowned, and the middle-aged man who was drinking alone in the distance and in despair was gone. Yeyu was startled and ran over quickly. Yeyu did not hear the sound of the middle-aged man leaving, so he must have fallen into the water. Running to where the man was sitting before, Yeyu looked at the water. In the deep lake, an obese middle-aged man was struggling in the lake. Goo? Help! Goo, help! The man was struggling in the water. When he saw Yeyu, he struggled even more. However, because he couldn't swim, he swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and was about to sink. Yeyu took off his coat, holding the Longman Jade Carving in his hand, and sighed secretly. "You are lucky!" Plop! Yeyu jumped directly into the lake, and a strange feeling came from the Longman Jade Carving in his hand. At this moment, Yeyu felt that the lake water had no obstacles to him. Yeyu could move in the water as if he was standing on the ground. Yeyu held the Longman Jade Carving tightly, walked a few steps in the lake, came to the place where the man fell into the water, reached out and grabbed the man's collar and dragged him directly to the shore. Who? Cough? Vomit? The man lay on the shore of the lake, opened his mouth and vomited a few mouthfuls of lake water, then turned over and lay on the ground, panting rapidly. Yeyu ignored him, took off his wet clothes and wrung them. Although Yeyu was not afraid of water, his clothes were not treated this way. He looked down and saw the man who had jumped into the water earlier, lying on the ground with his head up, his eyes dull and his fat face expressionless. "Hey, are you sick? You jumped into the water to commit suicide for no reason." Yeyu kicked the middle-aged man. If he hadn't won the Dragon Gate Jade Carving in the lottery, he would have reported to the underworld now. After a long while, The man lying on the ground sat up, looked at the lake with a wooden expression, and murmured, "Why did you save me?" "Huh?" Yeyu almost laughed out of anger. "Why? That's not what you said when you shouted for help just now. Why jump into the lake if you are afraid of death?" The man was stunned, then laughed bitterly. "Haha, you are right. It turns out that I am also a person who is afraid of death." Seeing that his expression was not right, Yeyu didn't want to provoke him anymore, so he sat down next to the man. It's normal for people to be afraid of death. Death can't solve problems. No matter what happens, don't give up easily. The man was stunned and laughed sadly for a long time. "Haha, I, Qian Yue, have lived half my life, but no high school student can see through it. My name is Yeyu." Yeyu patted Qian Yue on the shoulder. "Can you tell me what happened? Judging from your demeanor, you don't look like a desperate person." Qian Yue looked at Yeyu and said, "Thank you for saving my life. I have nothing to hide from you." It turned out that Qian Yue was the owner of a well-known auction house in Mingzhou City, and he also married a beautiful wife. He can be said to have achieved success in both career and love. But by chance, Qian Yue suddenly discovered that all this was a false impression. The real situation was that his auction house had long been hollowed out by his capable subordinate, Zhao Hao, and his newlywed wife was also sent by Zhao Hao to transfer his savings. Now, not only Qian Yue's life savings were all transferred by Zhao Hao, but even the auction house founded by Qian Yue, Dingfeng Auction, was taken away by Zhao Hao, no matter the connections or channels. At present, Qian Yue's auction house is just an empty shell, with no people and money, nothing left. Yeyu looked at Qian Yue with sympathy. He worked hard for half his life, but in the end, it was all gone in one move. Isn't it despair? If it were someone else, he might have gone crazy. What about your subordinate Zhao Hao and your wife, ex-wife? Qian Yue's face was complicated, his eyes flickered, and after a long while he said faintly, "They took everything from me and reopened a Dingfeng auction house in Mingzhou City." Damn, so arrogant? Yeyu couldn't believe it. Who on earth could be so shameless and arrogant? Qian Yue smiled bitterly. "What can I do? I can't catch them at all. And they also borrowed a large sum of money from the bank in my name. If they can't pay it back within a month, the top auction will disappear completely." Yeyu looked at Qian Yue with a desperate face. He had lost everything and was still in debt. This was really tragic. "Then what are you going to do?" Yeyu looked at Qian Yue and asked. Qian Yue shook his head, with no hope in his eyes. "I don't know. Maybe I will face Zhao Hao's boasting every day, or maybe I will starve to death on the street one day." Qian Yue said this. Yeyu couldn't bear it anymore, grabbed Qian Yue's shoulders and looked into his eyes. "Old Qian, they bully you so much, you can't be a coward. Fight them. Take back everything you have, make them cry and beg you to let them go. It's so refreshing." "How to take it? I have nothing now, and I still owe a lot of money." Qian Yue looked at Yeyu, his expression warmed up. "I want to do them too. I really have no other choice." Yeyu looked at Qian Yue and said firmly, "Don't worry, old Qian. There is always a way out. With my help, you will definitely make a comeback soon." Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving people, and you will be rewarded with a lottery. Listening to the system voice ringing in his mind, Yeyu's eyes lit up. With the system, nothing is impossible. "You help me?" Qian Yue looked at Yeyu in disbelief and laughed. "How can you, a high school student, help me?" Yeyu curled his lips. "What's wrong with a high school student? What does your auction house need to rise again?" Qian Yue thought Yeyu was joking with him, so he said, "The most important thing for an auction house is to have auction items. But Zhao Hao has taken away all my channels, and no one will let me auction." Yeyu's eyes flashed. "Auction items? I can steal from the heavens and the worlds. So if I want to auction items, isn't it easy? What if I ask you to auction?" Qian Yue was stunned, looked at Yeyu, and laughed. "You ask me to auction? What good things can you have?" Yeyu did not answer Qian Yue, but stood up and patted his shoulder. "Anyway, it's a good thing. Wait for my news. The top auction will rise again." Qian Yue looked at Yeyu's back as he left, feeling the remaining warmth on his shoulders, and his desperate heart cheered up again. "I have nothing left. Why can't I trust you?" Yeyu returned home and lay on his bed, feeling excited Not only because he saved Qian Yue, but also because he saw a way to make a fortune. That is Qian Yue's top auction house. Yeyu can steal items from the heavens and the worlds, but Yeyu cannot guarantee that every item is useful to him. In this case, useless items can be auctioned by Qian Yue, and the things Yeyu gave are all things that do not exist in this world, absolute treasures. Moreover, Yeyu himself can draw a lottery. Although the mantra potion, Conan's glasses, and Longman jade carving cannot be auctioned, he may draw other useless items that can be auctioned. Thinking of this, Yeyu turned over and sat up. He remembered that there was still a lottery that had not been drawn. Human race, Yeyu. Physique, spirit sword body. Number of stealing 0. Dao value 130,000. Talent, flying cards, supermental arithmetic, language master. Skills, the 36th set of radio gymnastics. Item mantra potion, Conan's glasses, Longman jade carving. Number of lottery, draws 1 ins. After calling up the system interface and rescuing Qian Yue, the system awarded a lottery, which was just right for drawing, to see if he could get the items auctioned on his behalf. Start the lottery! On the turntable covered with thick mosaics, the slender pointer quickly turned and gradually stopped with Yeyu's order. Ding! Congratulations to the host! You got the Imperial Shell! Yeyu's palm sank, and a huge scallop appeared on Yeyu's palms. The scallop was the size of a wash basin. Unlike the rough surface of ordinary scallops, it felt very smooth. The whole scallop exuded a faint golden light. Under the light of the house, it seemed to be made of gold. It was really worthy of being an imperial shell. Yeyu's eyes flashed. I wonder if there are pearls in this imperial shell. If there are, they should be very precious. Yeyu stood up the scallop and saw that the 2 pages of scallops were tightly together. There was no gap. It was so tight that even a blade could not get in. How to open it? Yeyu wanted to pry it open with something, but he was afraid of damaging the scallop that was like a work of art. Putting the scallop on the table, Yeyu tapped the shell of the scallop while thinking about how to open the scallop. Crunch! A slight sound sounded, and Yeyu was startled. He quickly took his hand away from the scallop, but saw the scallop tremble slightly, and one of the leaves on one side lifted up and slowly separated. Hiss, is it so smart? Just tap it and it opens? As the scallop opened, the contents inside also appeared in front of Yeyu. There seemed to be a light or a flame rising from the scallop. When the light faded, Yeyu stared at the scene inside. Hiss? Yeyu took a deep breath and his heart was shocked. What a flaming pearl! This is a round golden pearl as big as a fist. Yeyu has never seen such a big pearl, and he has never even heard of it. Moreover, the color of this pearl is like the color of real gold. Under the illumination of the incandescent lamp in the room, it flashes with dazzling luster. What's more peculiar is that as Yeyu observes from different angles, there seem to be flames rising on the surface of the pearl. Even people who have never seen good things know that this pearl is definitely not ordinary. Yeyu stretched out his hands, held the pearl in his hands, and exclaimed, Unlike ordinary pearls, this pearl surrounded by flames is warm to the touch, like the best warm jade. Holding the pearl in his hand and placing it close to him, Yeyu was even more fascinated by this unique flame orb, which was indeed produced by the Emperor Shell. System, what kind of pearl is this? Yeyu asked curiously. Flame orb, what's so special about it? Yeyu asked immediately. The name sounded extraordinary. It's not ordinary big. Yeyu was full of black lines. System, don't make trouble. You know what I mean. The pearl with the title has its own constant temperature system, and it can release heat even in the coldest weather. Mom doesn't have to worry about me not wearing autumn johns anymore. Yeyu was a little disappointed. Such an extraordinary pearl, but just a hand warmer is too extravagant. It's decided. This pearl will be the first auction item. As for this luxurious hand warmer, Yeyu said that the young man slept on a cold kang, all thanks to his strong firepower. Yeyu put the flame orb into the scallop, pressed it down gently, and the scallop closed automatically. After taking a look at this imperial shell, Yeyu nodded with satisfaction, hoping to get a good price at the auction. Yeyu sat on the chair and took out a slightly damp business card from his trouser pocket. Qian Yue's phone number, 130? Yeyu, chairman and chief auctioneer of Dingfeng Auction House, raised his eyebrows. Is this Qian Yue, an auctioneer? Beep. Hello, this is Qian Yue. Don't worry, the money will be given to you soon. Qian Yue's slightly impatient voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Yeyu scratched his ears. It seemed that he had misunderstood. Old Qian, it's me, Yeyu. Qian Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's Yeyu. I thought it was a debt collector. Trust me, you won't have to worry about it soon. Qian Yue laughed dejectedly. Soon? How soon? In a few days, if I can't pay the money, the bank will take my auction house away. Yeyu glanced at the imperial shell on the table and laughed. Don't worry, I have found the first auction item. What auction item? Qian Yue was delighted at first, but then his heart sank. What good things can a high school student have? A pearl, very big one. I'll open your eyes tomorrow afternoon, Yeyu said with a smile. Pearl? All right then. Qian Yue was desperate now. What kind of pearl could save an auction house that was about to go bankrupt? But Yeyu was his savior, and he couldn't refuse Yeyu. After putting away the phone, Yeyu took off his coat and stood in the open space in the house wearing only a pair of shorts. After starting a non-proper warm-up exercise, he immediately started the 36th set of radio gymnastics that gave Yeyu a headache. Click! Feeling the sound of the joints being overwhelmed, Yeyu cursed in his heart. Who was the pervert who invented this movement? It can drive people crazy. After a long while, Yeyu finally finished this set of bodybuilding exercises. He lay on the ground sweating profusely, feeling the severe pain all over his body, and didn't want to move at all. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, Han Shui and her parents were sitting in the spacious living room, facing each other. Han Shui straightened her slender waist and looked at her father solemnly. Sitting opposite Han Shui was a handsome middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a refined appearance. Han Shui's father Han Shui. But at this moment, Han Shui's frown made him look a little gloomy. Is this what you hurriedly called me back to tell me? Han Shui looked at Han Shui and said in a low voice. Han Shui looked at Han Shui seriously. Yes, you have never been very concerned about me. I want to know why you have always asked me not to fall in love. Han Shui was about to speak, and Han Shui immediately said, Don't fool me with the study stuff. I am doing well in my studies. Han Shui pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers, raised his head and closed his eyes to think for a long time, and slowly said, You are still young and immature in dealing with feelings. You can talk about emotional matters when you grow up. I have grown up, and I know what my feelings are for him. Han Shui's mother Minru sat aside, looking at the father and daughter, who were competing against each other, and said, Xiwei, Xiaoshui is an adult now, and with Xiaoshui's grades, any university is not a problem. How about you? Han Xiwei waved his hand and interrupted Han Shui's mother's words. Don't say it. No matter what, Xiaoshui is not allowed to fall in love. She is not allowed to have excessive contact with boys. Seeing Han Xiwei's insistence, Han Shui's mother knew that there was no way to convince him, so she turned to look at Han Shui. Xiaoshui, your father is right. You have just become an adult. It is still too early for you to have feelings. Why don't you wait until you go to college? Han Shui shook her head, trying not to let the tears flow down her eyes. But we are going to live abroad next year. Will you agree that I stay in China alone? This? Minru's voice paused. Going abroad was a decision made a long time ago. There was no way to cancel it, and they would definitely not let Han Shui stay in China alone. Dad, is there really no other way? I don't want to regret it all my life. Han Xiui's eyes flashed with regret. He also wanted his daughter to have a perfect first love, but thinking of Han Shui's identity, Han Xiu could only harden his heart. No, Han Shui's tears finally couldn't stop flowing down. She didn't understand why her father had been refusing. I know, I'm tired and want to rest. Han Shui stood up and left straight back to her room. After Han Shui left, Minru sat beside Han Xiwei and held Han Xiui's hand. Xiwei, I don't understand why you always disagree with Xiaoshui's love. Xiaoshui has been independent and mature since she was a child. She knows what she wants to do. Han Xiwei took off her glasses, put her hands on her head, rubbed her temples, lay down on the sofa and let out a long breath. I know, but I have reasons to do this. Minru was silent for a moment, leaned her head on Han Xiui's shoulder, and said softly, Don't worry, Xiaoshui will understand you too. Han Xiui nodded, feeling heavy-hearted. I'm sorry for Xiao Shui. I hope the guidance of fate is true. Let someone check the man named Yeyu. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight sprinkled into Yeyu's room, waking up the sleeping Yeyu. Well, I feel great when I get up in the morning and open the window. Yeyu stretched his waist, opened the window, breathed in some fresh air, and his spirit instantly became refreshed. Human race, Yeyu, first level Taoist, physique, spirit sword body. Number of stealing, 1. Tao value, 1/3 into 1,000. Talent, flying cards, super mental arithmetic, language master. Skills, the 36th set of radio gymnastics. Items, mantra potion, Conan same glasses, Longman jade carving, flame orb. Number of draws, 0. Yeyu was even happier when he saw the number of stealings refreshed in his mind. Start stealing. It has been a month since Zhao Rishan traveled to the Doctor Continent. As a traveler, Zhao Rishan has lived up to his name. In this month, beautiful women have paid for him, and he has taken 3 concubines. He is full of the aura of the protagonist. Not only that, he goes out to pick up money with his head down and catches pies with his head up. He has many adventures, and even the rags he buys are treasures. In this month, according to rough statistics, he has picked up 5 leaks, jumped off a cliff 3 times, fell into the water twice, and obtained 10 treasures. At the same time, 8 beautiful women have fallen in love with him, and 3 of them have been taken into his room. Zhao Rishan knows that these are all small things, and there are greater gains waiting for him, until an old beggar who is about to die lies in front of Zhao Rishan's door. Zhao Rishan knows that things are not that simple. Sure enough, after Zhao Rishan asked, it turned out that this beggar was one of the top doctors in the Doctor Continent. He was superb at using the 13 ghost needles. One needle can distinguish yin and yang, and gods and ghosts stand on both sides. Life and death are just a thought away. My dear friend, I have been able to travel across the continent of doctors all my life, and I have done everything I can to avoid them, all thanks to my acupuncture skills. Now I will pass on this set of 13 ghost needles to you completely. After the old beggar finished speaking, he handed Zhao Rishan a book and then died. Zhao Rishan ignored the dead old beggar and smiled mysteriously. He was surrounded by the aura of the protagonist. Aren't the magical skills and secrets available to me? Where's the book? Zhao Rishan was stunned. That bastard stole my book. When Zhao Rishan was intoxicated with the power of the protagonist's aura and was mysteriously confident, a hand appeared out of thin air, grabbed the old beggar's book, and disappeared. Yeyu sneezed, and his right hand came out of the passage with a thread-bound book in his right hand. Looking at the quaint thread-bound book in his hand, Yeyu was slightly stunned. What kind of antique book is this? Flipping it open casually, Yeyu saw a human body model drawn on each page, with small red dots marked on it, and some red dots were painted with acupuncture needle-like patterns above them. Is this a medical book? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing, and the reward is 80 points of avenue value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing the medical book. Do you want to extract the spirituality? The system's mechanical and stereotyped voice sounded in Yeyu's mind. Extract! A ray of green light emerged from the medical book in Yeyu's hand, and then sank into Yeyu's mind. After a while, Yeyu absorbed the information that was integrated into his mind, opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed. This Ghost Gate 13 needles is incredible. Ghost Gate 13 needles, a fusion of acupuncture and moxibustion. One needle divides yin and yang, and gods and ghosts stand on both sides. Life and death are only in the mind of the needle user. Incredible, incredible, Yeyu admired in his heart. Although he had not tried this miraculous acupuncture method, he knew how overbearing this acupuncture method was just by listening to the introduction. Yeyu looked at the old thread-bound book in his hand. This is the acupuncture secret book of Ghost Gate 13 needles, but Yeyu's Tao system can directly extract spirituality, and he learned it all at once. This book is useless to Yeyu. He wanted to throw it away later, but Yeyu took it back. Although it was useless, it looked like an antique after all. It would be better to give it to Qian Youwei for auction. It might be worth some money. Xiao Yu has eaten. Grandpa Ye Weigo's voice rang out outside the house. After dinner, Yeyu picked up his school bag and walked towards school. Mingzhou City is located in the south. The temperature is suitable all year round and the air is fresh. Moreover, as a typical green city, the environment and scenery are very beautiful. It can be said to be a good place for leisure and health preservation. So every day when Yeyu goes to school, he can meet many old men and old ladies walking on the street and doing morning exercises. Hey, my dear, look, has someone fainted? Yes, it's Old Man Tang who fainted. What should I do? Call the police. Why call the police? Call 120. While walking on the road, Yeyu was attracted by a loud noise. Hearing someone faint, Yeyu hurried forward. There was an elderly man in a Tang suit lying on the ground. At this moment, many passers-by had gathered around him. Yeyu raised his feet and saw that the old man was pale, breathing weakly, and had lost consciousness. Although the people around him were anxious, they did not know first aid knowledge and could only watch. Yeyu glanced around and saw that there was a drugstore nearby. His eyes lit up and he hurried over. Because it was just time to go to work, the drugstore was deserted and there were not many people. There was only one pharmacist who was playing with his mobile phone bored. Bang! Yeyu pushed open the door and ran in. The pharmacist who was playing games was startled. When he saw that it was a high school student, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Hello, what do you need?" "Do you have acupuncture needles for sale?" Yeyu said quickly. "Yes. Which type do you want?" The pharmacist frowned, wondering why a high school student would buy acupuncture needles. Yeyu was stunned when he heard this. How could he know what types were available? So he said, "Just anyone will do." The pharmacist who was selling medicine was also puzzled. She didn't know what you wanted to buy, but her good professional ethics made her say patiently, "How about I find you a commonly used one?" "Okay." On the side of the road outside the pharmacy, the crowd was still anxiously watching the fainted old man. Make way. I'm a doctor." A loud shout rang out outside the crowd. When everyone heard it, they shouted happily, "The doctor is here. Everyone make way." The onlookers dispersed, and a young man in a suit walked in. The young man squatted beside the fainted old man, patted his shoulder, and called out a few times, but the old man did not respond at all. Seeing that the old man did not respond, the man looked at his pupils, breathing and heartbeat, and knew that if he did not rescue him, there would be no chance. The man hurriedly leaned over, put his hands on the old man's chest, pressed down hard, and gave the old man artificial respiration. Seeing the man's professional technique, the onlookers relaxed a little. This doctor came in time, otherwise the old man Tang would be in danger. Yes, this doctor is a good person, and he is so professional. I don't know which hospital he is from. The young doctor did not pause at all, pressing the chest and mouth-to-mouth breathing, but the fainted old man surnamed Tang still did not move. Time passed by minute, and the young doctor was sweating profusely. Finally, he stood up dejectedly, looking at the old man who did not move, sighed, and his eyes were full of regret. "Hey, sorry, I've tried my best." Everyone was silent after hearing this, and whispered for a while. "This is fate. Old Tang deserves this disaster." "That's right, doctor. You don't have to apologize. You've tried your best." When Yeyu bought acupuncture needles from the pharmacy and ran here, he heard that the old man was beyond saving. Yeyu was anxious, holding the acupuncture needles in his hand, and squeezed into the crowd. "Make way, let me come! I can save him!" The onlookers didn't understand, but they also made way for a gap, and Yeyu took the opportunity to walk to the old man. The young doctor standing next to the old man looked at Yeyu, frowned, and stopped Yeyu. "It's useless. It's almost 5 minutes now, and the old man is completely dead." Yeyu saw the young doctor stopping him and raised the acupuncture needle in his hand. "How do you know?" "Let me try. Maybe it will work." The young doctor glanced at the acupuncture needle in Yeyu's hand and said with a little contempt, "How should I know? I'm a doctor. I just performed artificial resuscitation on him, and it didn't work. What else can you do? Use the acupuncture needle in your hand. Ridiculous!" The onlookers heard that someone still had a way, and they had a glimmer of hope, but when they saw Yeyu, who looked like a high school student, they were instantly disappointed. "Young man, give up. The doctor has already said it's too late." "Yes, young man. Do you think you can save people just by reading 2 medical books?" Alas, poor old Tang To. He just came a few days ago and was a good person, but he's gone. Yeyu passed through the young doctor's obstruction beside the old man and took out the acupuncture needles. You can see whether the acupuncture needles are useful. The young doctor saw that Yeyu didn't listen to the advice, and his eyebrows were raised. I want to see if a few acupuncture needles can save him. Yeyu squatted beside the old man, taking out the acupuncture needles while checking the old man's condition. The knowledge Yeyu got from medical books not only includes acupuncture methods that can save the life or kill the person, but also medical skills such as diagnosis and observation. According to Yeyu's judgment, the old man had a sudden myocardial infarction. Logically speaking, there is no problem with the young doctor's treatment. Just as he said, it has been too long, and the old man will definitely not be saved in general. But Yeyu was sure to bring the old man back to life through the 13 Ghost Gate needles. Ghost Gate is the underworld, and the 13 Ghost Gate needles can pull the dead back to the world of the living and revive them. It's so domineering. Yeyu held several acupuncture needles in each hand, staring at the acupuncture points on the old man's body. Renzhong, Tiantu, Tianxing, Yinbai, swish, swish, swish! Yeyu's hands flew quickly on the old man's body. In a moment, more than 10 acupuncture needles were firmly inserted into the old man's body. The young doctor watching on the side frowned even deeper. Such an unprofessional technique, simple and rough, inserted through the clothes. So fast? He inserted the needle through the clothes. How can it be accurate? Young man, human life is at stake. Can you do it? I think it's terrible. How capable can a high school student be? The doctors couldn't save the patient. How can he save him? Seeing that Yeyu had finished the acupuncture so quickly, the people watching around were even more distrustful of Yeyu. And after Yeyu finished the acupuncture, the old man, lying on the ground, still didn't move. Death is like the extinguishing of a light. Little brother, remember to respect life. The young doctor sighed and turned to leave, thinking that Yeyu was just a sensationalist. A person who wanted to gain fame was so disrespectful to the dead, and the young doctor was even more disappointed with Yeyu. The dead are the most important. Why are you like this? The doctor has already said that he can't be saved, but you still don't listen. Young people don't know what's good for you. Young man, pull out the needle quickly, otherwise I'll call the police. Why are young people like this nowadays? Are they crazy about being famous? Seeing that Yeyu didn't save the old man, the people around him spoke rudely and badly. It's no wonder they did so, because they all thought that Yeyu was fooling around. Yeyu ignored the young doctor, who turned around and wanted to leave, and the people who were talking around him, but stared at the old man's heart and shouted loudly. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. One needle divides yin and yang. Gods and ghosts stand on both sides. Even if you are at the gate of hell, I will pull you back. Ha! As soon as the voice fell, Yeyu clenched his fist and hit the old man's chest. Boom! A sound like a big drum sounded in the old man's chest, shocking the people around him. Boom, 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 boom. Yeyu raised his fist and didn't hit it, but a violent heartbeat sounded from the old man's chest. Huh? The old man, who had been lying on the ground without any sound, suddenly sat up and took a deep breath. The young doctor, who was about to leave, turned around, widened his eyes, and stared at the old man, who sat up. How is it possible? The young doctor and the crowd around him were all in the same mind at this moment. They were so surprised that they couldn't speak when they saw the old man who had come back to life. Really, alive? Isn't this a fake corpse? How could old Tang be alive again? Look, his eyes are moving and he's breathing. He's really alive. It's a magic needle. It's a magic needle. Miracle doctor. Little miracle doctor? The people around him finally reacted and looked at Yeyu and shouted loudly. The young doctor, who had been standing there in a daze, also came to his senses and walked quickly to the old man to check. It's really alive, the young doctor said in disbelief, looking at Yeyu as if he saw a monster. How did you do it? The young doctor looked at Yeyu in disbelief and asked in shock. While pulling out the acupuncture needles from the old man, Yeyu said to the young doctor, I did it with the acupuncture needles. The young doctor was speechless, and his mouth twitched, knowing that Yeyu was mocking what he had just laughed at. Little brother, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have questioned you. The young doctor stood beside Ye-Yu, whispered. Ye-Yu glanced at the young doctor. Although you are a doctor in a big hospital, there have been many masters among the people since ancient times, so it's better not to have preconceived ideas. The young doctor helped Ye-Yu to lift the old man up from the ground, nodded and said, You are right. What is the name of the acupuncture method you just performed? I have never heard of it. Ghost Gate 13 needles. It sounds unusual. The old man lying on the ground was helped up by Ye-Yu and the others, and finally came back to his senses. Looking at Ye-Yu and the others and the people around him, he asked, What happened just now? The people around saw that the old man had woken up and knew that he was fine, and they talked about what had just happened. You suddenly fainted before, and this doctor tried to save you first, but it didn't work. We all thought you would not survive, but this little genius doctor gave you a few needles and you woke up. Hearing the narration of the crowd, the old man suddenly realized and unconsciously stretched out his hand to rub his chest. Oh, I remember, when I was walking earlier, I suddenly felt an unbearable pain in my chest, and then I knew nothing. It turned out that I had walked through the gates of hell. That's right, old man Tang. You really scared us. If it weren't for the little genius doctor, you would have reported to the king of hell long ago. An old man who was familiar with the old man said with a smile. The old man surnamed Tong turned around and looked at Ye-Yu, straightened his clothes, and bowed to Ye-Yu. Little genius doctor, thank you so much. You saved my life. Ye-Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Old man, don't call me a little genius doctor. I just know a few acupuncture skills. My friend, it's not just a few acupuncture skills. That's the art of bringing the dead back to life. The old man surnamed Tong said with emotion, I am Tong Shi. Today you have brought me back from the gates of hell. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I still have some face in this southeast province. The old man named Tong Shi was well-dressed and had an extraordinary demeanor. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Ye-Yu thought about it and said, Tang Lao, just call me Ye-Yu. If there is anything in the future, I will definitely trouble Tang Lao. Okay. Tang Lao shouted a few words happily and nodded with satisfaction. First, Ye-Yu saved his life, and second, Ye-Yu had a needle technique that could bring the dead back to life, so he was someone he must make friends with. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving a life, and you will be rewarded with a lottery. The voice of the system sounded in Ye-Yu's mind, making Ye-Yu even happier. Tang Lao, you have a sudden myocardial infarction, which is very dangerous. It is best to do further examinations and keep treatment drugs on hand, Ye-Yu said to Tang Lao. Elder Tang nodded and said with emotion, Alas, I'm old. My health is not as good as before. Elder Tang looked at the young doctor again, patted his shoulder and praised, Young man, you are not bad. Although your skills are not good, there are not many young people like you who are willing to help others. Ahem? The young doctor coughed a few times and blushed a little. Look at what you said. It's not that my skills are bad, it's really that Brother Ye-Yu's magic needle is superb. Elder Tang nodded. Indeed, my brother's acupuncture can communicate with ghosts and gods. Earlier, I vaguely felt that I had reached the gate of hell, and when I was about to step in, there was a pulling force that pulled me back again. I think it was my brother's method. Brother Ye-Yu, wait for me. A call sounded behind Ye-Yu. After bidding farewell to Elder Tang, Ye-Yu, who was walking towards the school, stopped, turned around, and looked at the young doctor who was catching up. What's the matter? Looking at the young doctor running over, Ye-Yu frowned and asked. The young doctor looked at Ye-Yu, pondered for a moment, and organized his words. My name is Lu Yifeng, and I'm a doctor at the First Central Hospital of Mingzhou City. Today I saw the little brother's miraculous acupuncture skills, saving the patient from life and death. Seeing his unpredictable power, I was immediately shocked. Ye-Yu glanced at Lu Yifeng. Speak human language. Lu Yifeng scratched his head and smiled. I want to learn from you. No time. Ye-Yu rolled his eyes at him and turned away. Lu Yifeng was stunned. Is it so direct? Wait, Brother Ye-Yu, I'm serious. I really want to learn your acupuncture method. With this acupuncture method, the mortality rate will definitely be greatly reduced. Ye-Yu heard Lu Yifeng's words, stopped again, turned around and looked at him. Are you serious? Lu Yifeng nodded suddenly when he heard that there was a chance. Of course I'm serious. Ye Yu pondered for a moment, then said, Not now. I'll teach you after a while. Lu Yifeng heard this and knew that this was Ye Yu's last request, so he nodded with a little regret. Okay, it's agreed that you must teach me after a while. Well, don't worry, I'm leaving first. I have to go to class. Ye Yu agreed and turned away. In fact, Ye Yu really wanted to teach Lu Yifeng because Lu Yifeng really wanted to learn. The more people who knew acupuncture, the more patients would benefit. But Ye Yu was going to auction the medical book, so he couldn't give it to Lu Yifeng. Moreover, the text and patterns on the medical books are very complicated. Without Ye Yu's explanation, it is extremely difficult to master. Ye Yu has no time, so he can only postpone it. In the end, Lu Yifeng could only look back and watch Ye Yu walk away. Walking into the gate of Xiangyu Middle School, Ye Yu's eyes flashed, and he saw Ouyang Yu. Since Ouyang Yu framed Ye Yu last time and was exposed by Ye Yu, he ran out of the classroom in shame and anger, and never came to class again. Now Ye Yu saw him again, and Ouyang Yu was walking with Qin Qing. How did they get together? Ye Yu frowned, ignored them, and walked straight into the teaching building. Humph! Pretending! Qin Qing was originally leaning on Ouyang Yu's arm, pretending to be a little woman. She saw Ye Yu walking by from the corner of her eye and snorted with disdain. Ouyang Yu also saw Ye Yu, but now he didn't dare to trouble Ye Yu anymore. Hearing Qin Qing snort, he asked, Do you know him? Qin Qing heard Ouyang Yu's question and said in a tender voice, Ouyang, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with him. Ouyang Yu frowned and said sternly, I asked how you know him. Hearing Ouyang Yu's tone was wrong, Qin Qing didn't dare to hide it anymore. His name is Ye Yu. He looks okay, but he has no money or power. I wanted to make friends with him, but was rejected. Humph! What are you so proud of? Ouyang Yu pondered for a long time, and then a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Ouyang Yu didn't speak for a long time, Qin Qing was a little worried that he misunderstood the relationship between himself and Ye Yu, so he quickly explained, Don't worry, Ouyang, I have nothing to do with Ye Yu. He is just a poor loser. How can he compare with you? Ouyang Yu clenched his fists, recalling the frustration when facing Ye Yu, with a vicious look in his eyes, and said fiercely, Yes, how can he compare with me? Han Shui, are you okay? Ye Yu sat in his seat, looking at Han Shui, and asked softly. Han Shui deliberately put on a light makeup today, but with Ye Yu's sharp eyesight, plus super mental calculation, it is easy to know that Han Shui cried yesterday. Han Shui didn't know what she was thinking. She came back to her senses when she heard Ye Yu's voice. Ah, Ye Yu, you're here. Ye Yu pointed at Han Shui's eyes and asked in a low voice, You seem to have cried? Are you okay? Han Shui rubbed her eyes with her hands and said in a panic, No, I was blinded by sand this morning. Seeing that Han Shui didn't tell him, Ye Yu didn't ask any more questions. I saw Ouyang Yu this morning. I heard that he was going to transfer to another class. Han Shui frowned with disgust when she heard the 3 words Ouyang Yu. He got lucky. If he didn't have a mother who was a school director, he should have been expelled for his despicable means. Han Shui finished speaking and then said worriedly, Ye Yu, you have to be careful of him. He just suffered a big loss, and he will definitely not let it go. Ye Yu nodded, with a gleam in his eyes. If he is honest, it's okay. If he dares to make trouble for me again, he must be in trouble. In the principal's office of Xiangyu Middle School, Principal Li Shaishu looked at Ouyang Yu with a bad look. Your mother has already told me that you should change to another class. Remember, there won't be a next time. Otherwise, even if your mother is a school director, I will expel you. Ouyang Yu stood opposite Li Shaishu, took a deep breath, and said with his head down, Principal, I know, there won't be a next time. Li Shaishu pondered for a moment, waved at Ouyang Yu. Go back and reflect on yourself. Yes, Ouyang Yu answered with his head down, then turned and left the principal's office and closed the door. Bang! Ouyang Yu clenched his fist and smashed it on the wall of the teaching building, saying fiercely, Ye Yu, I won't let you go. Because he was rewarded with a lottery for saving someone in the morning, during the break, Ye Yu couldn't hold back his anticipation and found a place where no one was to start the lottery. System, start the lottery. Ding! Consume one lottery number and the lottery begins. A huge turntable appeared in Yeyu's mind, and the slender pointer on it began to spin wildly. The turntable was divided into more than 10 parts, covered with thick mosaics, and it was not clear at all. Yeyu knew that the lottery could only be left to chance, so he waited for a moment and shouted, "Stop!" The rapidly spinning pointer slowly stopped, and the mosaic of the area it pointed to disappeared, revealing the contents on it. Is this a cup? The picture in his mind disappeared and appeared in Yeyu's hand. The cup was the color of black jade, with cloud patterns on it. It was shaped like an ancient luminous cup, but it was more delicate. It was as delicate as jade when touched, and it was very comfortable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the luminous cup. The voice of the system sounded in Yeyu's mind at the right time. Luminous cup? Is it the luminous cup mentioned in the luminous cup of grape wine? Yeyu asked doubtfully. Luminous cup, there is a rare jade in the world, called wine jade. It feels as delicate as a young girl when touched, and has the mellow aroma of fine wine when smelled. It was carved by a master into a luminous cup. Any liquid poured into the cup will become a top-quality wine. The system is very considerate and directly gives the information of the luminous cup. It feels as delicate as a young girl when touched and has the mellow aroma of fine wine when smelled. Any liquid poured into the cup will become a top-quality wine? This is simply amazing. Yeyu had no other feelings when he heard the introduction of the system. He gently stroked the smooth and delicate luminous cup, brought it to his nose and sniffed it, and a charming aroma of wine came to his nose. It was simply intoxicating. Yeyu, have you been drinking? Hanshe shrugged her small nose, got close to Yeyu, sniffed a few times, and asked in a suspicious voice. Yeyu heard Hanshe's question and said in confusion, I didn't drink. Hanze snorted lightly. Impossible. My nose is very sensitive. Even if there is a little smell of alcohol, I can smell it. Yeyu took out the luminous cup he had drawn and handed it to Han Shui. Take a look and see if it is the smell of alcohol that is emitting from it. Han Shui took the luminous cup handed over by Yeyu, put it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully, and was completely fascinated by the luminous cup that looked like a work of art. It's really beautiful. It's better to say that it's a wine glass than a work of art. Han Shui pinched the wine glass with her green fingers, put it under her nose, and fanned it gently with her other hand. A strange aroma of wine drifted towards Han Shui's nose. Han Shui closed her eyes slightly, and an attractive blush appeared on her cheeks. Yes, that's it! Such a pure and fragrant wine. After a long while, Han Shui opened her eyes and came back to her senses from being intoxicated by the aroma of wine. Yeyu, what on earth is this? How can it emit the aroma of wine? And it is so fragrant. Yeyu pointed at the wine glass and said to Han Shui, This is a kind of jade carved from a jade called wine jade, and it has a strange ability. Han Shui was very curious and asked quickly, Yeyu, tell me quickly, what is the function? Yeyu smiled slightly, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, filled the luminous cup, let it stand for a moment, and pushed it in front of Han Shui. Smell it again. Han Shui was puzzled by Yeyu's actions just now, lowered her head and sniffed the wineglass gently. Huh? Han Shui said in surprise, then put her hand on the wineglass and fanned herself. This? Han Shui suddenly raised her head and looked at Yeyu, a little bit unbelievable. Yeyu, this is wine, and it's good wine. What's going on? How did water turn into wine? This is the peculiarity of the luminous cup. It can turn the liquid in the wineglass into fine wine. Han Shui took a deep breath and said in amazement, There is such a strange ability. Yeyu, where did you get it from? Yeyu knew that Han Shui was worried about herself and that the luminous cup was not obtained properly, so she comforted her softly. Don't worry about where you got it from. After all, it belongs to me. I didn't steal or rob it. It's legal and reasonable. Han Shui patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Yeyu, you must keep this thing well. It must be very precious. By the way, Han Shui, how come you are so familiar with wine? Yeyu asked Han Shui curiously, because he found that Han Shui was very sensitive to wine and should know a lot about it. Han Shui winked at Yeyu playfully and said with a sweet smile, My father loves to drink. I have been influenced by him since I was a child, so I am very familiar with wine. Yeyu nodded, So that's how it is. Yeyu's eyes lit up. People who know wine must know the quality of this wine. Han Shui, why don't you taste it and see how it is? Han Shui waved her hand when she heard it. No, I can't drink. Yeyu wanted to let Han Shui taste the wine in the luminous cup, but she also felt that it was inappropriate to let a little girl drink, so she hurriedly said, "Sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't let you taste it." Han Shui blushed and explained quickly, "Yeyu, don't misunderstand me. My personality will change drastically after drinking." Yeyu was stunned. Personality change? I'm afraid it's not drunkenness? Looking at Han Shui, who is now as quiet as an orchid, Yeyu can hardly imagine what Han Shui looks like after drinking. Han Shui, why don't I give this luminous cup to your father? Yeyu looked at Han Shui and said. Han Shui pushed the wine glass to Yeyu and said firmly, "How can that be? This luminous cup is so precious. Didn't you say you would buy a big house for your grandfather?" Seeing Han Shui's insistence, Yeyu also gave up the idea and felt that this luminous cup was also a very good auction item. "Wait, Yeyu, pack up the wine. I know someone who can help you taste this wine." Yeyu took back the luminous cup and wanted to pour out the wine and put the cup away. Han Shui saw Yeyu's action and stopped him. Yeyu thought about it, emptied the water in the mineral water bottle, and filled the luminous cup with wine. "Han Shui, is there anyone who knows wine so well?" Han Shui smiled slightly. "Our math teacher, Mr. Wu, knows wine very well." Yeyu was startled. Wu Suowei? By the way, Wu Suowei said before that he was very familiar with the Han family. Yeyu. The monitor of Class 1, Grade 3, stood at the door and shouted, "What's wrong? Teacher Wu asked you to go find him, saying that he wanted you to practice math competition questions." Yeyu's mouth curled up. What a coincidence. Putting away the luminous cup, Yeyu picked up a mineral water bottle with a glass of wine and walked towards Wu Suowei's office. "Knock, knock! Come in!" Before Yeyu could speak, Wu Suowei's voice rang in the office. "Teacher Wu, you're looking for me?" Yeyu looked at Wu Suowei and said. Wu Suowei put down the pen in his hand, looked at Yeyu and laughed. "You lazy boy! I told you to prepare for the math competition, but you didn't come." Yeyu scratched his head. "I've been busy these 2 days." Wu Suowei waved his hand and scolded with a smile. "Okay, although you are good at math calculations, you also need to read some books. There are some profound knowledge that you can't get in touch with now." Yeyu nodded, knowing that Wu Suowei was right. Although he had super mental arithmetic, it was useless if he didn't know the formula and the principle. Putting aside the idea of letting Wu Suowei taste the wine, Yeyu put down the water bottle and looked around at Wu Suowei's collection of books. The 4 walls were filled with books that Wu Suowei didn't care about collecting, most of which were mathematics and geometry, with occasional physics books. Yeyu then took out a hardcover book, put it on the table beside him, and read it. Analysis of the Law of Abel Curve. Turning the pages, there were still notes on it when Wu Suowei was reading. As time passed, Yeyu was completely immersed in the knowledge of mathematics. With the help of supermental arithmetic, these originally profound mathematical knowledge became very easy to understand. Wu Suowei looked at Yeyu, who was immersed in the book, and nodded with satisfaction. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door woke Yeyu up. Yeyu looked up and saw that he had read a thick stack of books without realizing it. "Teacher Wu, I just got a bottle of good wine, just in time for you to taste it." Principal Li Shuishu pushed the door open and walked in. "Hello, Principal." Yeyu stood up and said when he saw Li Shuishu coming in. Li Shuishu saw Yeyu standing in front of him. "What a good seedling. Master, Wu has already told me about your situation. Work hard and strive to win the first place." Yeyu nodded and sat down, picked up the unfinished book again and started reading. Li Shuishu carried a bottle of wine, walked to Wu Suowei's table, put the wine on the table, and motioned to Wu Suowei. "Try it! Bordeaux 30-year-old Mouton Rothschild." Wu Suowei's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's so expensive, you have to taste it." Wu Suowei turned around and took out the utensils, poured a glass, and couldn't wait to taste it. "Huh?" Wu Suowei swallowed the wine in his mouth, exhaled, and was intoxicated for a long time. "Good wine, but I still like our Chinese liquor." Li Shuishu pointed at Wu Suowei and laughed. "Ha-ha? Teacher Wu, you are still thinking about the special supply I have hidden for 50 years. Wu Suowei smacked his lips and sighed. That wine is the real good wine. It has a long aftertaste, but you are stingy and only drink one glass at a time. Li Sheshu quickly begged for mercy. Okay, Teacher Wu, I will get you some another day. Yeyu, who was reading a book on the side, heard the conversation between the two, looked at the mineral water bottle on the table, and his eyes lit up. Teacher Wu, it seems that you know a lot about wine tasting? Before Wu Suowei could speak, the principal Li Sheshu spoke first. Of course, Teacher Wu is an old drunkard. Let alone other things, just in terms of wine tasting, this is it. Li Sheshu gave Wu Suowei a thumbs up and praised. Wu Suowei saw Yeyu's eagerness to try and laughed. Why? Do you also know about wine? Yeyu took the mineral water bottle and put it on the table of Wu Suowei and Li Sheshu. I don't know about wine, but I have a good wine. Wu Suowei and Li Sheshu looked at the mineral water bottle on the table and were stunned. Are we unable to keep up with the trend of the times? Now good wine is packed in water bottles, 1 yuan a bottle. In the water bottles that can be seen everywhere, there is still water at the bottom of the bottle. Yeyu pointed at the water bottle and said to Wu Suowei, Teacher Wu, this is the good wine I am talking about. Wu Suowei looked at Yeyu, then at the water bottle on the table, pointed at the water bottle, and shook with excitement. Yeyu almost thought he would faint. Is this the good wine you mentioned? Li Sheshu looked at the water bottle on the table and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yeyu, stop making trouble. How could this be wine? It's just water. Seeing that the two didn't believe him, Yeyu hurriedly said, Teachers, please don't disbelieve me. This is really good wine. Li Sheshu pointed to the wine he brought and said to Yeyu, Yeyu, look, this bottle of wine of mine is nearly 100,000 yuan. Not to mention the special supply in my collection, which can't be bought even if you have money. After Li Sheshu finished speaking, he pointed to Yeyu's mineral water bottle and said, Your bottle of wine costs 1 yuan. Can it be wine? Yeyu was also quite unconvinced and glanced at the bottle of wine worth 100,000 yuan. Whether it is a good wine or not, it's not about the appearance, but the inside. Wu Suowei and Li Sheshu looked at each other and laughed. Yeyu, we are not old and confused yet. Can't we tell whether it is water or wine? Yeyu sighed and picked up the water bottle. Teacher Wu, if you don't believe me, I'll pour you some to try. Wu Suowei quickly stopped Yeyu and asked him to put away the water bottle. Okay, Yeyu, put it away quickly. My wine vessel is very precious. You should go read the book quickly. If you keep messing around, the teacher will be really angry. Li Sheshu on the side also patted Yeyu on the shoulder and whispered, Yeyu, Master Wu is a real wine lover. Don't tease Master Wu in this regard anymore. He will be really angry. Yeyu pursed his lips, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Wu Suowei. Teacher Wu, what I said is true. Han Shui has smelled it before. She said it is a good wine. When Wu Suowei heard what Yeyu said, he also started to take it seriously. Are you serious? Did Han Shui really say that? Yeyu nodded. Wu Suowei looked at the water bottle in Yeyu's hand and pondered. If Han Shui really said that, then it might really be good wine. Li Sheshu, who was standing by, shook his head, expressing his disbelief. Even if Han Shui's words were true, this is not water but wine. Yeyu is a high school student. What good wine can he have? Wu Suowei hesitated after hearing this, but Yeyu was his proud student, so he didn't want to offend Yeyu. Then why don't you pour some and try? After saying this, Wu Suowei felt sorry and regretted it again. He had always been reluctant to use this set of wine vessels. He would not take it out unless it was good wine. This time, he had to rinse it thoroughly. Seeing Wu Suowei's distressed look, Yeyu laughed. Teacher Wu, don't feel sorry either. This is really good wine. It won't disgrace your wine vessels. Wu Suowei closed his eyes and waved his hands, pretending that he didn't see it. Pour less. Yeyu nodded. It wasn't much to begin with, so how could he give it all to you? Yeyu poured a cup of wine from Wu Suowei's wine vessel and handed it to Wu Suowei. Teacher Wu, have a taste. Wu Suowei took the wine glass, frowned, and put it under his nose, sniffing it with disdain. Wu Suowei's frown gradually relaxed, his eyebrows curled up, and his eyes showed an incredible look. Wu Suowei is not a half-baked person like Han Shui. As an old alcoholic, he can tell whether the wine is good or not just by smelling it. Wu Suowei widened his eyes, shocked in his heart, and his hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. This is really a good wine. Just by smelling the wine in the glass, Wusuowe was already intoxicated by this fine wine. After a long while, Wusuowe was satisfied to hold the few bottles of wine in his mouth. Feeling the mellow and long taste of the fine wine slowly spreading on the taste buds on the tip of his tongue, Wusuowe was drunk. Gulp! He swallowed the wine in his mouth greedily, and a stream of warm water flowed from his throat to his stomach, and then spread to his whole body. Wusuowe felt the taste of nature, the mountain stream, the bird song, and the fragrance of flowers. At this moment, he felt that his soul had been baptized. After a while, Wusuowe opened his mouth and blew gently. The mellow wine smell gushed out of Wusuowe's mouth like spring water. Seeing Wusuowe so intoxicated, Li Xueshu beside him also felt uneasy. Could it be that this was really a good wine? Otherwise, Master Wu would not have made such an expression. Seeing Wusuowe still intoxicated, Li Xueshu asked in a low voice, "Master Wu, is this really wine? What does it taste like?" Wusuowe looked up at Li Xueshu with a reproachful look, blaming him for interrupting his enjoyment, and said unhappily, "This is not wine." Li Xueshu laughed. "I told you, how could this be? This is fairy wine." "Fairy wine?" Li Xueshu unconsciously raised his voice and screamed. Wusuowe smacked his lips and said with emotion, "This is fairy wine. I have lived my whole life and have never tasted such a good wine. Compared with this wine, what I used to drink was garbage. If this is not fairy wine, what is it?" "This!" Li Xueshu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Seeing this, Yeyu smiled slightly, poured some wine into another cup, and handed it to Li Xueshu. "Principal, try it. I won't let you down." Li Xueshu took the wine glass with a little hesitation, looked at it carefully in front of him for a moment, then opened his mouth and drank it all. "Hey, how can you drink like this?" Wusuowe, who was standing by, saw Li Xueshu drinking like a cow and shouted anxiously. However, was completely immersed in the wine at this moment and didn't pay any attention to what Wusuowe said. "Good! Good wine!" After a long while, Li Xueshu sobered up from the mellow wine, looked at the empty cup, and praised loudly. Wusuowe saw Li Xueshu drink the wine, licked his lips greedily, and caught a glimpse of the mineral water bottle in Yeyu's hand, and instantly became excited. "Yeyu, you still have some wine left. Pour it for me." "Wait!" Li Xueshu stopped Wusuowe, looking at the little wine left in the mineral water bottle in Yeyu's hand, and said, "Pour it for me." Wusuowe looked at Li Xueshu and glared. "What? Are you still competing with your teacher for it?" Li Xueshu ignored Wusuowe. His eyes were fixed on the liquid in the mineral water. "There is no friendship between teachers and students in front of fine wine. You are so good, Li Xueshu. Yeyu, give me the wine. It's a waste to give it to him." Wusuowe looked at Yeyu, almost begging. Li Xueshu was unwilling to do so, and stopped Wusuowe's hand. "Teacher Wu, what right do you have to say that? Yeyu, give me the wine. After all, I am the head of a school. What's the use of being a principal? I am still your teacher. Yeyu, give me the wine." After Wusuowe finished speaking, he held Yeyu's hand tightly, as if he would not let go if you didn't give me the wine. Yeyu looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Was it worth it to argue over such a small amount of wine? He quickly comforted the two of them to prevent them from fighting. "Okay, stop arguing. No more, no less, half each." Wusuowe and Li Xueshu looked at each other and said at the same time, "Okay, half each." Under the two of them's strict, watchful eyes, Yeyu carefully divided the wine in the mineral water bottle into 2 cups. Wusuowe and Li Xueshu looked at the 2 cups of wine in front of them, compared them for a long time, and then satisfiedly picked up the cup that they thought was more. Wusuowe and Li Xueshu looked at each other unconvinced for a moment, then picked up their own glasses and drank. However, the two of them drank in different ways. Wusuowe first picked up the wine glass, put it under his nose to smell the wine for a while, then poured it into his mouth, savored it for a long time, and then swallowed it. Li Xueshu drank the wine in the glass directly, and then enjoyed the feeling of the wine slowly spreading in his stomach. Although the methods were different, the results were the same. Both of them thought that this was the best wine they had ever drunk. "Huh?" Wusuowe was the first to sober up from the wine, and looked at Yeyu with a complicated look. "It's worth it to be able to drink this wine in this life. If Teacher Wu likes to drink it, I'll fill a big bottle for you later. Yeyu raised the mineral water bottle and gestured. Wu Suowei shook his head, thinking that Yeyu also got this wine by chance and he would definitely not have it again. It's enough to be able to drink a sip. How can I pray for more? After Wu Suowei finished speaking, he looked at his glass of wine and sighed. Old buddy, you are blessed today. I regretted it before, but I didn't know that I would regret it if I didn't drink it. Drinking and singing, what is life? Li Xueshu suddenly spoke up and also sobered up from the wine, looked at Yeyu and scolded with a smile. Yeyu, you have hurt me. After drinking this wine, other wines can really be thrown away like trash. Then Li Xueshu looked at Yeyu seriously and sighed. Yeyu, you taught me a good lesson today. I am the head of a school, but I am still deceived by appearance. You are right. Appearance is not important. What is important is the inner qualities. Li Xueshu pointed at the mineral water bottle in Yeyu's hand and then pointed at the wine he brought and said self-deprecatingly, My wine, which costs 100,000 yuan a bottle, is like a world of difference compared to yours. Seeing Li Xueshu say this, Yeyu didn't know what to say. This mineral water, which costs 1 yuan a bottle, and the famous wine, which costs 100,000 yuan a bottle, are indeed incomparable. The difference is how you look at it. Yeyu looked at Wu Suowei and Li Xueshu and said, Teachers, now there is no more wine, so I will leave first? Wait! Wu Suowei suddenly stopped Yeyu. Can you leave your empty mineral water bottle? Although Yeyu was puzzled, he still put the mineral water bottle on the table and turned away. Yeyu opened the door of the office and was about to go out. He stretched out his hand and heard the principal Li Xueshu's whispered question. Li Xueshu saw that Yeyu was about to go out and thought that if he spoke in a low voice, Yeyu would definitely not hear him, so he asked Wu Suowei, Teacher Wu, why did you leave this empty bottle? Wu Suowei also answered in a low voice, There is only so much good wine, it is not enough. This water bottle has been filled with wine, and it can be used for another meal with water. Li Xueshu was completely stunned when he heard Wu Suowei's answer and looked at Wu Suowei in a daze. Teacher Wu, is this necessary? Wu Suowei glared at Li Xueshu. What do you know? It's a crime to waste even a little bit of this kind of good wine. Li Xueshu looked at Wu Suowei with a rather disdainful look. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Teacher Wu. Leave some for me. Yeyu walked out of the door and suddenly closed the door, and then started to cough violently. Ahem. Patting his chest, Yeyu took a long time to recover. Looking at the closed door of the classroom, he imagined Wu Suowei and the principal Li Xueshu holding empty water bottles and drinking. With a shudder, Yeyu quickly slipped away. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, Hanshe saw that Yeyu looked strange and asked curiously, Why did you go for so long? What did Teacher Wu say? How about this wine? Yeyu rubbed his face, dispelled the thoughts in his mind, and said to Hanshe, Teacher Wu said this wine is a top-grade fairy wine. Hanshe widened her eyes and opened her little mouth, very cute. Such a high evaluation? Teacher Wu is very stingy with wine. By the way, Hanshe, do you have any mineral water? Yeyu turned his head and asked. Hanshe took out a bottle of water from her desk and handed it to Yeyu. Here you go, it's unopened. Seeing Yeyu take the bottle, Hanshe asked curiously, What do you want the water for? Yeyu took out the luminous cup and shook it. Exchange it for wine. Today is the weekend. Although I am already in the 3rd year of high school, the school is still generous enough to give me a half-day holiday. After school at noon, Yeyu came to Wu Suowei's office with a mineral water bottle full of fine wine. However, when Yeyu arrived outside Wu Suowei's office, he heard someone talking inside, so he stopped. In Wu Suowei's office, a slightly fat, middle-aged man was nodding and bowing at Wu Suowei. Hey, Teacher Wu, I am Kong Yuqian, the father of Kong Fang from Class 3. I came to you this time to discuss something with you. Wu Suowei was sitting in a chair at the moment, holding a wine glass, tasting it with relish, and didn't even pay attention to Kong Yuqian. Seeing that Wu Suowei ignored him, Kong Yuqian was not embarrassed and still smiled. Teacher Wu, I mainly want you to write a recommendation letter for my son. When the time comes, I will smooth things over. He will definitely get into Beijing University. Seeing that Wu Suowei still ignored him, Kong Yuqian hurriedly said, I will definitely not let you work in vain. I know you like wine. Take a look at what this is. After Kong Yuqian finished speaking, he put the thing in his hand on Wu Suowei's desk. At this moment, Wu Suowei finally put down the wine glass and looked at something on the table. It was obviously a very high-end and expensive wine. What a rubbish! Take it away quickly! Hearing Wu Suowei say this, Kong Yuqian finally got anxious and stepped forward to fiddle with the wine he brought over. Teacher Wu, this is top-grade Mute. Excellent wine! Wu Suowei looked up at Kong Yuqian with a rather disdainful tone. Exquisite wine? You know nothing about real wine. Kong Yuqian was a little unhappy when he heard this. What's wrong? Have you ever drunk the immortal wine? Teacher Wu, what are you talking about? I spent a lot of money to buy this bottle of Mutai. It is absolutely authentic and aged for 100 years. How can it not be a top-notch wine? Wu Suowei carefully poured the remaining few drops of wine in the glass into his mouth, savored it for a moment, and said to Kong Yuqian, You know shit. Take your junk and leave quickly. I won't write a letter of recommendation. Okay, I won't write it. You actually use this excuse to evade me. It's too much. Kong Yuqian said and left angrily. As Kong Yuqian walked out of the office door, he saw Yeyu standing outside the door and said unhappily, What are you doing here? Yeyu chuckled and gestured with the mineral water bottle. Like you, I'm here to give a gift. Kong Yuqian saw that this was an ordinary mineral water bottle and looked at Yeyu as if he was looking at a fool. Gift? Just this bottle of water? You must want to make me laugh to death. Yeyu looked at this middle-aged man with a sense of humor and said with a smile, Don't you believe it? If I believe you, I'd be a fool. Kong Yuqian sneered and pointed at the water bottle Yeyu was holding. If this junk of yours can be given away, I'll have the same surname as you. That's what you said. Yeyu tossed the bottle in his hand and then said, This bottle of water of mine can not only be given away, but also make Teacher Wu ecstatic to accept it. Okay, I'll watch here. I want to see how you give this bottle of water away. If it's really like what you said, not only can I share the same last name with you, I can even treat you as my grandfather. At this moment, Yeyu was no different from a fool in Kong Yuqian's eyes. Then just wait and see. Yeyu said, pushed the door open and walked in, deliberately not closing the door. I told you to take it away. Wu Suowei heard the footsteps and shouted impatiently. Seeing that Wu Suowei had misunderstood, Yeyu spoke up. Teacher Wu, it's me, Yeyu. Wu Suowei looked up and saw that it was Yeyu who walked in. He laughed happily. Haha, it's you, kid. I thought it was someone else. Yeyu put the mineral water bottle in his hand on the table and pushed it in Wu Suowei's direction. Teacher Wu, this is for you. Wu Suowei was stunned for a moment, then trembled with excitement. Looking at Yeyu in disbelief. Is this? Yeyu nodded. Yes, the same as this morning. Wu Suowei swallowed hard and snatched the mineral water bottle on the table, fearing that it would be snatched away by others. Mine! All mine! Seeing that Wu Suowei was so happy that he forgot himself, Yeyu turned around and blinked at Kong Yuqian, who was secretly watching. Kong Yuqian outside the door was stunned. Is giving gifts so simple now? Is the style of hardship and simplicity popular? Should I bring a box of mineral water to give as a gift? Kong Yuqian secretly wondered. His last name is Ye? Ye Yuqian, this name is quite good. When Yeyu came out of the office, he saw Kong Yuqian still standing outside the door, looking thoughtful. Yeyu closed the door of the office and glanced at Kong Yuqian. How about it? Are you convinced? Kong Yuqian came back to his senses and looked at Yeyu with a strange look. Is it popular to give simple gifts now? Brother Yeyu, can you tell me why Teacher Wu is so happy just because of this bottle of water? Yeyu put his hands behind his back and coughed dryly. Ahem, what should you call me? Kong Yuqian only remembered at this moment that he seemed to have made a very serious promise before. Yeah? Ahem, classmate Yeyu, this is my business card. Please tell me if you have anything. Kong Yuqian looked at Yeyu with a pleading face and handed over a business card. Yeyu was a little amused, but the business card didn't feel right. This business card had a unique coldness of metal. After a closer look, Yeyu raised his eyebrows, fiddled with the business card, and said to Kong Yuqian with a chuckle, Gold? Kong Yuqian grinned, looking very honest and simple. 18K. Ye rolled his eyes at Kong Yuqian. No wonder he was called Kong Yuqian. He was indeed rich. Even his business card was made of gold. Kong Yuqian has too much money. The chairman of the jewelry company, 186, the business card only has a string of simple words engraved on it, but a business card made of gold is not simple. Brother Yeyu, here's the business card. Call me if you have anything. Kong Yuqian looked at Yeyu and then said, as for what happened before, I don't remember the bet or anything. For the sake of the business card, Yeyu decided to temporarily lose his memory. Kong Yuqian clapped his hands and laughed. Great, I like this kind of brother Yeyu. Then can you tell me why Teacher Wu likes your gift so much? Go ask it yourself. Oh, so you're waiting for me here. Yeyu put away the business card, threw down a sentence and turned away. After leaving the school gate, Yeyu went straight home, found a box to pack the Emperor's shell, because Yeyu remembered that he would meet Qian Yue in the afternoon. Carrying the box, Yeyu found a tea house outside and called Qian Yue. Do? Yeyu? Qian Yue's slightly depressed voice sounded on the phone. Old Qian, come to Qingming Yaxuan. I brought the auction items to you. Okay, I'll come. Qian Yue's voice unconsciously raised a little, and a ray of light appeared in his heart that was originally full of haze. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, sir. The guest you are waiting for is here. The waiter's voice sounded outside the door. Come in. Creak. Qian Yue walked into the compartment and saw Yeyu sitting beside the coffee table, sipping tea. Sit down, have some tea, and take a break. Seeing the sweat on Qian Yue's forehead, Yeyu knew that he must have come in a hurry. Qian Yue sat down, grabbed the teacup on the coffee table, and poured it directly into his mouth. Gulp! Qian Yue put the teacup heavily on the coffee table, looked at Yeyu with hopeful eyes, and said in a slightly trembling voice, Yeyu, you didn't lie to me, did you? Yeyu pointed to the box beside him. That's it. Open it and take a look. Qian Yue shifted his gaze to the box, and after a long while, he took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and opened the box. Click! A faint and soft light flashed by, and the huge imperial scallop stayed quietly in the box, waiting to be opened. Is this a scallop? Qian Yue was shocked that there was such a large scallop in the box. Yeyu stood up, walked to Qian Yue, took the imperial shell out of the box, and placed it on the coffee table. This is called an imperial shell. Under the soft light of the tea house, the imperial shell on the coffee table looked even more graceful. The pale yellow jade-like shell was smooth and delicate, without any roughness. What a great imperial shell! Qian Yue stroked the shell of the imperial shell obsessively and said softly, I have never seen such a gorgeous scallop. Yeyu smiled and said, You will be more surprised when you see what's inside. What's inside? Qian Yue understood. Yeyu was talking about the pearl inside the scallop. Thinking of this huge scallop, the size of the pearl inside must be amazing. No wonder Yeyu said there was a big pearl before. Qian Yue looked at the imperial shell with a little excitement. He stretched out his hand and fiddled with the gap of the imperial shell for a long time. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he couldn't open the imperial shell. Hehe, Yeyu, how do you open this? Bang, bang, bang! Yeyu reached out and tapped the leaves of the emperor shell a few times. The emperor shell trembled slightly and the leaves slowly opened. Qian Yue was stunned. Is it so smart? Swish! Although he had seen it once before, the scene at this moment still shocked Yeyu. It was as if another red sun jumped out of the clouds, revealing its dazzling figure in front of everyone, and emitting dazzling luster wantonly. This flame orb that shocked the world once again appeared in front of Yeyu and Qian Yue. This! Qian Yue felt that he had melted under the light of the flame orb at this moment. He pointed at the flame orb and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Yeyu took the flame orb out of the emperor's shell and placed it under the light, constantly changing the angle. On the orb, the golden red flame pattern seemed to come alive, and it burned fiercely as the light changed. Be careful! Qian Yue hurriedly protected Yeyu, holding the flame orb with both hands, fearing that it would fall. He placed the flame orb in the imperial shell and gently closed the scallop. Yeyu and Qian Yue sat down at the coffee table again. How about my auction item? Yeyu asked with a smile. Qianyue reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the Emperor's shell, looked at Yeyu and said only one sentence, "It's a masterpiece." Yeyu poured another cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qianyue, but there must be more than one auction item at a time. Qianyue was stunned, nodded and sighed. There is no other way but to find some inferior products to make up the number, but it's a pity for such a flame orb. Yeyu took a sip of tea, chuckled and said, "So I prepared more than one auction item." Cough, cough. Qianyue had just taken a sip of tea, and when he heard Yeyu's words, he suddenly choked and coughed. Anything else? Yeyu counted in his mind for a moment, and the items that could be auctioned included the swordgrass, tortoiseshell, the Ghost Gate 13 Needles secret book, and the luminous cup. Including the flame orb, there are currently 5 items. 5 items? Qianyue looked up at Yeyu. There are 4 more items to accompany the flame orb. I think that should be enough. Yeyu put down his teacup, stretched out a finger and shook it. No, you are wrong. Qianyue looked at Yeyu in confusion and asked, "What did I say wrong?" The other 4 items are not the flame orb's foil. Their value is much higher than the flame orb. Hiss! It's even higher than the flame orb? What are they? Qianyue was very curious and asked Yeyu, wanting to know what the other 4 items were. Yeyu blinked and said with a smile, "Keep it secret. I will tell you when I have collected all the items." Seeing that Yeyu didn't want to say it, Qianyue had to give up, and in his heart he was scratching like a cat, imagining what else could be worth more than the flame orb. "Old Qian, can this auction item of mine bring your peak auction back to life?" Qianyue nodded and looked at Yeyu sincerely. "Just this one flaming orb can completely make up for my losses." "Well, you take this orb away first, and I'll give you the other auction items when I have time." Qianyue was stunned when he heard what Yeyu said. "Give it to me now?" Yeyu nodded and said nonchalantly, "Yes, do you still want me to carry the box back? It's very heavy, okay?" Qianyue looked at Yeyu with complicated eyes. "I have nothing now. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with this flaming orb?" Yeyu looked into Qianyue's eyes seriously and said solemnly, "I believe you. Your eyes tell me that you are not that kind of person." Qianyue's eyes were instantly moist. No one had ever trusted him so much, but this high school student, whom he had only met twice, trusted him so much and saved him when he had nothing and was in the most difficult time. "Yeyu, thank you, not only because you saved my life, but also because you gave me the opportunity to rise again." Qianyue looked at Yeyu with a burning gaze and said solemnly, "Since you trust me so much, I will not let you down. Ding! Saving people in distress will reward you with a lucky draw." Just as Qianyue finished speaking, the voice of the system rang in Yeyu's mind. The corners of Yeyu's mouth curled up. Compared with Qianyue's gratitude, Yeyu was more happy about the system's reward. Raising the teacup, Yeyu gestured to Qianyue, "Celebrate your comeback." Ding! Qianyue put down the teacup, a light flashed in his eyes and looked at Yeyu and said, "Yeyu, did you bring your ID card?" "I brought it. What's the matter?" Yeyu asked in confusion. "If you want to auction items at the auction, you must register your name." Yeyu nodded, took out his ID card, and handed it to Qianyue. "Here." Qianyue put away the ID card and carefully put the Emperor's shell into the box. Just as he was about to close the box, Qianyue stopped, took off his coat, and put it in the gap of the box. "What are you doing?" Yeyu was curious about Qianyue's actions. This scallop is also a treasure. If it gets bumped, it will be a great sin. Qianyue looked at the box filled with satisfaction. With clothes as a cushion, he thought the imperial shell would not be damaged. After seeing Qianyue off, Yeyu returned to the tea house. It was quiet and there were few people here, so he just used the number of draws he got. Human race, Yeyu, first level Taoist. Constitution, spirit sword body. Number of stealing, Tao value 210 1000. Talent, flying cards, supermental arithmetic. Language master, Ghost Gate 13 Needles. Skills, the 36th set of radio gymnastics. Items, mantra potion, Conan-style glasses, Longman jade carving, flame orb, luminous cup. Number of draws, 1. Looking at the system panel in his mind, Yeyu laughed. This time, helping Qianyue actually rewarded him with a draw. It was really a pleasant surprise. "Then let's start," Yeyu ordered, and the system panel disappeared, replaced by the draw wheel. Looking at the rapidly rotating pointer, Yeyu shouted, "Stop!" The slowly moving pointer finally stopped in an area, and the pattern on it gradually became clear. Is this a pair of rings? Yeyu looked at the pattern on the screen and wondered. The object that appeared on the pattern was a pair of entangled rings. Yeyu was attracted by the rings on the screen. Swish! The picture in his mind suddenly disappeared and then appeared in Yeyu's palm. Yeyu picked up the ring lying quietly on his palm and played with it carefully. The touch was warm and delicate, with a hint of coldness, which made Yeyu feel refreshed. The main body of the ring was dark and deep, like a quiet night sky, dotted with stars, and it seemed that the Milky Way was flowing through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the love ring. Yeyu stroked the ring in his hand and asked the system in his mind. Love ring? What does it mean? The ring is called love, which is formed by the love between the coward and the weaver girl, the distant Altair and the bright Milky Way girl. Across the water, they are speechless. Love ring, no matter how far away you are, I know you are there, waiting for our reunion. Yeyu put away the love ring, which was probably the most beautiful Valentine's gift in the world. Ding-ling-ling? Yeyu took out his mobile phone and looked at the screen. Hanshe? Yeyu, are you free this afternoon? Hanshe's voice came from the phone. Free. Today is Valentine's Day. I'm alone. Can you accompany me out for a walk? Hanshe pondered for a moment and said to Yeyu. Yeyu's heart suddenly jumped and he replied softly, Okay. Mingzhou Amusement Park is the largest amusement park in Mingzhou City. It is located in a prosperous area and there are many people. Today is even more so. Walking on the street, there are couples everywhere. Yeyu, I'm here. Hanshe stood at the entrance of the amusement park and saw Yeyu's figure walking over from afar and shouted loudly. The tight white coat perfectly outlined Hanshe's figure. Her long black hair was scattered behind her, swaying gently in the breeze, making her look extremely elegant. Her delicate face was painted with light makeup. After seeing Yeyu, she smiled charmingly. People passing by couldn't help but sigh, wondering who could attract this beautiful woman. Yeyu walked quickly to Han Shui and looked at the happy girl in front of him. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. Let's go. Today is a holiday, and it's Valentine's Day. We can just go shopping here, Han Shui said, and then she put her arm around Yeyu's arm and pulled Yeyu into the amusement park. Facing the jealous eyes of the men around her, Yeyu was pulled by Han Shui into the crowded crowd and played along the way. Yeyu and Han Shui stopped in front of a small stall. Yeyu, look, that rabbit is so cute. Han Shui took Yeyu's hand, pointed at the rabbit doll in front, and jumped up excitedly. There were many cute dolls and interesting toys on the stall. The most attractive one was a big rabbit that was half a person tall, snow white, and had a pair of long ears. Boss, how much is your rabbit doll? Seeing that Han Shui liked it, Yeyu asked the stall owner. The stall owner heard Yeyu's question and pointed to a wooden board behind him and said, Do you see the circle on the board? As long as you hit the smallest circle on it with a dart, you can take the rabbit away. Yeyu looked in the direction pointed by the stall owner and saw a vertical wooden board 4 or 5 meters away. The wooden board was full of circles of different sizes, and the smallest circle was only 5 millimeters in diameter. Boss, that circle is so small. How can I hit it? Han Shui looked at the circle on the wooden board in the distance, curled her lips and complained. Xiao Shui, if you want, you can ask Brother Qin to help you. A slightly frivolous voice came from behind Yeyu and Han Shui. Yeyu and Han Shui turned around and stood not far from them. A tall man was looking at them. The man was wearing an expensive and decent suit and looked quite handsome, but the look he gave his prey made Yeyu frown. A beautiful woman in bold clothes was lying in the man's arms, looking at Han Shui, who was unhappy provocatively. Qin Wufa, what are you doing here? Han Shui looked at the man and said with a frown. Qin Wufa let go of the beautiful woman in his arms, took out a few banknotes and stuffed them into the gap on the woman's chest, and said to her, You can go. The woman's eyes lit up at first, and then she stuck to Qin Wufa, twisting her body constantly, and said in a tender voice, Wufa, didn't you say you would accompany me tonight? Qin Wufa pushed the woman away, tidied his clothes, and said indifferently, Don't let me say it a second time. The woman was startled, raised her eyes to look at Qin Wufa's cold eyes, trembled, turned around and walked away quickly. Seeing the woman walking away, Qin Wufa turned around, looked at Han Shui, chuckled and said, "Uncle Han said you came out and was afraid that you would be unsafe alone, so he asked me to come find you." "No need. I'm with my classmates," Ye Yu's hand and said to Qin Wufa. Qin Wufa looked at Han Shui and Ye Yu holding hands together. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Ye Yu with disgust. "Xiao Shui, I told you a long time ago, don't be with people of questionable character." "Qin Wufa, please be respectful. He is my boyfriend." Han Shui heard this and shouted sternly. At the same time, Ye Yu felt that Han Shui was holding his hand tightly, and her body was trembling slightly. "Hey, boyfriend?" Qin Wufa squinted at Ye Yu and looked him up and down. "With his shabby appearance, I'm afraid he can't even afford a pair of shoes for you." Qin Wufa's eyes flashed, and then said, "And Uncle Han told you not to fall in love. This is our family matter. What does it have to do with you? Please go away and don't ruin our mood." Han Shui held Ye Yu's hand tighter, as if she was afraid that Ye Yu would leave suddenly. Although Ye Yu didn't know why Han Shui's father opposed Han Shui's love, now was not the time to ask. Ye Yu held Han Shui's hand with his backhand, looked at Qin Wufa and said calmly, "Please move aside. You are blocking me from getting the prize." Qin Wufa's anger rose in his heart, his eyes were sharp, and he said to Ye Yu in a cold tone, "Boy, let go of your hand. Are you worthy of being Han Shui's boyfriend?" Ye Yu glanced at the furious Qin Wufa, still looking calm. "My love for Xiao Shui makes us free. You have no right to interfere." "Ha ha!" Qin Wufa laughed and looked at Ye Yu with even more indifference. "Boy, you are very brave. Well, aren't you going to give the rabbit to Han Shui? It's just right for us to compete. If you lose, please get out of here." Because of the quarrel between Ye Yu and the other two, a circle of onlookers had gathered around at this moment. Seeing Ye Yu and Qin Wufa competing, they all made way for the venue. Looking at the three people in the field, the onlookers around also talked about it, guessing who would get the prize. The stall owner has been in the amusement park for a long time. Many people around have tried, but no one has ever been able to get the rabbit prize. "Hey, who do you think can hit it?" Someone in the crowd asked quietly. "I think both of them are in trouble. The stall owner is very cunning. The circle is so small, it's too difficult to hit it." A person shook his head, looked at the small circle on the board, and sighed. "What else do you think we should compete? That guy is so rich, it's so good to be with him." "That's right. Although the guy named Ye Yu is more handsome, being handsome is not a meal. If I were to choose, I would choose Qin Wufa." A woman with heavy makeup looked at Qin Wufa with electric eyes. Amid the discussion of the crowd, Qin Wufa took the lead in walking to the stall, raised his hand to pick up a dart, and was about to throw it at the board. "Wait!" Ye Yu stopped Qin Wufa from throwing a dart. Qin Wufa put away his darts, turned around and looked at Ye Yu, sneering. "Are you scared? Do you want to regret? I'll give you a chance. Get out of here right now. Get away from Han Shui." Ye Yu ignored Qin Wufa but pointed to the wooden board behind him and said to the stall owner, "Boss, please move the board back 10 meters, otherwise it will be too easy." The stall owner was stunned and asked Ye Yu again, "10 meters?" Ye Yu nodded to him and waved to him to move. The people watching the excitement looked at Ye Yu with a calm expression, and their eyes were a little strange. "Wow, with another 10 meters, the circle can't even be seen clearly. How can you shoot? This guy is so pretentious. Let's see how he ends up. Make sure he doesn't miss the board." "I think he's just pretending he can't beat him, so he came up with this idea." Hearing the crowd's discussion, Qin Wufa raised his mouth and looked at Ye Yu. "I admire you a little bit. You want to beat me in this way? Too naive. Even if you are far away, you will lose." After the stall owner rearranged the wooden board, the circle on the wooden board in the distance was really not clear, and the smallest circle was not actually in the middle of the board, so whether the dart could hit it really depended on luck. So far, it's all about luck. That boy has a good idea. Haha, this dart is specially made and very light. It's so far away that it might not fly over. Look at how calm Qin Wufa is. I'm afraid he can really hit the circle. That Ye Yu is probably in trouble. Qin Wufa had a smile on his face and looked up, looking quite confident. Looking at the wooden board in the distance, Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, he shook his wrist and the dart turned into a black line and hit the wooden board directly. Shua! Chop! The dart hit the wooden board directly. Wow, it hit it? Hurry up and see if it hit the circle. Someone who was curious ran closer and shouted, It's amazing! It really hit it. Everyone gathered around to check. The dart hit the smallest circle steadily. Although it was close to the outer edge of the circle, it was perfect for such a long distance. Qin smiled confidently and looked at Yeyu. It's your turn! Yeyu walked to Qin, picked up a dart, and then threw it. He looked at Qin and laughed. Do you really think you can win? Qin hugged his shoulders, looked at Yeyu, and sneered. Pretending! I don't believe you can do better than me. Yeyu's eyes flashed. In this case, let's watch it. Conan's glasses, telescopic mode activated. At this moment, the wooden board in the distance seemed to be right in front of him. Super mental arithmetic is turned on. Plastic dart, weight 25 grams, center of gravity forward, tail tilted 5, air humidity 30%, wind speed 4 meters a second. A series of data emerged in Yeyu's mind. In just a moment, Yeyu knew that he had won. Swish! The dart quickly crossed a straight line with everyone's sight, and finally pierced the side of Qin dart. Chop! The tail of the dart trembled and finally stuck firmly on the wooden board. Qin lowered his arm, stared at the wooden board in the distance, and muttered, How is it possible? The crowd, eager to know the result, gathered around. Looking at the darts tightly together, they exclaimed, Oh my God, hit the bullseye! So accurate, how did he do it? It's amazing! But they both hit the target. Who will win? Look, this dart is about to fall. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, the dart Qin shot suddenly trembled twice, and then fell to the ground, while Yeyu's dart was still standing on the wooden board. Who won and who lost was clear at a glance. This is impossible. Qin saw that the dart he shot actually fell to the ground and exclaimed, Ha! Maybe your strength is not enough. Yeyu looked at Qin and said with a chuckle. Qin had a gloomy face, like a dark cloud with accumulated rain. He looked at Yeyu with a sinister look in his eyes. Little brother, this is for you. The stall owner took the big white rabbit doll and handed it to Yeyu. I have never seen a dart master like you. I will have to avoid you next time I meet you. Yeyu took the doll, turned around, and handed it to Han Shui. Here, the rabbit you want. Han Shui hugged the rabbit doll in surprise, feeling its soft body, and her big eyes smiled into crescents. Yeyu, you are so awesome! Qin stood aside with a gloomy face, clenched his fists, and looked at Yeyu and Han Shui's teasing and playing with resentment. The jealousy and anger in his eyes were almost real. A toad dares to eat swan meat. Qin stared at Yeyu with sharp eyes, wishing he could turn into a sword and pierce Yeyu into a sieve. Seeing Han Shui looking at Yeyu with gentle eyes, Qin could only comfort himself in his heart that Han Shui was just a temporary attraction to him. How much charm could a poor boy have? Thinking of this, Qin smiled confidently again. All women in this world love money, don't they? Ahem, Xiao Shui? Qin coughed lightly, walked to Han Shui's side, and looked at her with a pretended gentle look. Why are you still here? Didn't you lose enough? Yeyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin with a slightly cold voice. Qin took out an exquisite box from his arms, placed it in front of Han Shui, and gently opened it. Cartier Angel Ring, the latest model, worth 100,000 yuan. Qin took the ring out of the box and handed it to Han Shui. Today is Valentine's Day. This ring is for you. At this moment, the lights were on, and the ring that Qin took out glowed with a dazzling luster under the illumination of the surrounding lights. Oh my God, this ring is so beautiful. This is the latest model of Cartier ring. It's worth hundreds of thousands. This is a real rich man. He just gives away hundreds of thousands. Why is there no such man pursuing me? After Qin took out the angel ring, almost all the women around him were attracted by the ring in Qin hand. The sparkling diamond was so dazzling. However, Han Shui didn't even look at the angel ring. Qin, don't you think you are childish? Or do you think I lack your money? Facing Han Shui's sarcasm, Qin didn't care, but looked at Yeyu with disdain. Of course you are not short of money, but don't you think he is not from the same world as us? Qin pointed at Yeyu, and the disdain in his eyes became more and more obvious. Look at him. Does everything on his body add up to 100 yuan? After Qin Wufa finished speaking, he turned to look at Han Shui. Xiao Shui, we were born not to be on the same level as him. He is a poor boy and can't give you the life you want. Han Shui's pretty face flushed with anger, pointing at Qin Wufa and shouting, Qin Wufa, do you think you are so great? What else do you have besides money? You think you are superior to others, but in my eyes you are far worse than Yeyu. Qin Wufa laughed angrily, pointed at Yeyu and said to Han Shui, you treat him as your boyfriend, so what can he give you on Valentine's Day? Just such a worthless doll? Han Shui hugged the doll given by Yeyu tightly and sneered. Qin Wufa, don't think that everyone is as mercenary as you. I like people, not money. Seeing Han Shui's insistence, Qin Wufa had to turn to look at Yeyu and said sarcastically, as Han Shui's boyfriend, you won't just give her a broken doll on Valentine's Day, right? Or will you give her a $10 rose? Yeyu looked at Qin Wufa and smiled indifferently. What a coincidence. I also want to give Han Shui a ring. Qin Wufa looked at Yeyu, and the disdain in his eyes became more and more intense. What kind of ring can a poor student like you give Han Shui? Did you buy it for a few dollars on the street? The people watching the excitement around also became interested. This high school student also gave a ring? That angel ring costs 100,000 yuan. What good things can a student like you give him? That's right. I advise you not to take it out so as not to embarrass yourself. No comparison, no harm, little brother, let's go. Why are you in love with a poor student? Be realistic. I bet the ring he gave me is no more than 200 yuan. Yeyu ignored the mocking crowd around him and looked at Han Shui tenderly. Xiao Shui, today is Valentine's Day. I will give you a gift too. Han Shui nodded excitedly. Her starry eyes seemed to turn into spring water. Well, no matter what you give me, it is the most precious treasure in the world. Qin Wufa on the side stared at Yeyu viciously. Tsk! I want to see what precious treasure you can come up with. Facing Han Shui's expectant eyes, Yeyu took out a box from his arms. It was very simple, without any extra fancy things. Yeyu bought it at a roadside store. Looking at the box that Yeyu took out, Qin Wufa laughed. Haha? Yeyu, this is the gift you gave me? Tell me, can the ring in the box be worth 10 yuan? The people around him looked at each other and looked at Yeyu with strange eyes. This is too worthless. He has the nerve to take it out. That's right. Look, the label on the box hasn't been removed yet. 3 yuan. Haha? He's too funny, giving this to his girlfriend as a gift. Yeyu handed the box to Han Shui and said softly, Xiao Shed, what's important is the inside, not the seemingly gorgeous appearance. Open it and take a look. Han Shui didn't mind the simple packaging of Yeyu's gift at all, but excitedly took the box and opened it with great anticipation. Seeing that Han Shui showed no disdain, Qin Wufa became more jealous of Yeyu and said maliciously, Han Shui, why are you opening it? I would have thrown it away long ago to avoid dirtying my eyes. Han Shui ignored Qin Wufa. Now, the only thing left in front of her was the box that Yeyu gave her. This was the first time he gave her something. Han Shui stretched out her slender white hand and gently opened the box. Ah! Han Shui exclaimed, looking at the things inside in disbelief. I told you, what good things can he give me? Qin Wufa was instantly proud, thinking that the things inside were too broken. Seeing Han Shui's happy look, Yeyu smiled slightly. Xiao Shui, do you like the gift I gave you? It's called the love ring. Han Shui covered her mouth excitedly, her eyes slightly moist, and she almost cried. I like it. It's so beautiful. Qin Wufa, who was standing aside, could no longer remain calm. Could it really be a good thing? Better than her angel ring? Han Shui, take it out. I don't believe he can give me anything good. Han Shui reached out and took out the stacked love rings from the box and placed them under the bright light. This pair of love rings is made of a whole piece of black diamond, and the surface is covered with diamond mirrors that are invisible to the naked eye, and countless tiny diamonds are inlaid on it. Swish! The light is constantly refracted by the love rings, covering the entire street. Surrounding everyone is not the light, but the shining stars in the sky. Under the dark night sky, it seems that there is a Milky Way flowing, and the boundless and mysterious starry sky has descended on the street at this moment. The people on the street are all quiet, staring blankly at Han Shui's hand. unable to speak for a long time, because at this moment, the beauty beyond the limit makes everyone unconsciously intoxicated. There is such a treasure in the world. What is worn is not a ring, but a dazzling Milky Way. It's so beautiful, there is such a dreamy ring. This is not a ring, this is the starry sky. It turns out that this boy is the real rich. Compared with it, the angel ring is rubbish. If this ring was given to me, I would be happy even if I died at this moment. Immersed in the starry sky created by the acacia ring, it took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses, and their eyes looking at Yeyu were full of admiration and enthusiasm. Qin Wufa also came back to his senses from the shock and staggered back a few steps. His originally handsome face became extremely ferocious. No! Impossible! How could his ring be more precious than mine? It's fake. It must be fake. A gray-haired, calm man walked out of the crowd, took a few steps forward, and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Yeyu, I am the chief jewelry expert of Bulgari Jewelry Company. Can I see this pair of acacia rings?" Hearing this man's introduction, some people in the crowd around exclaimed, "Bulgari Jewelry? The highest-ranked jewelry company in the world, and this person is the chief expert. He must be extraordinary." Yeyu nodded and motioned to him. "Okay?" The man excitedly approached the acacia ring, put on a pair of glasses, observed it carefully, and took a deep breath from time to time. Qin Wufa asked with a glimmer of hope, "How is it? Is it fake? Very rubbish?" The man's eyes did not leave the acacia ring for a moment, and he answered casually, "Very rubbish." Qin Wufa was instantly ecstatic and looked at Yeyu proudly. "Ha? I said, yours is rubbish." The man stood up, looked at Qin Wufa and sighed. "The rubbish I'm talking about is your angel ring." Qin Wufa couldn't believe it and screamed, "Impossible! My angel ring is worth 100,000. The man said contemptuously, 100,000? Compared to this pair of unparalleled treasures, your angel ring is indeed rubbish." The people around also discussed, "What exactly are this pair of rings? Even a ring worth 100,000 is rubbish compared to it." The jewelry expert looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and said loudly, "This ring is carefully carved from a whole piece of black diamond, and countless crystal diamonds are engraved on it using unknown techniques. Not to mention its own value, even its carving techniques and skills are priceless treasures." After hearing the jewelry expert's answer, there was a gasp from all around. "This is too much. How much does it cost?" "Have you heard? This is a priceless treasure. This boy is so generous. Wow, this boy is so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend." "He already has a girlfriend. Why are you joining in the fun?" "I don't care. I can even be his backup." Glancing at the envious women around her, Han Shui's pretty face became more and more rosy. Looking at Yeyu, she whispered, "Yeyu, this is too precious, Yeyu reached out to stop Han Shui and said firmly, "Don't refuse. No matter how precious something is, it is not worth your charming smile." Han Shui was drunk in Yeyu's tenderness, and threw herself into Yeyu's arms, with her little head against Yeyu's strong chest. "Yeyu, I like you." Yeyu rubbed Han Shui's dark hair, lowered his head and kissed her lightly. "Me too. Wow, so romantic. I wish I had a boyfriend like this. This is my male god. I want to be his backup. I want to give birth to a baby for him." All the women around screamed, because they found that Yeyu was not only handsome, but also generous and rich. Qin Wufa had been stunned for a long time. No one would look at him at this moment. Compared with the brilliant Yeyu, Qin Wufa was just a clown who was leaving the stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the rival. The goddess fell in love, and the reward was a lottery. The voice of the system sounded in Yeyu's mind, making Yeyu's mouth curl up slightly, and he was even happier. Outside the amusement park, Han Shui was holding Yeyu's arm with a sweet and happy face. On their hands, they each wore a love ring. Because Yeyu's gift of the ring caused a great sensation, the two had to squeeze out of the crowd to avoid being watched. As the breeze blew, Han Shui, who was intoxicated with romance and happiness, sobered up a little and stretched out her hand to twist Yeyu's waist. Just now there were many beauties vying to be your spare tire. Yeyu felt the little hand on his waist and begged for mercy. "They are all talking nonsense. Don't you see how beautiful my Xiao Shui is?" Han Shui blushed shyly and kicked Yeyu lightly. "Huh! Who is yours?" Yeyu was about to speak, but a faint exclamation from a distance made him frown. "Tang Tang, where are you? Don't scare your aunt." The voice was crisp, pleasant, but anxious and heartbreaking. "Something happened. Let's go over there." After Yeyu finished speaking, he pulled Han Shui and ran over. Yeyu pulled Han Shui and just ran to the corner. He saw a woman shouting loudly. The woman was soft and beautiful, wearing a plain, long skirt, and her gentle temperament made her look like a person in a painting. It was the aunt of the little girl named Tang Tang that Yeyu had met before. But at this moment, Tang Tang's aunt was about to cry out of anxiety. Yeyu and Han Shui ran over and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Seeing Yeyu asking, the woman seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and pulled Yeyu and said anxiously, "My name is Lu Qingxin. My niece just disappeared. I can't find her." After Lu Qingxin finished speaking, tears finally flowed down. That delicate look was particularly distressing. Upon hearing this, Yeyu hurriedly asked, "Are you talking about Tang Tang?" Lu Qingxin was stunned at first, then looked at Yeyu for a moment, and finally remembered that it was Yeyu who helped Tang Tang a few days ago. "Yes, we just came out of the playground, but Tang Tang disappeared in a blink of an eye." Yeyu frowned. Disappeared in a blink of an eye? Looking around, there were many vehicles passing by on the street, but not many pedestrians. How could people not see it? Unless Tang Tang was taken into the car by someone else. Yeyu observed and said, "Sister Lu, don't panic. Tang Tang must have been caught by someone and taken away." Lu Qingxin heard this. Her face turned pale, and her eyes showed despair. "What should I do?" Yeyu looked at the crowded street and said affirmatively, "There are many cars on the street. They can't go fast." "But there are so many cars on the street. Which one is it?" Yeyu walked to the side, where there happened to be a nearly 2-meter-high stone platform. Ignoring the shock of Han Shui and Lu Qingxin, Yeyu jumped onto the stone platform. Looking at the vehicles coming and going on the street, Yeyu frowned and had no clue at all. Suddenly, a car caught Yeyu's attention. It was a white van with thick glass film on the windows, making it difficult to see what was inside. A small piece of paper floated out from the gap in the window and was blown by the wind, spinning in the air. With his extraordinary eyesight and the same glasses as Conan, Yeyu could see the piece of paper clearly. It was a playing card, the King of Spades, which was exactly the one Yeyu gave to Tang Tang. "There, I found it!" Yeyu jumped off the stone platform and pointed at the van that was rushing forward. "You guys call the police and wait. I'll chase it." Seeing that the van was about to go away, Yeyu turned around and said to Han Shui and Lu Qingxin, then stepped on the ground and quickly chased after it. Yeyu ran very fast, like a gust of wind, and soon closed the distance. But at this moment, the van had already driven out of the crowded road section, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed forward suddenly. On the street outside the Pearl Amusement Park, vehicles were passing by like shuttles, pulling up streaks of light. Yeyu's eyes were fixed on the white van in front of him, and he exerted force under his feet, leaving a trail of afterimages, and chased after it. At this moment, the van had begun to accelerate, and with the roar of the engine, it left the vehicles on both sides behind. The same glasses as Conan have locked onto the car. Yeyu chased after it with all his strength. His strong physique allowed him to keep close behind the van. While chasing, he took out his phone and called Kui Ying, the beautiful policewoman he had met once. "Beep, it's Yeyu, something important," Yeyu hurriedly said when he heard the other party answer the phone. Kui Ying sat on the chair, holding the phone in her hand, and smiled. She still remembered that magical high school student. "It's Yeyu, little brother. What do you want to talk to me about?" Kui Ying heard the whistling sound coming from the phone and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Such a loud wind!" Yeyu's eyes were fixed on the car, and he kept walking, saying, "A little girl was kidnapped, and I'm chasing her." Kui Ying immediately stood up from the chair. She knew Yeyu would not lie to her. Who kidnapped her? Where? On the street outside Mingzhu Amusement Park. They drove away in a white van. The license plate number is Ming, H3F7. Kui Ying heard the emergency and hurriedly said, "Okay, I know, you must be careful." Kui Ying hung up the phone and ran to the sheriff's office. Lu Qingxin here also called Tang Tang's father. In the sheriff's office of the police station, Lu Huayuan suddenly stood up and clenched the phone in his hand. What did you say? Tang Tang was kidnapped. Qingxian, don't worry, listen to me. Who kidnapped her? I don't know. A high school student chased after her? This is nonsense. Okay, I'll rush over right away. Lu Huayuan hung up the phone and saw Kuiying hurriedly pushing the door in. Xiaoying, you're just in time. My daughter Tang Tang has been kidnapped. Tell someone to follow me. Kuiying was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the little girl Ye Yu was talking about should be Tang Tang. I know. On the street outside Mingju Amusement Park, there's a white van with a license plate number of Ming 357. Lu Huayuan's eyes flashed with excitement, and he hurriedly pushed the door out and shouted outside, Tell the technical department to keep an eye on that car. I want to know all its whereabouts. Everyone else follow me. Yes. A group of 7 or 8 police officers, led by Lu Huayuan, drove towards the direction of Mingju Amusement Park and sped away. At this moment, the van has already driven to the auxiliary road with less traffic, and it is driving at an unbridled speed. Ye Yu, who was behind, gritted his teeth and chased with all his strength, but he could only barely avoid being thrown off. Looking at the vehicle in front of him, his eyes became even colder. In the van, 4 burly men were holding guns, sitting upright, while Tang Tang was tied up and sealed, curled up in the back seat, her face pale with fear. A scarred man who was driving looked at the rearview mirror for a moment and said, Brother, someone is chasing us. The man called the Big Brother was a thin man. Hearing this, his eyes flashed, and he looked behind him and saw Ye Yu walking with his legs, chasing the car. The thin man's eyes fixed, and he was shocked in his heart. Who is this person, and how fast he is? The other 2 gangsters were bald twin brothers with identical faces. Seeing Ye Yu chasing the car, they laughed disdainfully. Is this guy a fool? He actually wants to catch up with the car. Can 2 legs catch up with 4 wheels? Scar, drive faster. Don't let him catch up with you. Ha-ha. The gangster driving the car smiled grimly, stepped on the accelerator, and the van rushed out like a roaring beast. Damn it! I can't catch up. Ye Yu stared at the accelerating car in front of him, gritting his teeth in hatred, but he could only watch the car distance itself from him. Just as Ye Yu was anxiously watching the vehicle go away, his eyes suddenly lit up. System. Human race, Ye Yu, level toast. Physique, spiritual sword body. Number of stealing 0. Dao value 210,000. Talent, flying cards, supermental arithmetic, language master, Ghostgate 13 needles. Skills, the 36th radio gymnastics. Items, mantra potion, Conan-style glasses, Longman jade carving, flame orb, luminous cup. Number of draws, 1 swish. The system panel appeared in his mind, and Ye Yu stared at the remaining number of draws, looking forward to it. Draw. The draw wheel appeared in his mind, and the pointer spun rapidly. Stop! After only 2 breaths, Ye Yu shouted in his heart. Looking at the pointer that slowly stopped, Ye Yu had never been so anxious before. Hurry up! Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the one-time wind-chasing talisman. Wind-chasing talisman, a one-time item. Nothing can stop me from chasing the wind. Ye Yu held the pale yellow talisman in his hand, and his heart was excited. I caught you! Looking at the car that was about to go away, Ye Yu put the wind-chasing talisman on his body. Swish! The wind at this moment seemed to have changed. It was no longer an obstacle to Ye Yu's progress, but a help. Ye Yu felt a strong thrust behind him, and with this thrust, Ye Yu's running speed suddenly increased. With the bonus of the wind-chasing talisman, Ye Yu caught up with the car again in just 3 or 2 steps. Looking at the car that was so close, Ye Yu's eyes were cold. I want to see who is so bold. A bald man in the car glanced back inadvertently, and his soul suddenly jumped out. Outside the car window, Ye Yu, who was close at hand, was staring at him with cold eyes, and the bald man was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Scar, drive faster! He's catching up. Scar, driving, looked in the rearview mirror and was immediately shocked. What? He really caught up. The leader of the 4, the thin man, looked back and took a deep breath. Scar, drive faster. He's probably not an ordinary person. The flesh on Scar's face trembled, and he stepped hard on the accelerator and shouted loudly, This is already the fastest speed. The bald man looked at Ye Yu in horror and disbelief. At this moment, Ye Yu was only 1 step away from the car. How is it possible? He actually ran faster than the car. Pa! The thin man slapped the bald man in the face and said viciously, "What's the use of him running faster? Is the gun in your hand just a decoration?" "Gun? Yes, I still have a gun." The bald man trembled, clenched the gun in his hand, and calmed down. Two twin men, holding guns in their hands, leaned out from both sides of the vehicle and pulled the trigger at Yeyu. Yeyu, who was running, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyebrows, and his body instinctively stopped and rolled to the side. Bang! Bang! Two bullets hit the road at the same time, blasting two holes. Yeyu looked at the bullet holes on the road and was shocked. These gangsters were so reckless that they dared to shoot. Seeing the vehicle that had pulled away again, Yeyu gritted his teeth and chased after it again. "He must catch you! Woohoo! Woohoo!" A whistling sound of police sirens came from far away and rushed towards Yeyu. The thin man in the car stood up suddenly with a flash of anger in his eyes. "Damn it! They came so soon! Don't play around, the police are catching up! Ha! I let you chase! Take the bullet!" A bald man looked at Yeyu and laughed triumphantly. "Boy, you were lucky just now. Let's see if you can still dodge it." Another bald man pulled the trigger with a gun. Bang! Bang! The twin bald men each held a gun and aimed at Yeyu, who was chasing behind, pouring bullets out mercilessly. But the bullets didn't hit Yeyu, and Yeyu dodged them all. Yeyu knew that this was all the ability of the spirit sword body. Once there was danger, his body would warn him one step ahead. Coupled with supermental arithmetic, he could predict the future. Yeyu was as light as a swallow at this moment, like a fish swimming in the water, and he dodged the tracking of bullets flexibly. Bang, bang! The sound of bullets coming out of the gun was connected in a line, hitting the road behind the vehicle into potholes, and Yeyu took a mysterious step and followed closely. The twin bald men mechanically opened the gun, and their facial expressions changed from complacency at the beginning to horror now. Looking at Yeyu dodging bullets, it was as if they saw a monster. Click! Feeling the gun in his hand, there was a sound of an empty gun. The bald man came back to his senses from the shock, holding the gun and screaming and shrinking back into the car. Looking at the two burly men who were shaking all over and sweating on their foreheads, the thin man frowned. "What are you two doing? Why haven't you killed him yet?" A bald man heard the boss's scolding and said tremblingly, "Boss, he is a monster! We can't hit him at all." Another bald man nodded in response. "Boss, he seems to be a prophet, damn it! I can't hit him." The thin man heard the response from the two burly men and slapped them twice. Snap! The faces of the two burly men swelled up instantly. "Two pieces of trash! Even if you can't hit him, you have to interfere with him and don't let him catch up." The two bald men looked at their boss's cold eyes, had to lower their heads to change the magazines, and leaned out of the car window, wanting to snipe Yeyu again. When the two bald men shrank back, Yeyu had already taken out two playing cards, one in each hand, and clamped them between his fingers. Yeyu knew that passive defense would not work, and Yeyu felt that the energy of the one-time wind-chasing talisman was about to run out, and he had to catch up with them before the energy ran out. Seeing the two bald men leaning out again, Yeyu's eyes flashed. Opportunity! Swish! Yeyu shook both wrists at the same time, bursting out with all his strength, and with the help of supermental arithmetic, he directly hit the wrists of the two gunmen. The rapidly spinning playing cards were as fast as lightning and as sharp as a blade, flashing by. Ah! Feeling the severe pain in their wrists, the two bald men screamed, and the guns in their hands fell to the ground. The two bald men suddenly retreated into the car, both covering their wrists, their faces pale with pain and sweating profusely. Yeyu's playing cards directly cut off most of the wrists of the two men, leaving only a trace of flesh and skin. "What's going on?" Looking at the miserable appearance of the two men, the thin man asked in shock. One of the bald men paused for a long time before whispering, "It's a poker card. He used a poker card to cut off our wrists." Tang Tang, who was curled up in the back seat of the car, heard the poker card and instantly widened her eyes and screamed. Tang Tang knew that it was her big brother Spade K who came to save her. Yeyu had given Tang Tang a poker card before, which was a Spade K. Tang Tang had always kept this poker card, but when she was caught before, the thin man threw it out of the car. At this moment, she realized that Yeyu was coming to save her, so Tang Tang screamed. Seeing that Tang Tang was not honest, the thin man glared at Tang Tang fiercely and shouted, "Stay still! If you scream again, I'll chop you off!" The thin man stared at Tang Tang, whose face was pale due to shock, with a firm look in his eyes. This was a request from the top and he must get it. With a crisp sound of glass breaking, the four gangsters in the car were startled. Ye Yu had already turned over and entered the car, surrounded by four gangsters. However, Ye Yu was not panicked at all. Instead, he used his super-mental arithmetic to run at full speed and kicked the two bald men beside him while dodging the thin man's gunshot. Driven by the huge force, the two bald men beside Ye Yu, along with the doors on both sides, all flew out of the car. The thin man was shocked. What a domineering skill! He ignored the two subordinates who were thrown out of the car and raised his gun to shoot Ye Yu. Bang! With the help of super-mental arithmetic, Ye Yu had already calculated the thin man's intention to shoot through his muscle movements before he shot. Ye Yu tilted his head and the hot bullet passed by Ye Yu with a circle of airwaves, without any damage. Ah! Ye Yu dodged the bullet, but the scarred man driving the car was hit in the shoulder by the bullet. The car shook suddenly, and the gun in the thin man's hand fell, but he immediately stabilized his body, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and stabbed Ye Yu. But Ye Yu was not afraid at all, and punched up and fought with the thin man. Through these days of learning with Xing Meng and continuous practice of radio gymnastics, Ye Yu has further developed the potential of the spirit sword body. With the help of super-mental arithmetic that was like cheating, the thin man was suppressed. The thin man became more and more frightened as he fought. What kind of monster is this? He became flustered unconsciously when he attacked. Ye Yu's eyes lit up and he seized the opportunity. His right arm was like a spear, and his fingertips stabbed the thin man's chest fiercely. Bang! Snap! Ye Yu's fingertips were like the tip of a spear, hitting the thin man's chest and making it dent. At the same time, the sharp energy of the spirit sword body shredded the heart and blew up the clothes on the thin man's back. Puff! The thin man spurted out a mouthful of blood, then his face turned pale, and he lay in the car, without a breath. At this moment, the scarred man who was driving the car could no longer control the speeding car, and it was about to hit the isolation belt on the side of the road. Ye Yu hurriedly picked up the stunned Tang Tang, followed the broken car door, and jumped out. Because he was protected in Ye Yu's arms, Tang Tang did not suffer any harm after jumping out of the car. When Ye Yu stood up to untie Tang Tang, the car had already hit the isolation belt, made a loud noise, and turned over to the side of the road. Squeak! 3 or 2 police cars with long brake marks stopped behind Ye Yu. The car door suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 police officers, as well as Lu Qingxin and Han Shui, got out. Ye Yu, are you okay? Han Shui hurried to Ye Yu's side, holding Ye Yu's hand, and was about to cry. Seeing Han Shui's tearful look, Ye Yu felt distressed and quickly comforted her softly. Xiao Shui, I'm fine. Don't worry. What do you mean I'm fine? Bleeding. Han Shui saw the traces of blood splattering on Ye Yu's chest, and tears could not stop flowing down. Ye Yu looked down and saw a blood stain on his chest. It was the blood spurted from the thin man's mouth, which stained Ye Yu's clothes. Don't worry, I'm not injured. This is not my blood. As soon as Lu Qingxin got out of the car, he saw Tang Tang standing beside Ye Yu and hurried over to hug her tightly. Lu Huayuan also saw that his daughter was safe and sound, and his heart was relieved. He walked to Ye Yu, first comforted his daughter, and then saluted Ye Yu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Tang Tang would have been kidnapped. Ye Yu looked at the dignified middle-aged man in confusion and asked, You're welcome. Who are you? Ku Ying behind Liv Huayuan stepped forward and said to Ye Yu, This is Tang Tang's father and the chief of the Mingzhou City Police Department. Ye Yu was in awe when he heard this. He knew that Liu Huayuan was a chief of police who had been fighting on the front line for many years and was upright. He didn't expect that he was Tang Tang's father. Ye Yu looked at Liu Huayuan and keenly realized that there was a very powerful force hidden in his body, especially when his blood was surging. It was like a rushing river, back and forth. Ye Yu felt that this Liu Huayuan was very likely a warrior in the blood-nourishing realm. Seeing that a group of police officers were maintaining order and checking the vehicles and the injuries of the bandits, Yeyu took the initiative to say goodbye after taking notes and felt that there was nothing for him to do. Captain Lu, Tang Tang has been rescued. Can we go now? Call me Uncle Lu. I'll ask Xiao Liu to take you back. I'll thank you another day. Lu Huayuan looked at Yeyu and was very grateful. If it weren't for Yeyu, Tang Tang might not have been found. Seeing Yeyu and Han Shui got in the car, Lu Huayuan turned around and asked Kui Ying, Xiao Ying, how are the bandits now? Kui Ying took the record sheet, glanced at it, took a deep breath, and then slowly said, the bandit leader died of a broken sternum and a burst heart. The scarred man was shot in the shoulder, and the wrists of the remaining 2 gangsters were cut off by sharp blades. Lu Huayuan listened, his eyes solemn. This Yeyu is not simple. At this moment, Yeyu was sitting in the car, listening to the system voice ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving a life, and you will be rewarded with a lottery. Officer Lu drove Yeyu and Han Shui to the entrance of Mingju Amusement Park. In Han Shui's reluctant eyes, Han Shui's driver took Han Shui away directly. Student Yeyu, shall I take you home directly? Officer Lu saw Yeyu alone and asked. Yeyu shook his head and said, take me to school. I have something else to do. Xiao Liu turned the car around and drove towards the school. Sitting in the car, Yeyu immersed his mind in his mind. He still had one more draw. System, start the draw. The familiar turntable appeared in Yeyu's mind, and the pointer began to spin. Stop! With Yeyu's order, the pointer slowly stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a bottle of Yuehua Lu. Officer Lu sent Yeyu to school, because the physical education teacher Xingmeng said that even on Sundays, the boxing practice at night cannot be stopped. Yeyu did not go in directly, but took out the prize he won in the draw, Yuehua Lu. Yuehua Lu, an ointment containing a trace amount of moon essence. Taking it can help to refine the body. Yeyu held a small porcelain bottle in his hand, which contained Yuehua Lu. After opening the bottle stopper, Yeyu drank the Yuehua Lu directly into his mouth. He smacked his lips and felt that it was cool and comfortable to drink. As the medicinal power spread, Yeyu felt his whole body was hot and his skin was scalding. It took a long time for this feeling to subside. With it came a stronger force, and Yeyu could feel that the fascia under his skin was tighter and his defense was stronger. Yeyu clenched his fists and became happy. Is this a first-grade skin training realm warrior? However, after looking at the time, Yeyu's excitement about becoming a warrior disappeared, because now it has long passed the time agreed with Xingmeng. When Yeyu arrived at the school playground, Yan Fengwu was already practicing boxing under the guidance of Xingmeng. Seeing Yeyu being late, Xingmeng shouted with a dark face, perseverance is the key to practicing boxing. If you want to practice boxing well, you must have great willpower. Why practice boxing if you are late like you? Yan Fengwu saw Yeyu being scolded, stuck out her tongue, and said to Xingmeng, Master, maybe Yeyu is late because of something. Don't blame him. Xingmeng got even angrier after hearing this. Can you be late because of something? If you have something to do every day, when can you become a warrior? When Yeyu heard Xingmeng's scolding, he knew that he was doing it for his own good and could not refute it, so he had to whisper, That, Teacher Xing, I'm a warrior now. What did you say? Xingmeng widened his eyes, looked at Yeyu in disbelief, and reached out to pick his ears as if he had just heard something extraordinary. Junior brother Yeyu, you are not lying to us, are you? How could you become a warrior so quickly? Yan Fengwu, who was standing by, was also shocked by Yeyu's words. Did she practice for nothing these years? And Yeyu got there first. Teacher Xing, senior sister Fengwu, I really became a first-grade skin training warrior. Yeyu sighed. I knew you wouldn't believe it. In fact, Yeyu didn't believe it either, but there was nothing he could do. That was the fact. Swish! Xing took a big step and leaped in front of Yeyu. Grabbing Yeyu's arm and checking, the skin is tight, tough as cowhide, smooth as jade, and the pores are almost undetectable. Xingmeng grabbed Yeyu's arm and muttered to himself, This is indeed a first-grade warrior in the leather training realm. Yan Fengwu heard this and ran to Yeyu's side, stretched out her jade hand and molded it up and down, saying in surprise, It's really a first-grade warrior in the leather training realm. Junior brother, how did you do it? Yeyu's eyebrows trembled, and he looked at Yan Fengwu, who was touching him all over. and said a little embarrassedly, "Hey, senior sister, can you let me go first?" Yan Fengwu's face flushed, and she quickly took a step back, looked up at the sky, and pretended nothing happened. "Ye, why did you become a warrior so quickly?" Xing Meng was very curious. Although Yeyu's physical fitness had surpassed the limits of ordinary people, he shouldn't have become a warrior so quickly. "Cough!" Yeyu coughed dryly and at the same time organized his words in his mind. He couldn't say it was because he drank a bottle of Yuhualu. "Because before I came here, I had a big fight with you, a gangster. I was so nervous and excited at that time that I broke through involuntarily." Yeyu told Xing Meng and Yan Fengwu what happened before, and emphasized that it was he who broke through on the spot and became a warrior in the leather refining realm. Xing Meng listened thoughtfully. "So that's the case, no wonder. Your physical fitness has reached the standard of a warrior, and through the rapid mental stimulation, it is natural for you to become a warrior." Yan Fengwu sighed with a worried face. Her junior brother has become a warrior, so where can she put her face? "No, I want to fight the gangsters too." Yan Fengwu was about to run out after she finished speaking, but was stopped by Xing Meng. "Where are you going? When you have trained your physical fitness to the limit of the human body, you can become a warrior. It's just the finishing touch. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yan Fengwu pouted. "I have waited for this finishing touch for a long time. Now Yeyu has become a warrior. How can I not be anxious?" Yeyu looked at Yan Fengwu, his heart moved, and said, "If you want to become a warrior quickly, maybe I have a way." Yan Fengwu grabbed Yeyu's arm and asked hurriedly, "What is the way? Tell me quickly. At worst, I can be your junior sister." Xing Meng frowned and shouted, "Nonsense! What can Yeyu do? This is a slow process. Don't be impatient." Yan Fengwu's eyes also dimmed, and she let go of Yeyu's arm, a little disappointed. Seeing that the two did not believe him, Yeyu continued, "What I said is true. I have a way to quickly improve Fengwu's physical fitness." Yan Fengwu's eyes lit up again. She stared at Yeyu for a long while, then gritted her teeth and said, "Use whatever method you have. I will take it all." Seeing Yan Fengwu ready to sacrifice herself generously, Yeyu was a little amused. "Can I still seduce you? Okay, I'll do a set of movements first, and you do it with me. If you can stick to it, you will definitely become a warrior." Yan Fengwu asked doubtfully, "Movements?" Yeyu nodded. "Watch out! The 36th set of radio gymnastics. Start now." Xing Meng picked up a bottle of water and sat aside. He wanted to see what method Yeyu had to make Yan Fengwu quickly become a warrior. Stretching exercises? Yeyu started doing radio gymnastics directly on the playground, and every move was full of campus characteristics. Yan Fengwu's eyebrows jumped, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Yeyu, is this your method?" "Stop! I promise not to beat you to death." Yeyu stopped, of course not to let Yan Fengwu beat him, but asked in confusion, "Why don't you do it with me?" "I'll do you a ghost." Yan Fengwu's eyes went dark and she almost fainted. "Yeyu, are you teasing me?" Seeing that Yan Fengwu was angry, Yeyu hurriedly explained, "Fengwu, don't be angry first. The next step is the serious action." Yan Fengwu didn't believe it at all, but the idea of becoming a warrior made her resist the idea of beating Yeyu to death and did radio gymnastics. Xing Meng, who was sitting on the side, laughed and drank a sip of water. The horrible look of Yeyu being beaten emerged in his mind. Yeyu waited for Yan Fengwu to finish the warm-up exercises and then said to her, "Now we will do the real moves. You must do it correctly and stick to it." Yan Fengwu's towering chest rose and fell fiercely for a few times, and then she gritted her teeth and nodded, "Come on, let me see what real moves you can do." "Watch it!" After Yeyu finished speaking, he turned around and twisted himself into a twist. Poof! All the water in Xing Meng's mouth sprayed out, and he stared at Yeyu with wide eyes. "What the hell is this?" Previously, it was full of campus style, but now it's super difficult acrobatics. The style has changed too fast. Yan Fengwu also took a deep breath, looked at Yeyu with her mouth open, and was stunned by Yeyu's amazing movements. After Yeyu finished a move, he saw Yan Fengwu didn't move, and shouted to Yan Fengwu, "Come on, Fengwu, as long as you follow me and stick to it, you will definitely unlock it, and you will definitely become a warrior." Yan Fengwu nodded woodenly. "Okay." Twisting her waist and hips, raising her legs over her shoulders, Yan Fengwu followed Yeyu's movements and stretched her body to the limit. Hiss! It hurts! After maintaining a move, Yan Fengwu felt that her body was extremely sore, and she endured it without letting go. Very good. Next is this move. Yeyu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Yan Fengwu's body flexibility is very good. Xing Meng, who was standing by, stared at Yeyu and Yan Fengwu in a daze. He didn't even notice that the bottle in his hand had fallen. He was shocked that the human body could do this. As the movements continued, Yan Fengwu soon ran out of energy. She was sweating all over, and her body was shaking and about to fall down. Huh? I can't hold on any longer, Yeyu. I can't hold on any longer. Yan Fengwu kept her movements unchanged and said breathlessly. Seeing that Yan Fengwu was about to be unable to bear it, Yeyu hurriedly shouted, Hold on! Do you feel a surge of heat coming out of your body now? Heat? Yan Fengwu shook her dizzy head, closed her eyes and frowned, and calmed down to feel the changes in herself. After a moment, Yan Fengwu suddenly opened her eyes wide, with a look of surprise in her eyes, and exclaimed, Yes! I feel it! It's pouring out of my body! Yan Fengwu's eyes were red with excitement. She could feel that she was about to become a warrior. Boom! Xing Meng stood up suddenly, his blood and qi surging like a river. With surging momentum, he stared at Yan Fengwu. After a while, Yan Fengwu could no longer hold on, so she loosened her body and sat cross-legged on the ground. The heat like a tide surged out from Yan Fengwu's bone marrow, and the heat penetrated Yan Fengwu's skin, burning her whole body red. After a while, Yan Fengwu opened her mouth and shouted, and a foot-long arrow of qi spurted out of her mouth, bringing out a rolling heat wave. Yan Fengwu's red body became white and delicate like jade again. I became a warrior? Yan Fengwu looked at her hands in disbelief. She really didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Xing Meng looked around Yan Fengwu and was amazed. What happened just now was really beyond his expectations. Yeyu, what exactly is this move? It's so magical! Xing Meng asked Yeyu curiously. This set of moves can actually stimulate the potential of the human body, quickly improve physical fitness, and there are no side effects. I've said it, it's the 36th set of radio gymnastics. Yeyu also stopped and glanced at Xing Meng. He saw that he didn't listen carefully. Yan Fengwu finally came back to his senses from the excitement of becoming a warrior and asked for credit. Yeyu, how about the moves I just did? Yeyu curled his lips. Although it's very pleasing to the eye, it's not very good. Yan Fengwu raised his eyebrows and stared at Yeyu. How is it possible? I persisted. There are a total of 36 moves in the whole set, and you haven't finished 1/3 of it. What do you think? Yan Fengwu was speechless this time, and then glared at Yeyu and snorted. Yeyu was a little amused by Yan Fengwu's humming and quickly continued, This set of movements can stimulate the potential of the human body and increase physical fitness by 3 to 5 times. But you have to stick to it and do it once a day. 3 to 5 times? Yan Fengwu was a little surprised that it could improve so much. Xing Meng was immersed in the movements that Yeyu had just made. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this set of movements was magical. Yeyu, can you finish this set of movements? Yeyu nodded when he heard Xing Meng's request. Yes, I haven't finished it today. Then Yeyu performed all the following movements. Xing Meng and Yan Fengwu's scalps tingled when they saw it, and they were worried in their hearts. They were really afraid that Yeyu would tear them apart in the next second. When Yeyu finished, Xing Meng and Yan Fengwu both breathed a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts finally let go. Ha! Comfortable! Yeyu stopped and felt the heat radiating from the inside out of his body. It was more comfortable than doing anything else. After Yeyu finished, Xing Meng closed his eyes and thought for a long time before opening his eyes. He murmured, If this set of movements can stimulate the potential of the human body, can it also heal my injuries? Yan Fengwu's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she said, happily, Master, give it a try. Maybe this set of movements can really heal your injuries. Xing Meng's calm eyes also became excited after hearing this. As a martial artist who was once outstandingly talented, Xing Meng still remembered the movements very clearly, even though they were very complicated. After moving his hands and feet, Xing Meng was ready to start the 36th set of radio gymnastics. Wait! Yeyu hurriedly stopped Xing Meng. Remember to do the warm-up movements. Xingmeng was very upset after hearing this, but he had no choice but to recall his school days. One move, two moves? As expected of a powerful martial artist, Xingmeng did nearly half of this set of movements before he couldn't hold on and stopped. Wow! After Xingmeng stopped, the sound of blood rushing through his body was like the roar of a river, and heat emanated from his body. A large amount of heat enveloped Xingmeng's body, as if a giant beast was puffing out clouds and mist. After a long time, Xingmeng took a long breath, and the heat on his body was completely dissipated. Yan Fengwu saw Xingmeng finishing his practice and hurriedly asked, "Master, how is it? Is it effective?" Xingmeng nodded excitedly. "Although it is a little weak, it is effective. Believe me, if I insist on doing the whole set of movements, my injury will heal soon." "Really? That's great." Yan Fengwu jumped up happily. Xingmeng was also overjoyed. His injury had always been lingering in his heart. Now that he can be treated, it is really a cause for celebration. Xingmeng put away his excitement and bowed deeply to Yeyu. "Thank you for saving me." Yeyu was startled. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Xingmeng looked solemn and said firmly, "This set of movements gave me a second chance to become a strong man. I deserve Xingmeng's respect." Ding! Congratulations to the host for promoting radio gymnastics. You will be rewarded with a lucky draw. System voice in his mind surprised Yeyu. Maybe it's not bad to be an Amway fanatic? Because Yeyu and Yan Fengwu had just become warriors, and Xingmeng also wanted to consolidate his injuries. They agreed to fight again another day, and Yeyu walked out of the school gate directly. Yeyu was playing with a card in his hand. It showed a masked man standing in the center of the stage, singing to his heart's content. The stage was bright, and the masked man was holding a microphone. Although Yeyu could not hear his singing, just by looking at the cheering crowd under the stage, he knew that he was already standing in the center of the world. This card was what Yeyu got in the lucky draw, and it was called the Masked Singer King. Masked Singer, I usually don't sing, because I know that when I sing, the whole world becomes quiet. Yeyu flicked his finger, and the card spun rapidly in the air, then turned into a stream of light and entered Yeyu's mind. "Hello, everyone. I'm Aki. The theme of our live broadcast this time is called Street Singer. By 12 o'clock in the morning, everyone will vote for the best singer. I will give him my phone number." A crisp voice came from a distance, and Yeyu couldn't help but look up. A tall beauty came towards him, holding a mobile phone and talking while walking, as if she was broadcasting live. Yeyu raised his eyebrows. He happened to know this person. It should be said that many people in Yeyu's class knew her. Yeyu had heard her many times, so he knew her. Akei, a beautiful anchor, has a sweet appearance and a funny personality. She often broadcasts live in an unconventional way. From what she said, is the content of today's live broadcast singing? So far, we have invited 7 passers-by. Look, there is a handsome guy in front. Let's ask him to sing a song. Akei held up her mobile phone and happened to see Yeyu coming. Her eyes lit up and she waved. Yeyu stopped and waited for Akei to approach. She asked, "What's the matter?" Akei pointed at her mobile phone without pointing it at Yeyu. "I am an anchor and I am working as a passerby singer. I hope you can sing a song for us." Yeyu smiled softly. "It was really a coincidence." "Sure, but I hope you don't point the camera at me." Akei asked in confusion. "Why?" "Because I am afraid that after I sing the song, your fans will fall in love with me." Akei was stunned. Is she so confident? Countless messages from fans floated across the screen of Akei's mobile phone. "Wow, this guy is so pretentious. I give him full marks." "Akei, I love you forever. Let him go." 666, Akei must let him sing. I've recorded it. Let's see him get slapped in the face in the end. The principal gave me a reward for Buddha jumps over the wall. Wait for me to fly over. Give me your phone number. Well, if you really don't want to show up, I can put a mask on you. Gave Yeyu a polite smile. That's perfect. Yeyu took Aki's phone and turned to ask her, "What song are you singing?" The fans in the live broadcast room saw Yeyu wearing a mask and started to complain. "Warmly welcome the masked singer to sing for us. The bench pepper water is ready." "Is this the man I might fall in love with?" "I'm the man you'll never get." "Little brother, sing slower. I'm going to the bathroom." Akei raised her eyebrows. This handsome boy is really confident. Just sing your best song. Yeyu nodded, looked at the phone screen, and coughed twice. Ahem, a song of moonlight for everyone. Moonlight color, woman's fragrant tears, broken sword. How long is the love? Close your eyes. Who is the craziest? The impermanence of this world is destined to hurt the person who loves. Akei smiled at the corner of her mouth, ready to see Yeyu's joke, but when Yeyu opened her mouth, Akei was completely stunned, staring at the boy who closed his eyes and sang in the moonlight. There was a woman who danced and captivated the city. Since the Qin dynasty, she has traveled through the ages and danced alone under the bright moon. The melodious and charming singing voice echoed on the roadside. Yeyu's song Moonlight touched the hearts of so many people. When Yeyu stopped, everything was quiet. At this moment, Akei really felt what it meant to have lingering sound and aftertaste. Is your phone broken? Why is the screen not moving? Yeyu handed the phone to Akei and asked in confusion. After hearing Yeyu's voice, Akei woke up from the song just now, with reluctance and regret in her eyes. Akei looked at her phone and glanced at Yeyu speechlessly. You are also a master who can make my latest fruit machine jam. After Akei refreshed the page, the messages in the live broadcast room poured out crazily. Hiss! Akei took a deep breath and looked at Yeyu in shock. In the time of one song, the number of fans in the live broadcast room has reached tens of millions. No wonder it jammed. At the beginning, the number of people watching Akei's live broadcast was only tens of thousands. But after Yeyu's song Moonlight, the number of people has increased 100-fold. 666, my ears are pregnant. This is really the masked singer, Akei. Let him take off the mask. I only listened to half of it. Damn it, why did I have to go to the bathroom? It's over. I really fell in love with him. The principal rewarded me with a spacewalk. Okay, don't let him go. I've already flown over. I recorded it. Who wants it? WX78934893. Didn't you have a stunning lady in ancient costume in your mind? Messages like waves directly occupied the phone screen, and for a long while there was no sign of stopping. Akei had no choice but to turn off the live broadcast and looked at Yeyu in shock. I never thought you could sing so well. If the female fans saw your face, they would go crazy. Yeyu shrugged. I've said it, if I don't wear a mask, they will fall in love with me. Akei rolled her eyes at Yeyu. With your singing, they will fall in love with you even if you wear a mask. Looking at Yeyu's young face, Akei asked, At your age, you are still in school, right? Just in the 3rd year of high school. Do you have any idea of becoming a star? With your conditions, you will definitely become very famous. Yeyu waved his hand and said, I don't have this idea. That's not the life I want. This person. Akei was a little disappointed, but then she was secretly delighted. She gave him her phone number. If they could keep in touch in the future, wouldn't she be able to hear him sing often? Akei handed a note to Yeyu. Akei, who was very calm in front of hundreds of thousands of fans, was a little shy at this moment. Hey, this is my phone number. Keep in touch in the future. Yeyu took the note and took a look. Akei was considered an internet celebrity. He had never dared to think about it before. It's getting late. I should go back. After saying goodbye to Akei, Yeyu turned and left. After a long while, Akei retracted her gaze and restarted the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, there were still millions of fans who had not left. Hello, everyone. I'm Akei. I'm back again. Akei greeted the fans in the live broadcast room, still a little excited. It was the first time that her live broadcast had exceeded 10 million. Where's the god of songs? We want the god of songs. One more song? I can't sleep without you. Goddess, you won't really give him your phone number, will you? Looking at the message on the screen, Akei cleared her throat and said, Today's passerby singer ends here. I believe you all know who the champion is. Of course I gave him my phone number. I keep my word. Wow. Akei, you won't fall in love with him, will you? Let's chat privately. Give me his phone number. Akei, what does he look like? Akei, I'll go find you. I want to find him. He's my boyfriend. A group of female fans burst out with amazing energy as if they wanted to go through the screen and catch Yeyu. Akei looked at the message on the screen and was also drunk. You bunch of coquettish bitches, give up. I won't share him with you. Dating? That's possible. When I got up in the morning and opened the window, I felt very happy. After washing up, Yeyu started the most important thing of the day, stealing the heavens. Yeyu called out in his heart, and the system panel suddenly appeared in Yeyu's mind. Human race, Yeyu, first level Taoist. Physique, spirit sword body. Number of stealing, 1. Tao value, 210,000. Talent, flying cards, supermental arithmetic, language master, ghost gate 13 needles, masked singer. Skills, 36th set of radio gymnastics. Items, mantra potion, Conan's glasses, Longman jade carving, flame orb, luminous cup. Number of draws, 0. Let's start. Yeyu gave an order, and a gorgeous light circle appeared in front of Yeyu. The vast Caribbean Sea is a paradise for pirates. There are countless treasures and endless pirates. The most terrifying one is the undead pirate who drives the Black Pearl, Barbossa. A pirate ship covered with moss is driving the sails and sailing on the sea, riding the wind and waves. The bright moonlight occasionally shines down and shines on the pirate ship. The lively crew members have all turned into moving skeletons. These are the pirates led by Barbossa. Because of the curse of the Aztec gold coins, once they appear in the moonlight, they will become skeletons. Although they are immortal, they have lost the joy of being human. The pirate Barbossa wanders around the Caribbean Sea all day long just to lift this curse. Outside a remote island cave, the Black Pearl slid in silently like a ghost. The cave is narrow outside and wide inside. The pirate ship floats quietly on the clear sea, water. Through the seawater, you can see the dazzling gold coins below. Going to the deepest part of the cave, countless torches and the moonlight on the top of the cave illuminate this place like daylight. Hills of gold and silver treasures are piled up in the deepest part of the cave, and they emit dazzling brilliance under the light of the fire. Countless gold coins, gems, and antique toys make this place a paradise for greedy people. At the top of the endless treasures was a large stone box with intricate patterns carved on it. The lid of the stone box leaned to one side, revealing a box full of strange gold coins. The outer circle of the gold coins was a series of radiating triangles, and in the middle was a skull with evil intentions. This was the cursed Aztec gold coin. The undead pirate Barbossa stood beside the box, leaned over and grabbed a handful of gold coins, and let go to let the gold coins fall back into the box. Hearing the jingling sound of the packed gold coins, Barbossa laughed excitedly. Looking at the pirates watching from all sides, Barbossa shouted loudly, "Cheers! Today, we will untie the curse that binds us." "Oh! Oh! Oh!" The pirates heard Barbossa's roar and all shouted excitedly. Barbossa stretched out his hand and pressed down. When the pirates calmed down, he waved and said, "Bring him up." A handsome man was pushed onto the mountain of gold coins by the pirates. Barbossa stretched out his hand and grasped the man's necklace. With a sudden tug, he pulled off the gold coin tied to the necklace. This was the last Aztec gold coin. Barbossa drew out a dagger and cut the man's palm, staining the gold coin with blood. Barbossa stared at the blood-stained gold coin excitedly, then raised it high. "As long as this gold coin returns to the box, our curse will be lifted." The raised hand loosened, and the blood-stained gold coin tumbled down from the air. Ding! A crisp collision sounded in the box, waking up the pirates. A pirate stood on the edge of the moonlight pouring down from the top of the cave and stretched out his hand tremblingly. "It's not a skeleton. The curse is lifted." The pirate shouted excitedly, and the whole person was bathed in the moonlight, but he never turned into a moving skeleton again. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" All the pirates cheered and celebrated their new life. But the pirates who were cheering did not notice that a right hand stretched out of thin air, reached into the box, grabbed a handful of gold coins, and disappeared. Yeyu spread out his hands, and 5 glittering gold coins lay quietly on his palm. What a weird gold coin! Yeyu stared at the gold coins in his palm, and the skull carved on it was particularly eye-catching. These gold coins exuded invisible fluctuations, which made people fascinated. There was even a voice in the dark telling the people who looked at the gold coins to get it. No one can take it away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing successfully, and the reward is 90 points of avenue value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stealing the cursed Aztec gold coin. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Yeyu asked in confusion, "System, what kind of gold coin is this?" "Cursed Aztec gold coin. The gold coin is intertwined with inseparable protection and harm, which is a blessing and a curse. Do you want to extract spirituality? Extract! 5 gold coins lay in Yeyu's palm, and a ball of golden and black spiritual light that was constantly intertwined emerged from the gold coins and sank into Yeyu's eyebrows in the blink of an eye. Recalling the information in his mind, Yeyu took a deep breath. It is indeed a gold coin that combines blessing and curse. These 5 gold coins brought Yeyu 2 innate abilities, namely the protection aura and the curse aura. Protective aura. When danger comes, you can create an invisible barrier to protect yourself. Cursed aura, apply it to your enemy, and he will have bad luck for the next month. Outside the gate of Xiangyu Middle School, Wu Yangyu and Qin Qing arrived together. Did you remember everything I told you? Wu Yangyu looked at Qin Qing and whispered. Qin Qing nodded and made a gesture. No problem, isn't it just to make Han Shui and Yeyu misunderstand each other? This kind of thing is what I'm best at. Qin Qing glanced at Ouyangyu carefully and then said, Then you won't forget what you promised me, right? Ouyangyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Will I be short of your money? As long as you are obedient, you won't be short of money. Seeing Qin Qing walking away, Ouyangyu raised the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully, With your looks, you can just play with it and throw it away, and you still want to pester me. Bah! Let's make use of the waste in the end. Hello, uncle, this is Ouyangyu. The thing has been done. Ouyangyu picked up the phone and called Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang's greasy voice rang on the phone. Xiaoyu, I have already stolen the physical examination report from your aunt. Is it okay? Don't worry, when the time comes, you just need to give me the physical examination report. There will be no problem this time. Ouyangyu hung up the phone with a vicious look in his eyes. Yeyu, this time I will definitely make you unable to stand up. At this moment, Qin Qing had already walked to the door of Class 1, Grade 3, looked inside and saw Yeyu, and shouted in surprise, Yeyu, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Qin Qing, how did she find Yeyu? Han Shui, who was standing aside, saw Qin Qing and spoke in surprise, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. Yeyu frowned. He had some impression of Qin Qing as if she had talked to him before, but he ignored her. However, seeing Han Shui's appearance, it seemed that he was very familiar with her, so Yeyu stood up and walked out the door. Classmates secretly envied Yeyu's good fortune. Another beautiful girl came to see him. Yeyu frowned and looked at Qin Qing, who was pretending to be a little bird, and asked in a calm tone, What do you want to talk to me about? Qin Qing looked up at Yeyu, her face blushed a little, and pretended to say loudly, Didn't you tell me that you were going to dump Han Shui and be with me? The classmates in Class 1 of Senior 3 had already pricked up their ears. When they heard this, their eyes widened instantly. Something was wrong. Yeyu frowned and said coldly, Are you sick? I don't even know you. Qin Qing's eyes turned red when she heard Yeyu's words and she was about to cry. Yeyu, why are you like this? You didn't say that before. Qin Qing, what's going on? Is there any misunderstanding? Han Shui had already walked over at this moment. She had realized that things were not that simple. Qin Qing, who had always greeted Han Shui with a smile, suddenly changed her attitude and yelled at Han Shui, Han Shui, stop pretending to be a good person. Students from the neighboring class heard Qin Qing shouting, and out of curiosity, they all gathered around. Seeing many students coming over, Qin Qing's eyes flashed with joy, and then she said, Han Shui, Yeyu has chosen me. Please leave him. Han Shui stepped forward, looked at Qin Qing, and said sadly, Qin Qing, I always regarded you as a friend, but I didn't expect you to frame Yeyu like this. Why did you do this? Why? Qin Qing laughed. Because you are beautiful. Because you have a good family background. All the good things in the world should be yours. I don't accept it. Jealousy flashed in Qin Qing's eyes, and she shouted, I don't accept it. Why are all the good things yours? I just want to snatch them from you. Yeyu has promised me that he wants to be with me. More classmates gathered around, looking at Yeyu and the other two in the field, and whispered about what's going on. It seems that Qin Qing from Class 5 and Han Shui from Class 1 are fighting for a man. Wow, so exciting. Yeyu now admires Qin Qing a little bit. She is a good actor. Qin Qing, you'd better tell the truth, otherwise you will be slapped in the face. Qin Qing stared at Yeyu with tearful eyes like an abandoned puppy. Brother Ye, you didn't say that when you hugged me last night. Qin pretended to be pitiful on the surface, but secretly hated in his heart. Who told you to look down on me? Now everyone in the school knows that you are a scumbag. Let's see how you can be with Han Shui. Han Shui did not believe Qin words and said in a firm tone, I know very well what kind of person Yeyu is. He can't be with you. Qin sneered and then said, Ha, what do you know? Do you know what a man is? Yeyu likes me. The students around took a deep breath. This word up is very meaningful. Then they all looked at Yeyu with strange eyes. I didn't expect that Yeyu was two-timing. That's right, this Qin is so charming, no one can control themselves. Scumbag. This Yeyu is too lucky. Bah, too bad. It's not enough to have a school beauty like Han Shui. He also has to flirt with other girls. When Han Shui heard Qin's words, her face turned pale at first, but then she recovered, because Han Shui believed in Yeyu. Yeyu looked at Qin with admiration. It was amazing that she could make a fake thing so real. Yeyu believed that Qin must have been instructed by someone, because if no one gave her benefits, she would definitely not do something that would hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt herself by 800. Glancing at the crowd, Yeyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ouyang-yu, it's you again. It seems that I really need to teach you a lesson. Yeyu watched Ouyang-yu squeeze through the crowd and walked in, and said coldly, Ouyang-yu, I didn't expect you to dare to stand in front of me. Facing Yeyu's sharp and imposing momentum, Ouyang-yu's face turned pale unnaturally, but he resisted it because he knew that this was his last chance to turn over. Ha! Why don't I dare to come? Ouyang-yu looked at Yeyu, raised his head, and said with disdain, Yeyu, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. Yeyu chuckled and looked at Ouyang-yu, who was trying to calm down. Oh, then tell me, how am I despicable and shameless? Take a look at this thing. Ouyang-yu took out a piece of paper, unfolded it, and placed it in front of Yeyu. Take a closer look. What is this? Yeyu looked at it intently. His face was a little weird and said to Qin, You must not know that Ouyang-yu would take this thing out. Qin didn't understand Yeyu's words and then looked at the paper in Ouyang-yu's hand. Swish! Qin's face immediately lost its color. She stared at the paper in Ouyang-yu's hand in horror, muttering, How could you have this thing? When Han Shui saw the paper, her face also changed. She looked at Qin in disbelief, with disgust flashing in her eyes. The classmates around saw that Yeyu and the others looked different, and looked at the paper curiously. Physical examination report. Name Qin, pregnant, after abortion. A classmate read out the words on the paper, then his face changed, and he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. The discussion around him broke out, because the content on the paper was really surprising. It turned out to be Qin's physical examination report. She is pregnant? Didn't you see? She has already had the operation. Hey, this is two? Everyone cast their eyes on Qin, and the meaning in their eyes almost made Qin crazy. Staggering back a few steps, Qin's face was pale and bloodless. She asked Ouyang-yu woodenly, Why did you? Why did I get your physical examination report, right? Ouyang-yu said first, and then shook the report. My aunt is a doctor at the health center. When I went to see her, I happened to see your report. Ouyang-yu pressed forward and asked Qin sternly, Is the father of the child Yeyu? Qin stared at Ouyang-yu in disbelief, with a flash of resentment in her eyes, but she was already in a difficult situation at the moment, so she had to grit her teeth and say, It was Yeyu. Ouyang-yu took another step closer and asked, Then was it Yeyu who forced you to have the operation? Qin looked at Ouyang-yu in despair, closed her eyes and said, Yes! Wow! The classmates around her all burst out, and their eyes looking at Yeyu were full of anger and disgust. This Yeyu is so abominable. How could he do such a thing? That's right, he has such a handsome face, but he is really rotten inside. Kick him out of school. Our school doesn't want such a shameless person. Kick him out of school! The classmates shouted in unison, all demanding that Yeyu be expelled from the school. Ouyang-yu could no longer hide the smugness in his eyes at this moment. He waved his hand to signal the classmates to be quiet and turned to look at Han Shui. Xiao Shui, this kind of person is not worth your sadness. Leave him quickly. Han Shui's face was cold, and she didn't let go of her arm around Yeyu. because even if she was against the world, Han Shui would stand by Yeyu. Han Shui said in a firm tone, "You don't have to say anything, no matter what. I believe in Yeyu." Wu Yangyu was furious, and veins on his forehead bulged. He couldn't believe that at this point, Han Shui still trusted Yeyu so much. "You?" Wu Yangyu was about to speak when he heard a classmate behind him shouting, "The principal and director Zhu are here." Wu Yangyu immediately calmed down. Since there was no way to make Han Shui misunderstand Yeyu, then expelling Yeyu from the school would also achieve the goal. Principal Li Sheshu brought the Dean of Studies Zhu Liang, separated from the crowd, and walked in, frowning and asking, "What's going on?" Ouyang-yu hurried to Li Shuishu's side, handed him the report in his hand, and then said, "Principal, this is what happened?" Ouyang-yu vividly fabricated how Yeyu made Qin-Qing pregnant and forced her to have surgery, and then said, "Principal, such a despicable and shameless person should be expelled from the school." Li Sheshu did not make any statement after listening, but turned to look at Qin-Qing. Is what Ouyang-yu said true? It's true. Qin-Qing's body shook a little, but at this moment, it was useless to say anything else, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to make up. Li Sheshu sighed. "I didn't expect there are such people in our school. Yeyu, tell me what you think." Yeyu nodded and stepped forward, looking around. Seeing that everyone was already there, it was time for this farce to end. Clap, clap, clap. Yeyu clapped his hands with a calm expression. He looked at Ouyang-yu and said sarcastically, "Ouyang-yu, I have to admire your successful directing of this play. I am very happy to watch it." Yeyu stopped pretending. "If I were you, I would have been ashamed and kicked out of school long ago." Ouyang-yu shouted sternly, and at the same time he felt a little uneasy, especially when he thought of the scene where Zhu Liang faced Yeyu and unconsciously told the truth. He felt even more uneasy. "Qin-Qing, things have come to this point. I'm afraid this is not what you want to see." Yeyu turned his head and looked at Qin-Qing, who was pale. "Your first thought should be to let Han Shui misunderstand the relationship between you and me. But when Ouyang-yu took out the report, things had already exceeded your expectations." Qin-Qing bit her lips tightly and did not answer, and her face became even uglier when she heard Yeyu's words. Seeing that Qin-Qing did not speak, Yeyu looked at Qin-Qing with pity. "To be honest, the biggest victim of this farce should be you. No matter what the result is, you may not be able to stay in school." Qin-Qing's head buzzed, her eyes went black, and she almost fell down. She finally thought that if something like this happened, she might not end up any better. I don't know, this will happen. What should I do?" Qin-Qing was desperate and wanted to seek help from Yeyu. At this moment, she was like a drowning person, holding on to the last straw. Yeyu looked at Qin-Qing and sighed, "You will suffer for your own sins. If you want to reduce the punishment, tell the truth." Qin-Qing's eyes shrank and his face began to hesitate. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. The classmates around him saw Qin-Qing began to hesitate and felt that things were not simple. "What's going on? It seems that the situation has changed. Qin-Qing's expression seems to be wrong. Did we misunderstand Yeyu? Let's wait and see. Maybe Yeyu is trying to scare Qin-Qing?" Ouyang-yu on the side began to worry. He couldn't let Qin-Qing tell the truth. "Qin-Qing, don't believe Yeyu's sweet words anymore. He is lying to you. Don't believe the man in front of you anymore." Ouyang-yu emphasized the word before to let Qin-Qing know that he would give her a large sum of money. Qin-Qing understood what Ouyang-yu meant, and then relaxed, as if she had figured it out. "Money? Only now I realize that there are things in this world that are more important than money." "Ouyang-yu, that's not what you told me at the beginning." Qin-Qing stared at Ouyang-yu with a sarcastic smile on her face. Qin-Qing pointed at the report in Ouyang-yu's hand and screamed, "You made my secret public. You threw my dignity to the ground and trampled on it again and again." Ouyang-yu's face changed. His eyes became sinister. "Shut up! You bitch! Don't even think about slandering me." "Oh, I see. It's because you still have Yeyu in your heart and don't want him to be implicated that you framed me." Qin-Qing looked at the crowd, took a deep breath, and then said, "I framed Yeyu, and all this was directed by Ouyang-yu. Wow, the truth is like this. It turns out that Yeyu is innocent. All this is Ouyang-yu's conspiracy. Damn it, we misunderstood Yeyu, and Ouyang was wrong. The onlookers looked at Ouyang angrily. He was the one who directed all this, and they actually spoke ill of Yeyu before, which was really wrong. Ouyang suddenly became anxious, waving his hands and shouting, "Don't believe her! Qingqing must have joined forces with Yeyu to frame me." Yi flashed a cold light. This Ouyang is still resisting. In this case, then you can taste the power of the truth potion. Yeyu shook his wrist, and the truth potion was stimulated and splashed on Ouyang. "Ouyang, tell the truth. Is this your conspiracy?" Ouyang curled his lips and despised Yeyu in his heart. "How can I tell the truth when you ask me like this?" "It's my conspiracy! Hiss!" The students around were all shocked. They didn't resist. Is the answer so straightforward? Zhu Liang, who was standing behind the principal Li Shuishu, felt that the scene at this moment was particularly familiar. The last time he framed Yeyu, he was like a ghost and unconsciously told the truth. "Then did you instigate Qingqing to alienate me and Han Shui?" Yeyu asked immediately. Ouyang had not yet recovered from his previous answer, and he said involuntarily, "Yes, only if Han Shui misunderstood you, I would have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation." Yeyu glanced at Qingqing and then asked, "Where did you get Qingqing's report? Why did you expose it and make it public?" Ouyang was sweating profusely and tried desperately to cover his mouth, but the sound still came out of his mouth. "My uncle stole it from my aunt's hospital. Only by making everyone think that you are a scumbag can the pretentious principal Li Shuishu expel you." Li Shuishu glared at Ouyang, very annoyed. "You are too disrespectful to me. You must be expelled." When Zhu Liang heard that Ouyang had implicated him, he shouted angrily, "I told you that Yeyu was evil and you couldn't afford to offend him, but you refused to listen." Li Shuishu glanced at Zhu Liang coldly and shouted, "You can get out now." Zhu Liang's eyes went dark and he wished he could faint immediately. "Don't you know that showing this report will ruin Qingqing?" Yeyu frowned and his face became even colder. "Ha! I'm tired of playing with her anyway, so I'll make some use of her. I made her pregnant and I forced her to have surgery." Qingqing fainted when she heard this. At this moment, what she regretted most was meeting this scum Ouyang. This time, Ouyang had provoked public anger, and the students around him began to spit on him. "Bah! I didn't expect Ouyang to be such a scum. You can't judge a person by his appearance. This kind of person is so shameless. Humph! Ouyang and Qingqing are not good people. This kind of scum should be expelled." "That's right, expel him. Quiet down." Yeyu waved his hand to signal the angry classmates. When everyone heard Yeyu's words, they all quieted down and looked at Yeyu with admiration. This person was able to remain calm in the face of conspiracy and frame-up, and finally turned the tide and found out the truth. "Principal Li, now that the truth has been revealed, what do you think we should do?" Li Shuishu coughed dryly, looked around at the students, and said loudly, "In view of Ouyang bad influence, it has been decided to expel him from school. We cannot keep such a black sheep in Xiangyu Middle School." In addition, Zhu Liang from the teaching department, as an elder, not only did not dissuade him, but also became an accomplice. And he is also expelled. As for Qingqing, he was deceived by Ouyang and is also a victim. He is punished to retain his student status and go home to reflect on his mistakes for 1 year. Li Shuishu turned his head and looked at Yeyu. Finally, in order to compensate Yeyu, it was decided to waive Yeyu's tuition and also give him a scholarship. Oh, principal is wise. Ignoring the distraught Ouyang, Zhu Liang, and Qingqing, all the students cheered around Yeyu. Yeyu looked at the dejected Ouyang with a cold light in his eyes. He had said long ago that he would not let him go easily. Talent, cursed aura. A virtual gold coin appeared in front of Yeyu, and the students around him didn't notice it. With a flick of his finger, the gold coin turned into a stream of light and sank into Ouyang body, but Ouyang was still unaware of it. Yeyu smiled lightly. "Ouyang, just enjoy the next month of bad luck." Returning to his seat, Yeyu saw Han Shui's lonely expression and thought she was still worried. "Xiao Shui, don't worry anymore. This is all Ouyang conspiracy." Han Shui shook her head. "I never doubted you, but Qingqing was originally my friend, and now she has fallen to such a state. Yeyu said softly, "This is all because of her vanity. It's her own fault, not yours." Han Shui heard this and felt relieved. Her face looked better, and then she raised her hand and motioned Yeyu to check. Yeyu, this love ring is really magical. When I wear it, I can sense you at home. Yeyu laughed when he heard it. Of course, this is the love between the coward and the weaver girl. Even if they are separated by the Milky Way, it can't block the connection between them. Hanshi lowered her head and stroked the ring on her finger. After a moment of silence, she said, Yeyu, if one day we are separated and can't be together, what should I do? Yeyu held Hanshui's hand tightly and said firmly, no matter what, we'll not let go. Hanshui smiled sweetly when she heard it, but she still unconsciously thought of the conversation with her father last night. Xiaoshui, who gave you the ring on your hand? Hanshui's father Hanshiwei sat on the sofa and asked. Hanshui paused, then said, Yeyu gave it to me. Yeyu? That poor student? Hanshiwei sneered disdainfully. Where did he get the money to give you such a valuable ring? Dad, investigate him! Hanshui glared at Hanshiwei angrily. Have I done anything wrong? My daughter is bewitched by him. Shouldn't I investigate it? Hanshui bit her lip and said firmly, no matter what, I'm going to be with him. Hanshiwei frowned and looked at Hanshui for a long time before sighing. Hey, Xiaoshui, you are my daughter. I respect your decision. Hanshui's eyes lit up instantly. She sat down next to Hanshiwei, put her arm around his arm, and said with a smile, Dad, I just think you are the best to me. Hanshui frowned and snorted. It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up, but I have conditions. What conditions, you tell me? Only for half a year your relationship will last until you go abroad. Hanshui screamed and said dissatisfiedly, Why? Hanshiwei said sternly, No reason, and during this period you are not allowed to cross the line in any way. Hanshui blushed with shame. Dad, what are you talking about? What crossing the line, really? Hanshiwei coughed dryly. Dad is doing this for your own good. Bring him here one day, and I will test him myself. If he doesn't agree with me, you guys better end it soon. Hanshui is now very satisfied that Hanshiwei can take a step back. After all, if there is one step, there will be 2 steps and 3 steps. Dad, then tell me, why can't I go abroad? Hanshiwei leaned back on the sofa, raised her head and said tiredly, Because you are born to take on the responsibility of the Snow Country goddess. Hanshui was stunned. Is such a fantasy answer really okay? Dad, what are you talking about? Snow Country goddess? Dad, you've read too many novels. Hanshiwei scolded Hanshui. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao, you have to know that this world is much more complicated than you think, and you are the destined Snow Country goddess. Seeing that Hanshui didn't believe it, Hanshiwei had to go further. In a few days, the Snow Country Princess Diana will arrive. She will tell you in detail then. Diana? Hanshui repeated it softly. She knew this name because Diana was the bright moon of the Snow Country and the most beautiful princess of the Snow Country. Qingming Yaxuan was also the place where Yeyu met Qian Yue last time. The two sat opposite each other. Qian Yue took a sip of tea and asked anxiously, Yeyu, you asked me to come here today. Is there any new auction item? No, I have already collected all the auction items. Yeyu said calmly. Qian Yue was surprised. It's all here. Where are they? Yeyu pointed to a school bag beside him and asked Qian Yue to open it. It's all in there. Qian Yue hurriedly opened the school bag and took out the small boxes. Looking at the simple boxes on the table, they were probably bought on the street. What good stuff could they be? Qian Yue no longer had any expectations. Qian Yue opened the first box, which contained a tortoise shell, the color of which was emerald green like jade. Is this a tortoise shell? Why are there small black and white dots on it? Qian Yue asked Yeyu while flipping through the luoshu. Yeyu took a sip of tea, tapped the tortoise shell and said, This is the luoshu. There is a tortoise named Xuan, and there is a picture on its shell. It is a gift from heaven and is the origin of the yin-yang and 5 elements numerology. Qian Yue took a breath of cold air. Isn't this a legendary thing? How did you get it? Yeyu rolled his eyes at Qian Yue. Don't worry about how I got it. Just tell me how much it is worth. Qian Yue flipped through the luoshu obsessively and said casually, For people of insight, it is a priceless treasure. Yeyu, this luoshu is so precious. Are you really going to auction it off? Qian Yue felt a little regretful. This is a good thing, and it would be a pity to auction it off. Of course I have a better one. Yeyu replied. Yeyu would not tell Qianyue that his supermental arithmetic was much more awesome than this Luoshu. Okay, Qianyue did not continue to ask and took out the next box. Huh? These gold coins are in good condition, Qianyue said happily when he saw the 5 Aztec gold coins in the box. Yeyu picked up a gold coin, played with it for a while, and said, I got these 5 Aztec gold coins with great difficulty. I must bid for a good price. What gold coins? Qianyue asked in shock, thinking he was hallucinating. Aztec gold coins, Yeyu said again, glancing at Qianyue. He was so uncalm, and he was still the chief auctioneer. Qianyue's hand trembled, and he threw away the gold coin in his hand, his face pale. The Aztec gold coin that is cursed and ominous? Seeing Qianyue's fear, Yeyu chuckled. Don't be afraid, it's not that serious. Qianyue's heart was still a little trembling, and he asked Yeyu in a low voice, Didn't this kind of gold coin disappear? Yeyu shook his head and didn't answer. The curse is just a rumor, but this bizarre legend should increase the value of these gold coins, right? Qianyue nodded, carefully picked up a gold coin, and looked at it obsessively. Of course, these 5 gold coins can definitely be sold for a high price. Reluctantly putting down the gold coin in his hand, Qianyue picked up a long box on the table and opened it. Looking at the things lying quietly inside, Qianyue smiled bitterly. Even if you can't find the auction item, you don't have to use a piece of grass to fool around. Yeyu rolled his eyes at Qianyue. You know nothing. This is a good thing. Take out that steel pipe and chop it with the sword grass. In the box containing the sword grass, there was also a steel pipe. Yeyu knew that Qianyue didn't understand the magic of the sword grass. Qianyue held the sword grass in one hand and the steel pipe in the other hand, gestured and laughed. Can this sword grass cut through steel? Yeyu picked up the teacup, put it to his mouth and blew it. Try it. Maybe it can work? Qianyue sneered. If this sword grass can really cut through the steel pipe, I will use this steel pipe. Qianyue was talking, holding the sword grass and chopping at the steel pipe. Chi! Ding-dang! A piece of steel pipe fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. I will take this steel pipe home and worship it. Qianyue looked at the broken steel pipe, then looked at the ordinary sword grass, and was about to blurt out a word, P. What the hell is this grass? Did it grow out of the backyard of Tongtian's sect master's house? Yeyu took the sword grass from Qianyue's hand and stroked it carefully. If this sword grass didn't match my temperament, I wouldn't auction it. Qianyue rubbed his chin and said faintly, Traveling around the world with grass? It's really not nice. Yeyu glared at Qianyue. Tell me what this sword grass is worth. This is simply a miracle in life science, okay? Old Qin, even if I wear out my mouth, I will auction it for a shocking price. Qianyue's face was solemn and respectful, and he looked a bit like the chief auctioneer. Yeyu nodded, a smile on his face. Okay, I know you can do it. Let's take a look at the next auction item. Qianyue carefully put down the sword grass and did not forget to put the steel pipe in. Opening the box, Qianyue took out an antique book. What kind of ancient book is this? If it is a treasure, it can be auctioned for a good price. I don't know if you have read the news a few days ago. Yeyu said on the side. What news? Qianyue asked while flipping through the book. An old man suddenly fainted. It was already ineffective to rescue him, but a young man saved him with a few needles. Of course I know. The old man who fainted was called Tong Shi, the patriarch of the Tong family. At that time, this incident was a sensation. I heard that he was saved by the 13 ghost needles. Qianyue's action of flipping through the book suddenly stopped because he found that the pictures on the book were a series of human acupuncture points. Qianyue's hands trembled, and he almost threw the book in his hand. He turned around and asked Yeyu in shock, Is this the 13 ghost gate needles? Yeyu nodded and said with emotion, The 13 ghost gate needles, one needle divides yin and yang, and gods and ghosts stand on both sides. It can be called a technique of ghosts and gods. Hearing what Yeyu said, Qianyue swallowed his saliva and asked in disbelief, Could that young man be you? It's me. I also learned my acupuncture skills from this ancient book. Hiss! Qianyue took a deep breath and felt that the ancient book in his hand was more important than Mount Tai. This is a life-saving technique. I believe there must be someone who would spend all his money to buy it. Qianyue came back to his senses and suddenly asked Yeyu in a low and mysterious voice, "Yeyu, can your 13 ghost needles cure that kind of disease?" Yeyu took a sip of tea, glanced at Qianyue, and asked playfully, "What kind of disease?" Qianyue coughed dryly, a little shy, and whispered, "It's one of those diseases that heals very quickly." The tea in Yeyu's mouth almost sprayed on Qianyue's big face. "Sure, I guarantee you will have sex with the 7 women at night." Qianyue's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Can you give me 2 injections?" "Get out!" Seeing that Yeyu was unhappy, Qianyue knew what to do and didn't say anything else. He picked up the last auction item. The crystal clear luminous cup flashed charmingly under the light. Qianyue played with the luminous cup and said happily, "Just looking at the appearance, this luminous cup is the most eye-catching." Yeyu put a glass of water into the luminous cup and handed it to Qianyue. Qianyue took a sip hesitantly, then squinted his eyes, intoxicated by the aroma of the wine. After a long while, Qianyue opened his eyes and said in surprise, "There is such a good wine in the world. There are strange stones and famous jades in the world which are carved into luminous cups. It can turn water into exquisite wine." Qianyue was numb with surprise at this moment. All the auction items brought by Yeyu were priceless treasures. "That's right." Qianyue took out Yeyu's ID card from his pocket and handed it to Yeyu. "Boss Ye, here is your ID." Yeyu paused after taking the ID card and asked in confusion, "Boss Ye?" Qianyue nodded solemnly. "I have transferred Dingfeng Auction to your name. From now on, you will be the boss of Dingfeng Auction." Yeyu stared at Qianyue for a long time before saying, "Are you serious?" Qianyue nodded fiercely. "It couldn't be more true. I believe that Dingfeng Auction will shine brightly in your hands." When Yeyu and Qianyue came out of the box, they happened to meet 3 people coming out of another box. 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a tall and thin young man and said to the other man, "Thank you, Mr. Wan, for coming to my Dingfeng auction. It will definitely be a great honor when the time comes." The man waved his hand, hummed lightly, and walked out of Qingming Yaxuan. Qianyue saw the tall and thin man and the beautiful woman leaning against him, clenched his fists, and began to tremble with excitement. "Zhao Hao, Li Xiaqing, this pair of bitches!" Yeyu understood that these 2 were the ones who almost caused Qianyue's family to be destroyed. Zhao Hao also heard what Qianyue said. He turned around and looked at Qianyue with disdain and said, "Hey, isn't this Mr. Qian? You don't manage your peak auction well, and you still have the mood to drink tea?" "Oh, I see." Before Qianyue could speak, Zhao Hao laughed first. "Is it because your peak auction can't be run anymore and filed for bankruptcy?" Qianyue gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Zhao Hao, you won't succeed. One day I will make you penniless." Zhao Hao sneered. "My peak auction will hold a grand auction at the end of this month. Well-known wealthy people from all over the country will gather here. By then, Peak will become the top auction venue." Qianyue pointed at Zhao Hao, his face flushed with anger. "If I hadn't promoted you and you had dug away my channels, would you have achieved what you have today? Bah! Despicable!" A trace of shame flashed across Zhao Hao's face, and then he became vicious. "Humph! This is my own ability!" "Ha! Your own ability?" Qianyue almost laughed out of anger, pointing his finger at Li Xiaqing. "It's because this bitch worked so hard on my bed. I thought she was my favorite. How ridiculous!" Zhao Hao's face was extremely ugly at the moment. "Xiaqing and I were a couple, but you broke us up. That's why I'm taking revenge on you." "Couple?" Qianyue sneered. "Do you think I didn't hear what you planned?" Zhao Hao was speechless, but when he saw Qianyue's miserable look, he became excited again and looked at Qianyue with contempt. "Anyway, I succeeded, and you are a complete loser," Qianyue shouted. "I haven't failed yet. The peak auction will rise again." Zhao Hao chuckled and looked at Yeyu. "Rise again? Relying on this high school student? What can he auction, a pile of broken books?" "Joke!" Yeyu grabbed Qianyue, who wanted to speak, looked at the proud Zhao Hao and chuckled. "Don't you believe that the peak auction will return to its peak?" Zhao Hao sneered. "Peak? Under the leadership of Qianyue, the peak auction will forever sink into hell." Yeyu shook his finger and said indifferently, You are wrong about one thing. Now I am the boss of the peak auction. Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha. Qian Yue, I have to admire you for being able to fool such a silly boy to fill your hole. Ye Yu ignored Zhao Hao, but said coldly, 3 days later, the peak auction will hold an auction. I hope you won't despair then. Zhao Hao looked at Ye Yu as if he was looking at a fool again. Okay, I will help you promote it for free. I want to see how you will end it then. After Zhao Hao and Li Shang left, Ye Yu said to Qian Yue, Old Qian, use all your connections. I want everyone in the country to know that there will be a shocking auction in 3 days. Qian Yue nodded and said solemnly, No problem. 3 days later, it will be the time for the top auction to return to its peak. After separating from Qian Yue, Ye Yu thought about it and decided to increase the publicity efforts. Taking out the gold-plated business card, Ye Yu dialed the number. I'm Kong Yu Qian, who are you? It's me, Ye Yu. Oh, it's brother Ye Yu, what's the matter? Do me a favor. Dingfeng Auction will hold an auction in 3 days. Please promote it. Kong Yu Qian asked doubtfully. Dingfeng Auction? Is that the auction house that's about to go bankrupt? Yes, now I'm the boss of Dingfeng Auction. Kong Yu Qian took a breath, a little surprised. Brother Ye Yu, this auction house is a pit. There's no problem with helping with publicity, but I'm afraid there won't be good auction items and I'll end up doing more harm than good. Ye Yu chuckled and said in a firm tone, You don't have to worry about that. The auction items are all rare treasures, and they will definitely surprise you. Kong Yu Qian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Then I'll wait and see. After hanging up the phone, Ye Yu called Liu Feng, a doctor he had met before. Dr. Liu, there will be a secret book of Ghost Gate 13 needles at the summit auction in 3 days. Really? I have already told my mentor about the Ghost Gate 13 needles. He is very interested and will definitely go to the auction. As for why he notified Liu Feng, it was because Ye Yu suddenly remembered that this secret book of acupuncture was different from other treasures. Ordinary people would not be too interested in it, but people in the medical field would definitely be interested. Walking on the road, Ye Yu saw a lot of people gathered together and talking. Out of curiosity, Ye Yu walked over. In the middle of the crowd, an old woman was lying on the side of the road, covering her legs, moaning softly, and her face looked very painful. A tall foreign woman wearing sunglasses stood beside the old woman, looking very flustered, and was explaining something to everyone. Yoni ma woo! Boo like me! Ye Yu heard it, and with the talent of a master of language, he understood that this was the language of the snow country. I don't have it! The next sentence was the awkward Chinese language. Not me. The foreign woman was trying to defend herself, but the people around her couldn't understand what she was saying. 2 young men in the crowd looked at each other and then stepped forward. Although you are a foreigner, you have to take responsibility for bumping into someone. Don't you agree? One of the young men looked at the crowd around him and said loudly. Another young man pointed at the old man lying on the ground and said, That's right. This old man was pushed down by you. Do you think you should settle it privately or call the police? The foreign woman explained in awkward Chinese, It was me who pushed her down. Hearing that the woman was still defending herself, the 2 young men looked at each other and said loudly, We all saw you bump into her before, but you still don't admit it. That's right. There are witnesses and evidence. Hurry up and pay the money. Under the leadership of the 2 men, the onlookers around also started to talk. This person has such poor character that she refused to admit that she hit someone. We can't let her go. What's wrong with being a foreigner? She has to take responsibility for her mistakes. That's right. Let her pay. Or should we call the police? Hearing the people talking around her, the foreign woman felt more and more helpless. She kept saying, Okay. Then she opened her handbag, took out a stack of coins, and wanted to hand it to the old man on the ground. The young man who stood up first had his eyes lit up and was about to reach out to take the coins. But he was grabbed by a strong hand and couldn't move. The young man turned to look at Ye Yu and said viciously, What are you doing? Ye Yu chuckled. This money is for this old man. Why are you taking it? The young man was stunned, then explained, This old woman fell down. I took it for her first. Why not? Yeyu nodded. Okay, but I think it's better to give it to the old man. Otherwise people will think you are in the same group. Under Yeyu's meaningful eyes, the young man looked a little flustered, but still forced himself to remain calm. What do you mean by in the same group? Don't talk nonsense. Another young man also said helpfully, then give the money to the old man quickly. The foreign woman was about to hand the money to the old man. Yeyu shouted, wait! The two young men who were happy suddenly hated each other in their hearts and stared at Yeyu with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Now the money is given directly to the old man. Why are you stopping me? Yeyu motioned for the foreign woman to put away the money, then looked at the two young men and said, the matter has not been clarified yet. It would be inappropriate to give money now. What's unclear? This foreign girl knocked down an old man. It's not too much to give her some money, right? Don't you agree? The two young men waved to the onlookers. Yes, she knocked someone down, so she has to pay compensation. She should pay some money, otherwise it will be more troublesome to go to the hospital. Little brother, don't stop her. The matter is already clear. Hey, maybe the boy wants to pick up this foreign girl. Yes, this foreign girl has a hot body. The two young men heard the crowd saying this and looked at Yeyu proudly. How is it? Is the matter clear now? Yu chuckled and said calmly, this is just your one-sided statement. You didn't listen to the foreigner's explanation. The young man hesitated for a moment, then said, we saw it with our own eyes, and she is a foreigner. We can't understand what she said, and she agreed to give the money, so she must have been wrong first. It happens that I can understand. After Yeyu finished speaking, he turned to look at the woman and asked in fluent standard snow country dialect, hello, can you tell me what happened before? Oh, goddess! Finally someone can understand what I say. The foreign woman shouted instantly, and then spoke to Yeyu excitedly. My name is Diana. I was walking earlier, and this old lady suddenly fell down in front of me. I was about to help her up when they surrounded me. I don't know what happened. Yeyu understood. It seems that Diana was hit by a scammer. This lady said she didn't hit the old man. The old man fell down by himself. Yeyu turned around and said to everyone, this is impossible. The two young men shouted instantly. We saw her knock down the old man with our own eyes. Don't even think about denying it. Yeyu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said in a cold voice, seen it with my own eyes? Do you want me to call the police over? Pointing to the camera hidden on the street lamp not far away, Yeyu continued, by the way, check the video of this camera. The two young men finally looked flustered, secretly hating in their hearts. Damn it! Why didn't they find that there was a camera here? The old man, who was lying on the ground and moaning softly, turned pale and began to feel uneasy. The people around finally understood that they were together and were working together to cheat people. So they are scammers. Call the police quickly. Don't let them get away. Damn it, these three people are so bad. If it weren't for this boy's proficiency in foreign languages and keen observation, we would have all been deceived. Good job, boy. Yeyu turned to look at Diana and laughed. Now that things are clear, don't worry anymore. Diana took a long breath and patted her towering chest. Great, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Remember to call the police as soon as you encounter this kind of thing in the future. Diana nodded. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly stared at Yeyu's back and exclaimed, Be careful. In Diana's sight, the two young men's expressions changed, and a flash of hostility flashed in their eyes. They each took out a dagger and stabbed Yeyu in the back. Yeyu turned around and activated his super-mental arithmetic. The two men's movements were clearly calculated by Yeyu, and there was no threat. Bang! He raised his leg and kicked sideways. The two young men flew backwards in an instant, fell to the ground and wailed. Diana's eyes flashed with a strange light. What a handsome skill, taking off her sunglasses. Diana looked at Yeyu excitedly. Wow, cool. Is this kung fu? Yeyu turned around and was stunned for a moment, because this Diana was really too eye-catching. Tall and charming. She had a high nose bridge, a delicate face, skin as white as milk, and a pair of eyes like a dark blue lake, with a unique exotic style. Yeyu waved his hand and said casually, It's just a simple kick. It's not considered advanced kung fu. Seeing the police taking the old man and the two young men away, Diana stood beside Yeyu and asked, "By the way, I don't know your name yet." "My name is Yeyu, a student of Xiangyu Middle School. Are you coming to China to travel?" Diana nodded. "Partly, the most important thing is to come to China to find someone." Yeyu did not continue to ask, but smiled and said to Diana, "If you want to see the scenery of Mingzhou City, you can ask me to be your guide, free of charge." Diana chuckled. "Then it's a deal, don't be bothered by it." Ding! Promote Kung Fu, one reward lottery. Listening to the voice of the system in his mind, Yeyu was happy but speechless. It turned out that in the eyes of foreigners, this leg-raising and side-kicking is considered Kung Fu. Bidding farewell to Diana, Yeyu found a secluded place. "Start the lottery!" Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the master's will. Yeyu held a ball of invisible and intangible air in his hand, emitting a burning breath, and was a little overwhelmed. How to use this thing? System, what is the use of this master's will? It can improve the host's martial arts to the master level. Yeyu's hand trembled and exclaimed, "Damn! So domineering?" If it comes to martial arts, Yeyu now only knows the Bajiquan taught by Professor Xing Meng. Then let's improve Bajiquan. The air ball in Yeyu's hand disappeared instantly, and a little man appeared in Yeyu's mind. He performed the concise and fierce Baquan to the fullest. After a long time, Yeyu opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed by, and his sharp eyes were like a sword sheathed, restraining the edge. Yeyu clenched his fist and sighed, "This feeling is really amazing. In just a moment, it seems that I have practiced this Bajiquan for decades." At this moment, Yeyu's Bajiquan has reached the level of a master. As a martial artist, Xingmeng majored in Bajiquan, and his level has just reached the level of a master. Back to school, Yeyu happened to meet Yan Fengwu, who was looking for him. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Yan Fengwu was relieved to see Yeyu. "Yeyu, I'm telling you, someone is looking for trouble with the master." Yeyu raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Looking for trouble?" Yan Fengwu nodded and told Yeyu Xiang. It turned out that Xing Meng had a master named Yan Wei. They didn't get along well. Now that Xing Meng was injured, Yan Wei was even more proud, so he brought his apprentice to provoke. Seeing that, Yeyu didn't care. Yan Fengwu hurriedly said, "I heard from the master that Yan Wei's eldest disciple has already reached the second-grade blood-nourishing realm. You must not fall for their provocation and act rashly." Yeyu didn't care. Now his Bajiquan has reached the master level. With his super-mental arithmetic, let alone reaching the blood-nourishing realm, Yeyu is not afraid, even if he exceeds the second-grade blood-nourishing realm. Seeing Yeyu's careless look, Yan Fengwu stomped her feet in hatred. "Come with me. Don't blame me if you get hurt." In the gymnasium of Xiangyu Middle School, because there was no physical education class, the huge gymnasium seemed very empty. When Yeyu followed Yan Fengwu to the gymnasium, Xing Meng was already waiting here. There were 3 people standing opposite Xing Meng. The leader was thin and short, with a neat and tidy short hair. Behind the man stood 2 tall and strong men, but they had immature faces and looked young. They should be Xing Meng's fellow apprentice, Yan Wei, and his 2 disciples. Yan Wei crossed his arms and looked at Xing Meng impatiently. "Brother, can your apprentice come? Did he run away from the battlefield because of fear?" "Bah! My apprentice, Xing Meng, has never been afraid, and it is impossible for him to run away from the battlefield." Yan Wei sneered disdainfully when he heard the words, "You, the 8 Extremes Tiger, have now become a sick cat. What else is impossible?" Xing Meng's brows jumped, and he stared at Yan Wei fiercely. "Yan Wei, do you really think that I am injured? You can do whatever you want in front of me?" Yan Wei chuckled. Hey, brother, you are injured first. I won't argue with you. With my current strength of the 4th-grade bone-refining realm, fighting with you is bullying you." Looking at Xing Meng's face flushed with anger, Yan Wei became more and more proud. "Let my eldest apprentice compete with you. Shen Tu is now a 2nd-grade blood-nourishing realm warrior, which happens to be the same realm as your current level, so it's not bullying you." There was a cold light flashing in Xing Meng's eyes. He really thought highly of himself by sending his apprentice to fight with him. "No need," Yan Fengwu cried out tenderly. "Since you sent your apprentice to fight, I'll take it on behalf of the master." Yan Wei turned to look at Yeyu and Yan Fengwu and said softly, Interesting. Xingmeng, are these your two apprentices? Xingmeng nodded at Ye Yu and the others and then said, My apprentice Yan Fengwu and my student Ye Yu. Yan Wei was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Xingmeng, you are really lonely now. I won't talk about your apprentices, but what's the matter with this Ye Yu? Yan Wei stretched out his hand and tapped Ye Yu, saying disdainfully, Are you using this kind of unranked stuff to fill the door? Xingmeng, are you underestimating me too much? Before Xingmeng could speak, Yan Fengwu broke out first, looked at Yan Wei and scolded. If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of talking nonsense? Yan Wei looked at Yan Fengwu in surprise, then said nonchalantly, Ma Liang, go play with her. A tall and strong man behind Yan Wei responded, stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Baji Ma Liang. Yan Fengwu also clasped her hands together and shouted, Baji Yan Fengwu. Yan Wei looked at the two people in the field and said to Xingmeng, My apprentice Ma Liang and your apprentice Yan Fengwu are both first-grade leather training realm warriors. They are evenly matched in fighting. Xingmeng looked at Ma Liang, who was fighting with Yan Fengwu in the field, with an indifferent expression and chuckled. Get ready to heal with your apprentice. Ye Yu stood beside Xingmeng and was also not optimistic about Ma Liang, because Yan Fengwu once said that she had defeated Xingmeng of the same realm. Hey! The two people in the field shouted loudly, kicking off the battle. Yan Fengwu and Ma Liang both practiced Bajiquan, and their moves were open and closed, fighting back and forth. Although Yan Fengwu had just become a martial artist, she was gifted, and her physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. With Xingmeng's careful teaching, her Bajiquan level was far better than Ma Liang's. In a short while it suppressed Ma Liang. Bang! Yan Fengwu's strength burst out, and her delicate body was like an arrow from a bow. She flashed in front of Ma Liang, and her right fist, with a strong wind blowing in her face, hit Ma Liang's chest. Ma Liang was startled and hurriedly crossed his arms to block Yan Fengwu's attack. However, Ma Liang underestimated Yan Fengwu's strength, and this attack directly hit Ma Liang and sent him flying. Bang! Ma Liang fell heavily to the ground and did not get up for a long time. Yan Fengwu put away her stance, clasped her hands together and shouted, Thank you. Yan Wei's face was gloomy and he snorted heavily. Waste! Ma Liang knew he had lost, so he lowered his head and walked behind Yan Wei, looking terrified and not daring to speak. Shen Tu, you go. Shen Tu behind Yan Wei nodded and stepped forward. Shen Tu was much stronger than Ma Liang, with bulging muscles and sharp corners like a hard rock. Shaking his neck, Shen Tu's body made a crackling sound. Raising his strong arms, Shen Tu clasped his fists. Baji, Shen Tu! The voice was as heavy as a drum, resounding in the empty gymnasium. Seeing this, Yan Fengwu put away her contempt. This Shen Tu was not so easy to deal with. Baji, Yan Fengwu! Seeing that Shen Tu had no intention of attacking, Yan Fengwu took the lead in attacking. Stepping down and exerting force, Yan Fengwu moved forward and punched Shen Tu in the middle. Bang! Shen Tu didn't move at all, and Yan Fengwu's fist hit Shen Tu's chest directly. Yan Fengwu's face changed, and she realized that the force of the fist was like mud entering the sea, and Shen Tu was not hurt at all. Huh! A strong wind swept past, and Chu's fist was like a meteorite, hitting Yan Fengwu's arm that was blocking. Bang! Yan Fengwu flew backwards and took a few steps back before stopping. Rubbing her sore arm, Yan Fengwu looked at Shen Tu seriously. What a great power! Seeing this, Ye Yu was a little worried, and turned to ask Xingmeng, Can senior sister Yan beat this Shen Tu? Xingmeng's face was a little solemn, and he whispered, This Xingmeng has great strength and is extremely strong, but Fengwu is unparalleled in martial arts. Let's see. Yan Wei heard Xingmeng's words and sneered disdainfully. Shen Tu is gifted. He has been practicing with me for 8 years. He has already mastered Bajiquan. Your apprentice wants to beat him? What a joke! Xingmeng ignored Yan Wei, but stared at the situation in the field. Seeing that Xingmeng ignored him, Yan Wei looked gloomy and snorted coldly. Shen Tu, go all out! Shen Tu nodded and said in a low voice, Be careful! Ye Yu's ears moved, and he heard the sound of rivers flowing from Shen Tu's body. Hoo! The sound of blood surging rang out in Shen Tu's body. The power hidden in his blood burst out completely. Veins bulged, blood vessels expanded, and his body became even stronger and more terrifying. Billowing hot air rushed towards him, and Shentu's skin was slightly reddened by the heat from his blood. Yeyu looked at Shentu, whose appearance had changed drastically, and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this what a warrior in the nourishing blood realm looks like when he bursts out with all his strength?" Seeing this, Yan Fengwu also burst out with all her strength. With a delicate cry, the airwaves around her body surged. Her long hair moved without wind, and the heat from her body burned her snow-white skin red. Is senior sister Yan also of the air, warrior in the nourishing blood realm? Seeing Yan Fengwu's change, Yeyu asked suspiciously. Xing shook his head. This is Fengwu's innate ability. I call it the blood of the god of war. If you can stimulate the blood of the god of war, you can challenge Fengwu to a higher level. Yan Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he calmed down again. What about innate ability? It can't match Shentu's unparalleled might. Boom! Yan Fengwu and Shentu collided with each other, their fists like thunder, and their legs like sharp blades. The floor of the stadium made a creaking sound, as if it couldn't bear the aftermath of the fight between the two. Boom! After another collision, Yan Fengwu and Shentu separated, and both of them stared at each other closely. Yan Fengwu's mouth curled up, and her eyes were sharp like a cheetah seeing its prey. This is so satisfying. Come again! Shentu's face was as cold as a rock, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He punched up. Boom! Boom! A fierce battle took place in the stadium. The floor finally couldn't bear the weight and exploded during the fight between the two. After a long time, a figure flew out from the battle between the two. Yan Wei sucked in a breath. This is impossible. The person who flew backwards was actually Shentu, a second-grade blood-nourishing realm warrior. Yan Fengwu stood in the center of the field. The rolling heat blew her long hair up, fluttering like a battle flag. Her originally dark hair seemed to be infected with blood, and a faint red light flashed. Combined with Yan Fengwu's unparalleled momentum at the moment, she became even more imposing. What a thief! Yan Wei saw Shentu spitting blood and flying backwards. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly and attacked angrily. You dare! Seeing that Yan Wei actually didn't care about his face and attacked Yan Fengwu, he moved in a hurry and blocked Yan Wu. Seeing this, Yan Wei's eyes flashed with excitement, and his mouth grinned, revealing his white teeth. Okay, I want to see if the former Baji tiger can stop me. Xing Meng's eyes were red, and his blood was surging like a big river. Shentu was completely different from him. Roar! Xing Meng roared, like a tiger coming down the mountain, and pounced on Yan Wei. Yan Wei had a sneer on his lips, and his strength was condensed. His tendons were like steel cables, and his bones were like iron. He clenched his fist and smashed Xing Meng. Open! Yan Wei's iron fist collided with Xing Meng's tiger power, and an astonishing wave broke out. Boom! Yan Wei's forward figure stopped, but Xing Meng flew backwards and fell to the ground. Puff! Xing Meng's face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yeyu hurried forward, and Yan Fengwu helped Xing Meng up on the left and right. Master, how are you? Yan Fengwu calmed her agitated blood and returned to her normal state. She supported Xing Meng and asked worriedly. Xing Meng shook his head, coughed a few times, and said weakly, Ahem, it's okay. Yan Wei put away his fists, put them behind his back, stared at Xing Meng coldly. I didn't expect that you have regressed to the blood-nourishing stage and still have such combat power. Xing Meng looked at Yan Wei and snorted disdainfully. You are still so narrow-minded. No wonder you have not made any progress. Yan Wei's face was gloomy, and jealousy overflowed in his eyes. It's that old man who is partial. Humph. If the old man hadn't passed the 8 Extremes essence only to you and not to me, I would have surpassed you long ago. Xing Meng laughed and lost his temper, staring at Yan Wei sneerfully. This is why you came here, 8 Extremes essence? I won't give it to you. Just give up. Yan Wei's face twisted, and he looked at Xing Meng viciously. That's right. I just want the 8 Extremes essence. Now that you are injured and defeated, you can't keep the 8 Extremes essence. Xing Meng pushed Yeyu and Yan Fengwu away and took a deep breath. Ahem, even if I die, I won't let you get it. Yan Wei laughed and stared at Xing Meng with vicious eyes. Die? I won't let you die. I will make you completely useless. Including your apprentice. Yan Wei pointed at Yan Fengwu and shouted, If you don't give me the 8 extremes essence, let your apprentice become a waste like you. Xingmeng suddenly looked up, stared at Yan Wei with wide eyes, pointed at him, and said in disbelief after a long while, Yan Wei, I didn't expect you to have fallen to this point. Where is your dignity as a warrior? Dignity? Yan Wei laughed loudly and wiped away the tears from his eyes. Xingmeng, do you know the dilemma of never being able to move forward? 8 whole years. I've been trapped in the 4th grade pure bone realm for 8 whole years, with no progress at all. Damn dignity. I want the 8 extremes. Essence. I want to go one step further. Ha ha! Yan Wei shouted loudly like a madman. Xingmeng shook his head and repeated in a low voice, Crazy! You are really crazy! You guys go! I'll stop him! Xingmeng whispered to Yeyu and Yan Fengwu, asking them to leave quickly. Yan Wei suddenly stopped laughing and stared at Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu with a cold look. Want to leave? If you don't hand over the Baji essence, you will all die. Yeyu looked at Yan Wei with a distorted face, secretly complaining in his heart, Are you all going to die? Maybe he has become stupid from practicing martial arts. Now we live in a society ruled by law. Facing Yan Wei calmly, Yeyu said softly, Hey, what do you want to get the essence of Baji? Do you want to destroy them? Have you asked me? You? Ha ha ha. Yan Wei pointed at Yeyu and laughed until tears came out. You are just a student of Xingmeng, who is just for show, not even a disciple. How dare you stop me? Meng covered his chest with his hands and said to Yeyu anxiously, Yeyu, take Fengwu and leave quickly. Now is not the time to show off. I won't leave. Yan Fengwu shouted stubbornly, Yeyu, take the master and leave quickly. I will stop them. After Yan Fengwu finished speaking, she exerted force on her feet and rushed towards Yan Wei. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Yan Wei waved his hand, and Yan Fengwu had no power to resist and flew backwards. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Yan Fengwu's mouth, shaking her body, standing next to Xingmeng, and became a patient. Seeing Yan Fengwu's hand, Xingmeng asked anxiously, Fengwu, are you okay? Yan Fengwu shook her head and sighed. We may all be finished now. Xingmeng closed his eyes in pain. I've hurt you. I shouldn't have let you and Yeyu come back. Seeing the two of them in low spirits, Yeyu smiled and said, Hey, don't be so pessimistic, okay? Don't you still have me? Rolled her eyes at Yeyu. Yeyu, what time is it? You are still joking. Yeyu shrugged with an innocent expression. I'm not joking. I'll treat you first. You just watch me knock them all down. Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu all looked at Yeyu with strange eyes, thinking that Yeyu had been scared silly because of fear. Yeyu ignored the eyes of Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu, stood in front of the two, and pointed his fingers like swords with vigorous strength and quickly tapped the acupuncture points on the two's bodies. You know, the Ghost Gate 3 needles are the most advanced acupuncture techniques in the medical continent. Saving people and killing people is just a matter of thought. For Yeyu, the injuries of Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu are nothing. Before Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu could react, Yeyu turned around and hooked his finger at Yan Wei and the other two. Yeyu, huh? Xingmeng wanted to stop Yeyu and tell him not to be stupid, but suddenly he felt that his serious injuries had improved by more than half. Yan Fengwu's face was also happy, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. She also felt that after Yeyu tapped her acupoints, the previous injuries seemed to have disappeared. Yeyu looked at Yan Wei and his two apprentices, chuckled, and then said, Are you coming one by one or all together? Yan Wei looked at Yeyu, who showed no fear at all, with a cruel smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be so brave, but bluffing is useless. Yan Wei turned his head and glanced at his apprentice Ma Liang behind him, and said coldly, Ma Liang, go and cripple him. Don't let me down this time. Ma Liang was shocked when he heard this, knowing that this was a good opportunity to win the favor of his master, so he shouted excitedly, Yes, master, I will let him know what it means to be in agony. Ma Liang walked forward, pinched his finger bones, making a crackling sound, and said viciously, Boy, I will make you regret. Standing up. Yeyu hooked his finger at Ma Liang and said casually, Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up, I should finish my meal. Damn it. He actually ignored me like this. Ma Liang's eyes were immediately bloodshot, and he roared wildly and rushed towards Yeyu. Bang! His body was like a sharp arrow, and his fist was like a thunder. Ma Liang's punch was the pinnacle of his life. Ye Yu was a little speechless looking at Ma Liang's excited expression. Is this kind of cuckold punch worth being happy about? He dodged Ma Liang's heavy punch and stretched out his hand to press on Ma Liang's head. He pressed down hard, and before Ma Liang could react, he directly pressed him to the ground. Bang! Ma Liang lay on the ground with a confused expression on his face. Ye Yu raised his foot and kicked. Get out! Ma Liang flew out like a football that was shot, hit the wall in the distance, and then slid down slowly along the wall. Seeing his disciple Ma Liang defeated so easily, Yan Wei's eyes flashed with interest. It's quite interesting. Seeing Ma Liang defeated, Yan Wei's eldest disciple Shen Tu stepped forward and said to Yan Wei, Master, let me go and meet him. Yan Wei nodded and said softly, Go ahead, don't hold back, just beat him up. Although Ma Liang is a waste, he is not something that can be humiliated by cats and dogs. Shen Tu had a cold face and moved his muscles. Boom, boom, boom. With a violent heartbeat, Shen Tu's blood surged rapidly, and his originally strong body became even more ferocious and terrifying. Master, can junior brother Ye Yu beat Shen Tu? Although Yan Fengwu was surprised at Ye Yu's clean and neat move just now, she couldn't help but worry about Ye Yu when she saw Shen Tu's full-strength burst. Xing Meng looked at Ye Yu with a gleam in his eyes. He actually saw a natural taste in Ye Yu just now. Just wait, Ye Yu will give us a surprise. Boom! Shen Tu suddenly exerted force, and the floor beneath his feet exploded instantly. Shen Tu crashed into Ye Yu like a charging tank. You are much stronger than that rubbish. Ye Yu looked at Shen Tu, who was rushing towards him, smiled and said, then stretched out his palm to block Shen Tu's iron fist. You can't be defeated. Behind Ye Yu, Xing Meng and Yan Fengwu saw that Ye Yu actually tried to block Shen Tu's fist, and they all exclaimed, that was a second-grade blood-nourishing realm warrior. And Yan Wei's eyes flashed with cruelty, as if he saw Ye Yu's bones and tendons broken. Boom! In the astonished sight of everyone, the floor beneath Ye Yu's feet broke into pieces, but Ye Yu's body was like a reef on the shore, motionless. Impossible! How could he block it? Yan Wei's cruel expression froze, surprised that Ye Yu blocked Shen Tu's full-strength attack so easily. Seeing Ye Yu blocking his fist, Shen Tu roared wildly, and his blood and qi surged like a river, and his momentum became even more fierce. Boom, boom, boom! Shen Tu waved his fists, and a series of thunder-like attacks poured down on Ye Yu. But Ye Yu put his hands behind his back, without any panic, and moved his feet like a butterfly dancing in the flowers, dodging Shen Tu's violent attack. Shen Tu put away his fists, stared at Ye Yu, and said in a thunderous voice, If you are a man, fight me! Ye Yu chuckled, Oh, as you wish! The ground touched the ground with his toes, and the nearby ground shook slightly, and Ye Yu rushed out like lightning. Whoosh! Ye Yu swung his right fist, and with a sharp whistle it hit Shen Tu's stomach. Bang! Shen Tu's raised fist almost hit Ye Yu's head, but now it stopped. With eyes wide open, Shen Tu said with difficulty, This kind of strength. This is called drilling strength. Ye Yu said softly, then put his hand on Shen Tu's forehead and pushed hard. Shen Tu's sturdy body flew backwards, hit the ground, and fainted. Ye Yu, you are awesome! Yan Fengwu cheered excitedly when she saw Ye Yu kill 2 people directly. Xing Meng also widened his eyes and stared at Ye Yu, as if he saw Ye Yu for the first time. Xing Meng, he is only in the first-grade skin training realm, right? Such a talented warrior, you don't want to accept him as your disciple? Yan Wei's eyes twitched and he turned to ask Xing Meng. Xing Meng suddenly realized something and took his eyes away from Ye Yu. I didn't accept him as my apprentice because I was afraid of delaying him. I never thought that his talent would be so terrifying. Xing Meng turned to look at Yan Wei and took a deep breath. Yan Wei, I can give you the 8 Extremes essence, but you have to let Ye Yu go. Yan Wei laughed after hearing this, and a look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. I will definitely get the 8 Extremes essence, and I will also destroy Ye Yu. You! Xing Meng pointed at Yan Wei, speechless in anger. Yan Fengwu on the side gritted her teeth and shouted to Ye Yu. Ye Yu, go quickly. Master and I will stop Yan Wei. Hey, go there! Yan Wei shouted loudly, and the blood in his body surged, and the hem of his clothes moved without wind. A terrifying pressure filled the gymnasium. Xing Meng and Yan Fengwu turned pale and felt the invincible power of Yan Wei and began to despair in their hearts. This time it was a fourth-grade pure bone realm warrior. Yeyu stepped in front of Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu, looked at Yan Wei and said coldly, "Since he wants to destroy us so much, then I will let him taste the taste of being destroyed." "You are so arrogant." Yan Wei raised his eyebrows, and his anger rose in his heart. A mere first-grade leather refining realm warrior was actually shouting in front of a fourth-grade bone refining realm warrior. Boom! Yan Wei's body did not move, but he punched over. The rapidly impacting fist crushed the air in front, and a shock wave surged towards Yeyu. "Be careful!" Yeyu pulled Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu to the side, and the floor where they stood before suddenly broke into pieces. "What a domineering power!" Yeyu raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Xingmeng stood on the side and whispered, "This is the unique internal force of the bone-refining realm warrior. It is extremely domineering. Don't fight it." Yeyu nodded, touched the ground with his toes, and moved forward. A warrior in the bone-refining realm has already trained his entire body's bones to be as strong as steel, and his strength is so strong that he can easily break monuments and shatter stones with a wave of his hand. In particular, he can release his strength to kill people from a distance of several meters. However, Yeyu's Bajiquan has already reached the Grandmaster level. His every move is as wonderful as if it were natural. Compared with Yan Wei's Bajiquan level, it is far higher. Xingmeng watched the fight between Yeyu and Yan Wei, his eyes flashing, and he was completely immersed in Yeyu's boxing and footwork. This level! Could it be that Yeyu's Bajiquan has reached perfection? Xingmeng murmured to himself, staring at Yeyu closely. The artistic conception of his every move made Xingmeng intoxicated. Yan Wei, who was fighting against Yeyu, was even more surprised. Although his face did not change, his constricted pupils completely exposed his shock at Yeyu. Bang! Another collision. Yan Wei raised his hand to form a knife, slashed down, and cut a piece of floor beside Yeyu. Yan Wei took the opportunity to step back and asked in surprise, "Boy, how good is your Bajiquan?" Yeyu also stopped, looked at the shocked Yan Wei and chuckled. "Guess!" Yan Wei's face was dark, and he clenched his fists. The air seemed to be unable to bear the crackling sound. "To be able to fight against me, a fourth-grade pure bone realm warrior, and at least reach the realm of perfection." Yeyu shook his head and said softly, "Bajiquan, I have reached the realm of Grandmaster." Yan Wei could not hide his surprise and said, "What? Impossible! You can't reach the realm of Grandmaster." Xingmeng and Yan Fengwu also took a breath of cold air. You know, the realm of Grandmaster is the top realm of martial arts. The first step, the mastery, the mastery, the mastery. These are the 4 levels of martial arts, and Xingmeng has not yet touched the mastery, and Yan Fengwu has just reached the first step. As far as Xingmeng knows, there are very few people at the master level, and these people are all martial arts masters, while Yeyu is just a high school student. Yan Wei's face was extremely ugly, frowning, thinking secretly, this Yeyu actually fought against the 4th level with the 1st level. Except for the master level Bajiquan, Yan Wei couldn't think of any other possibility. "Yes, it must be the master level Bajiquan. You can stop me." Yan Wei looked at Yeyu. The jealousy in his eyes was like a raging fire. "Baji essence. You must have obtained the Baji essence." In Yan Wei's eyes, Yeyu has now become a living Baji essence, and the greed in his eyes seems to want to devour Yeyu. A scarlet pill was pinched between Yan Wei's fingers. Yan Wei stared at Yeyu viciously. "As long as I kill you, I can not only get the essence of Baji, but also destroy a martial arts genius. It's such a great profit." Xingmeng looked at the pill in Yan Wei's hand and said in shock, "Blood explosion pill. Yan Wei, you dare to take this kind of pill?" Blood explosion pill, an extremely domineering pill, can burn blood in exchange for more violent power. Yan Wei swallowed the blood explosion pill in his hand and turned to look at Yeyu with bloodshot eyes. "Boy, so what if you are a Grandmaster? It's your fault that you are a first-class warrior." Yan Wei shouted, and his palm turned into a knife. With his strength, a hazy and illusory long knife extended from Yan Wei's palm. The floor pointed at by the tip of the knife seemed to have been attacked invisibly and shattered. Xingmeng's eyes widened. He took a deep breath and shouted to Yeyu, "This is the gathering of Qi into gang. Yeyu, retreat quickly." With the help of the fierce medicinal power of the exploding blood pill, Yanwei has broken through the limit of the 4th grade bone-refining realm and can use the unique gathering of Qi into gang of the 5th grade marrow-cleansing realm warrior. Yeyu was unmoved, looking at the sword energy in Yanwei's palm, feeling inexplicably familiar. This is very similar to the invisible sword energy of the sword grass, but the sword energy of the sword grass is much more refined than the sword energy in Yanwei's palm. After the sword energy in his palm was successfully condensed, Yanwei grinned. Boy, taste the power of the unparalleled sword energy. Yanwei raised his hand and slashed at Yeyu diagonally. Yeyu felt the hairs on his eyebrows stand up, and a feeling of terror surged into his heart. Yeyu knew that he couldn't take it head-on. He dodged and let Yanwei's sword energy pass, and the floor behind him silently cracked a deep knife mark. I wonder how long you can hide. Yanwei saw Yeyu dodge the sword, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. No matter how much you achieve the master's intention, in front of my indestructible sword, you are a lamb to be slaughtered. Compared with the ease when facing Shen Tu, it was much more difficult for Yeyu to dodge Yanwei at this moment. On the one hand, Yanwei's attack moves were strict and orderly, with few flaws, and on the other hand, he was afraid of the sharp sword in Yanwei's palm. Hey, ha-ha! Little bug, weren't you very arrogant before? Hide! Ha-ha! Yanwei waved the sword in his palm, cutting the ground around Yeyu into pieces. Yanwei was not in a hurry to kill Yeyu, but to make him experience the ultimate, despair. Master, what should I do? Yeyu can't hold on any longer. Yan Fengwu saw that Yeyu had not fought back and passively dodged Yanwei's attack, and her anxious tears were about to flow down. Xing Meng was also worried, but at this moment, neither of them could help. They could only watch Yeyu drifting like a small boat in the wind and rain. Oh, I think I understand a little bit. Strength condensed to the extreme is Gangqi, and sword energy is beyond Gangqi. It turns out that sword energy has always existed in my body, but I just can't drive it. Yeyu looked at Yanwei's constantly waving sword energy, his eyes flashing, and he said faintly. Yanwei had a bad feeling in his heart, staring at Yeyu with a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and he couldn't let you go. Playing tricks. Sword energy? It's sword energy. I'm afraid you will never reach it in this life. A more condensed sword energy was condensed on Yanwei's palm, and he slashed at Yeyu.